The Natural Empire of the Sea Dragon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Congratulations, you're going to be a father. Attilan looked at the cub Loki in his claws, and suddenly had an idea to use his mental power to scan the relatively intact tents in the camp, and he found several other frost giant cubs. But unfortunately, except for Loki in his hand, the other cubs had no breath of life. There were 7 cubs in total, and they all looked stronger than Loki. But they were unlucky. The thin Loki survived, but they unfortunately died in this temporary camp. It's a pity. If they were all alive, Attilan would have a frost giant army of his own in 20 years. Now it depends on whether the remaining 2 frost giant camps have the chance to defeat the frost giants and let him capture dozens of living frost giant cubs. In the distant past, giants and dragons once fought in one material world after another for the dominance, although the metal dragons and color dragons participated in the war at that time. But dragons are dragons. Giants who remember this hatred will never surrender to dragons. This kind of betrayal of race is probably only possible for the barbaric frost giants and the stupid hill giants. Just like only the stupid white dragons among the dragons will be tamed by the frost giants who also live in the ice and snow, and the tamed ones are only white dragon hatchlings, or even white dragon eggs picked up by the frost giants. Therefore, if Attilan wants to tame giants, it is best to start with giant cubs, and not let the cubs meet their parents, and it is best to change the appearance of the frost giants. Attilan plans to start with Loki, using his transformation based on life control to transform the thin frost giant cubs into plateau people with frost titan blood. They break through Attilan's rough transformation and restore the original body of the frost giants. In Attilan's mouth, it becomes the activation of the frost titan blood. The art of language is sometimes so wonderful. Although the time required for the growth of the frost giants is not as long as the dragons, it is impossible to get a young giant as a fighting force without 20 years. The frost giants killed by Attilan using guerrilla tactics were actually young people and teenagers. Those who survived were generally adults and middle-aged frost giants with skilled combat skills. For example, those who pretended to be dead were all middle-aged or even old giants. Attilan wanted to fundamentally distort the captured frost giant cubs' cognition of themselves, making them think that they were humans, ice people, and plateau people. Therefore, the bloodline ability of the frost giants must be covered up. Fortunately, Attilan mastered a little bit of elemental sealing spells, which happened to be used on Loki. Although he was not particularly proficient, at least Loki would not die because of the frost bloodline being sealed. In order to hone his control over the water element, Attilan had been sealed by the old naughty boy for a long time. He deeply experienced the whole process of the formation of the elemental seal. He also asked the old naughty boy about the principles and usage techniques of the elemental seal. It was just a seal of a cub, and Attilan thought it was a piece of cake for him. If this Loki dies, it means that his life is not strong enough, and he can be replaced by another one. Thousands of energetic frost giants gathered together, and Attilan didn't believe that they would not be able to toss dozens or hundreds of cubs. Along the way, the frost giants broke through 4 or 5 cities and towns of the dwarves. If they were frost giants who were once short of resources, the looted materials would definitely not be enough for them to eat. But this group of frost giants obviously had enough food, and then sent troops to attack the dwarves, and received this batch of supplies from the dwarves. They must be full and warm and thinking about what else. In the following days, in addition to caring about the changes in the war situation, Attilan spent the rest of his time either practicing or thinking about how to transform Loki with Loki. He wanted to seal Loki's frost bloodline, and hoped that this bloodline could help Loki grow quickly. It would be best if the frost giant bloodline could become a transformation skill similar to the dwarf god descending to the earth. Loki's health was indeed too poor. He got sick just by feeding himself with porridge. As a frost giant, he only had half of his frost blood sealed by Attilan's crude sealing technique. He actually caught a cold because of the cold temperature. Even frost giants can catch a cold. No wonder he was lucky enough to survive the harassment of the dwarves, but was still abandoned. What can Attilan do? It's not easy to get such a research subject, so he must not die. In fact, it was Attilan's negligence, but there was nothing he could do. He is now a dragon, and his physical reaction to the surrounding environment is completely different from that of humans. Maybe the dwarves feel that the cold wind around is a bit cold. Attilan feels as comfortable as blowing air conditioning in the summer. Ice and water have the same source. Attilan can also get a lot of nourishing effects from the ice element energy filled in the snow peak. For example, his ice cone technique improves much faster in the snow peak than when he was practicing in the moon shadow lake. This little guy's body is so poor, and he can't adapt to the frost giant environment of the snow peak. Attilan can only send him back to the forest for resettlement. There was no caring person to take care of him here, and Attilan didn't like to stay in the tent all the time. Moreover, Attilan was so big that the tent built by the centaurs with crude technology was leaky on all sides. If Attilan hadn't been able to perform 2 healing arts, the little guy would have died. The dwarves and the frost giants had a deep hatred for each other. It was lucky that they didn't kill the frost giant cub Loki, so they naturally couldn't take care of him. The elves were a guest army, and they could command the battle, but asking them to feed the child would be considered an humiliation. The centaurs didn't even know how to take care of their own cubs. The survival rate of centaurs was no more than 80%, even if Attilan and the druids intervened, and many centaurs were first-time parents. Seeing the child sleeping quietly on the straw mat, they said that the child was good and didn't cry or to make a fuss today. In the end, the child was either fainted from hunger or sick and had no strength to cry. Attilan reprimanded the old blind man for these problems. He actually said that all the centaurs had come this way, and in this way, God would help them select healthy cubs. The old blind man believed that the centaurs only needed to keep the cubs suitable for becoming warriors, but Attilan did not think so. He believed that the survival rate of the offspring of all races under his command should be increased as much as possible. Even if they could not become warriors, the kingdom still had many occupations that needed manpower, such as farmers, herdsmen, fishermen, chefs, merchants, and blacksmiths. The number of each occupation was not enough. Of course, Attilan hoped that the number of warriors would be as large as possible, but the kingdom did not have the ability to feed 100,000 soldiers. With these occupations, the kingdom of Atlantis could maintain normal hematopoiesis. After another 3 days, Attilan barely managed to feed the little guy Loki. At least he was not so easy to die. The dwarf king rushed into Attilan's tent with an anxious look on his face. "Dragon Lord, are we just going to keep fighting the frost giants?" Attilan sighed, looked at the dwarf king and asked, "Then what good ideas do you have? The dwarves hiding in the mines can still survive. If they come out and fight the fully armed giants head-on, do you think we can win? I asked you to send people to explore the living areas of the frost giants and fire giants. Have you sent back any news?" The dwarf king shook his head. Either they haven't come back yet, or they found nothing. The old frost giants and children who were supposed to be there are all gone, and there are no traces of the giants' activities. It seems that there are more animals active in that area. They said they saw a lot of mammoths and long-haired pigs. If there are frost giants hunting them, there can't be so many of them. Attilan took a breath of cold air. If the old people and children are gone, then where did the 1,000 frost giants who started the war with them come from? Attilan felt that there was a big problem here. "Dwarf King, hold on for now. We should follow the plan I made. Anyway, the dwarves in the next few cities have already migrated away. If it doesn't work out, let the dwarves who have nowhere to live move to Shujiao town for temporary residence. The environment there has changed a lot now. It just so happens that I am short of manpower to develop the land in Shujiao town. If some dwarves come, the construction of Shujiao town will be faster." The dwarf king smiled gratefully. "Thank you very much. There are indeed nearly 3,000 dwarves who can't find a suitable place to settle. I am now planning to dig tunnels to transfer the dwarf civilians trapped in the battlefield. When they come out, can they all be placed in Shujiao town?" Attilan's mouth twitched. Although he did covet the dwarf craftsman, the politeness of this sentence accounted for the vast majority. The dwarves did not have enough food to feed the victims. It seemed that he had the same. Even so, facing the simple dwarf king, he still forced a smile. "I wonder how many dwarves need to be resettled." The dwarf king smiled naively, scratching his head and said, "Not many. There are less than 10,000 people in total, maybe 8,000, or 9,000 at most. The population of the dwarf kingdom is less than 100,000. The dwarf king wants to send 1/10 of the population abroad. Now he is sending them to Shujiao town. Isn't the dwarf king worried that they won't come back in the future?" Attilan thought about it. If he gritted his teeth and took in these 8,000 dwarves, the kingdom wouldn't have to worry about tools. Dwarves are not only blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons, they can also do the work. Even spying on intelligence, the role that dwarves can play is also very important. No human lord would not welcome a dwarf craftsman to settle in their territory. It's just that dwarves generally don't do this kind of work. That will ruin the reputation of the race. Many dwarves make a living by selling their craftsmanship. If their reputation is bad, they can't make money. 8,000 is still too much? I can only accept 3,000 for now, unless we wait for the elves' food to arrive. But now the flow rate of several rivers in Atlantis that connect to the water elf kingdom has increased significantly because of the swamp dragon. It's not easy to transport food upstream from the water elf kingdom. Have you sent people to the halfling town to ask how much food can be bought? The dwarf king said distressedly. The price of food in the halfling town is rising. Just buying the food quota in peacetime has used up our fiscal budget this year, not to mention the food for the victims. I don't understand. The halflings have expanded the area of grain cultivation in the past 2 years. Why is the price of grain still rising? The dwarf king's simple brain will never understand that prices are not based on production, but on demand. If the demand for food is high, the price will naturally be expensive. The rise in food prices is naturally fueled by Attilan. He pays for nuts and fruits produced in the forest, soy sauce and fruit wine produced in the kingdom, but because the demand for these by the halflings has increased, the price naturally rises. The price of grain also rose accordingly because of Attilan's large-scale purchases. In fact, for both the halflings and Attilan, there are still so many supplies, 1 soy sauce and 1 grain, and the change is not big. But for the dwarves, he did not participate in this trading system, and the price of grain has risen. The only ones who were hurt by Attilan's manipulation were the dwarves. In order to fuel the rebellion of the Grand Duke of the Northern Kingdom, Attilan also sold a batch of grain purchased from the halflings to him at a high price. The grain business is not easy to do. The longer the transportation distance, the greater the cost. The halfling town on the riverbank in the north is the right choice to sell the grain to the Grand Duke of the West. Attilan shook his head. The situation around us seems to be not peaceful recently. In peacetime, everyone does not have enough food. When encountering war, we naturally need to store more food to get through the difficulties. Don't worry, I will try my best to prevent the dwarf kingdom from starving to death. Attilan must have made sure that the subjects of Atlantis were well fed before considering lending the extra food to the dwarves. It was impossible for him to support other countries when his own people were not well fed. Attilan originally wanted to fly back with Loki, but thinking about the temperature around him, if he flew with Loki, the only one who would return would be the frozen Loki, not the frost giant Loki. He could only find a few clothes to wrap Loki up, and then have the centaurs carry him on their backs and slowly return. He had to go back to ask the frost giants about their problems first. After returning to the forest, Attilan immediately found the knowledgeable Bloody and told him about his encounter. Zurin frowned and said, "There are hundreds of young and strong frost giants. And the old people and children who should have been there are gone. The shortage of food has united the loose frost giants. It doesn't sound like the style of cloud giants, but storm giants. The old people and children you are looking for should be in the sky, in the area where the frost giants originally lived, in the clouds in the sky. Frost giants don't farm, but cloud giants do. But cloud giants will only use the clan level of giants to drive the existing frost giants, and will not try to expand the number of giants, and also gather them together for training. If it is a storm giant, then the problem will be tricky. Indeed, the reason why storm giants are not because of how strong they are, but because they are naturally in the highest position in the giant society, allowing them to easily unite most of the giants. Giants will unconditionally obey the orders of higher-level giants. Even if cloud giants usually like to use the power of others to bully others and think of themselves as giant nobles, once a storm giant gives an order, the cloud giant can only listen. The cloud giants are in charge of the command, the fire giants are responsible for making weapons and acting as frontline commanders, the frost giants and stone giants are soldiers, and the storm giants unite them. Even if you, the dwarves, and the elves unite to attack, you probably won't be the opponent of the giants. But it seems that the giants don't seem to have the intention of a full-scale war. The giants probably also want to get this world, but no one wants to see the scattered giants and dragons gather together again, so the other side is fighting in a secretive way in this war. Even the fire giants have been withdrawn, and I guess you can't even see the cloud giants. The ending should be the same as the result of the dwarves and frost giants fighting so many times before. No result. Attilan understood that what bloody meant was to wait for a while, and after the dwarves' losses reached the target, the frost giants would withdraw. Then I'll go down and see how the farmland has recovered. Of course, Attilan didn't go directly to see the situation of the farmland. These days in the snowy peaks, the food and drink were too bad, and he felt it necessary to reward his stomach first. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw Tarzan holding a big elbow and gnawing. "Why are you back?" He handed the half-eaten pork elbow to Attilan. "Want to eat? Keep it for yourself. If you are not practicing on Bright Summit, why did you come down?" Tarzan bit a piece of pork elbow irritably. "Don't mention it. Bright Summit is too boring. There is no one to talk to me." Attilan looked Tarzan up and down, which made Tarzan's hair stand on end. "What do you want to do?" Tarzan is good at Titan transformation, which will be helpful for cultivating Frost Titan. The climate environment of Bright Summit is also very suitable for the growth of little Loki. "It's decided, it's Tarzan. Congratulations, you are going to be a father." Tarzan was so surprised that he almost didn't even hold the pork elbow in his hand. "What father? I don't even have a girlfriend. How can I have a child?" Attilan smiled and continued, "In fact, many people want to skip the steps of finding a girlfriend and getting married, and directly have a child of their own, and the child I want to give to you. It is a Highland cub with the blood of the Frost Titan that I found on the snowy mountain. When he grows up, he is most suitable to practice Titan transformation with you, a child with the talent to practice Titan transformation. Just this condition." Tarzan has been moved. "Although I let you be the father of this child, it does not mean that I will ignore him. I believe that everyone in the forest will be willing to help you take care of this child." Tarzan nodded, clenched his fists and shouted, "I agree, but I don't want to be a father. I will be his master." "What do you think?" "Not very good. Do you think that with your current strength, you are qualified to accept apprentices and be someone's master? Are you sure you won't teach the child bad things?" Tarzan looked at Attilan weakly, and finally sighed. "Okay, Dad is dead, and when he grows up, I can be his master, right? You can only be a father to this one, but you can be a master to the next one." Chapter 202, The Bun God's Noodle Food Festival. You also know that since there are children, they naturally should have parents. Parents mean there is a tribe. When the tribe is defeated, there will naturally be a bunch of helpless children left, and these children with the blood of the Frost Titan lead you, the Titan Vanguard, to take care of and train them. In the future, can you transform from a small Titan into a practitioner of mystic arts, to become the founder of the Titan School? It depends on how well you can train these children. Tarzan was almost filled with such a big promise. "I also want to study the Titan School, but I have a relatively clear understanding of my own talents. If I hadn't accidentally gained the power of the Angel of Life with the help of Hannah, I would have found it difficult to become a level 15 druid in my lifetime. You've always told me that I would become a life Titan in the future, and I almost thought that I was a genius, but let alone becoming a life Titan, I can't even develop a complete combat form for the Angel of Life, let alone sublimate my life essence from a human with a little Titan blood to an Angel of Life. Even after developing the combat form of the Angel of Life, Tarzan is still essentially a human. Even the Bearman Geoj cannot say that. He has sublimated his life essence from an ordinary bearman into a thunderous roar that drives away thunder and lightning." Attilan smiled and patted Tarzan on the shoulder and praised him. "You said you are not a genius, but look at your height. You are almost stronger than Lista, the Minotaur under my command. Who would think you are an ordinary human after leaving the forest? You are now a half-giant." When Tarzan first awakened the power of the Angel of Life, he was just a 1.9 meter tall young man who practiced Titan transformation and polished his body. Now he is more than 2.6 meters tall. When Lista was first captured by Attilan, he was 2.5 meters tall. The spirit of the White Bull guided him to meditate and practice totem war dance to absorb the energy of the earth to temper his body. Now he is 2.8 meters tall, and with the black and shiny horns on his head, Lista's height has exceeded 3 meters. Attilan also contributed to this. He ate so many life acorns, but he didn't actually absorb all the life energy contained in the acorns. When meditating, he melted the extra energy that the dragon body couldn't accommodate into the water of life, and then added various herbs to brew medicinal wine to reward the meritorious officials. Lista and Fisher spent a lot of energy on managing the kingdom, so they naturally had less time for training. The medicinal wine provided by Attilan could improve their training efficiency. Tarzan's height growth was actually related to this medicinal wine. Tarzan couldn't help but sigh. What's the point of growing taller? Even a druid as talented as the old naughty boy couldn't break through the legend. He died young before he was 500 years old. For someone as stupid as me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to even reach level 18 and gain a long-lived body, although Tarzan already has the power seed of the Angel of Life. In order to irrigate the seed and grow it, it requires more than just investing various resources to strengthen the seed. Wisdom is the key to controlling power. If Tarzan doesn't know the Angel of Life thoroughly enough, what awaits him after his power grows is not a breakthrough to the legend, but only a loss of control. The old boy can't break through the legendary level, not because the legendary level is too high. For the smart old boy, legendary level should have been just the beginning. He should be about the same strength as Master and Master Bloodstained, but his body was seriously injured because of the injuries. Didn't you notice that his lifespan is half as short as Master's? The bear people can live to be 100 years old, but the old boy will die before he is 50. Attilan, is there really no way to solve the old boy's problem? The ocean dragon soul may not be borrowed. It is estimated that 50 years will not be enough for Attilan to grow to the point where he can create life crystals that extend life, especially to treat the difficult and complicated diseases of the old boy. It seems that if you want to treat the old boy's problem, you can only ask the gods for help, but among the remaining quasi-gods in the Natural Council, there is only a spring goddess who is good at treatment. Are there other gods? Attilan suddenly had an idea in his mind. I have an idea. I will go to find the old boy now. Attilan flew into the sky, and Tarzan raised his hand to block the air wave and protect the pork elbow he had not finished eating. After the wind wave receded, he looked at Attilan's receding back and shouted, "Tell me, what is the solution? You will know soon." Ever since he knew that he was going to die, the old naughty boy started to enjoy himself thoroughly. In the past, he was barely hanging on with the idea of revenge and breaking through the legend, but now revenge was left to the bear man, and the possibility of breaking through the legend was completely ruined for revenge. The old naughty boy, who had completely lost his pursuit, naturally began to play badly. Because of his serious physical overdraft, the old naughty boy was forbidden by Bloodstained to use powerful spells. He simply didn't use any spells. He relied on his rabbit chariot to travel, and cast spells with the small toys he had made. He was like an old man who was about to die. With him like this, Attilan felt that he would die within 2 years. At this moment, the old naughty boy was lying quietly in a chair in the sun, drinking a sip of sweet honey water from time to time, and his life was extremely comfortable. Attilan landed beside him and said in a heavy tone, "Old naughty boy, I have bad news for you. Master and his team have failed to seal the death clause." The old naughty boy just glanced at him, continued to drink honey water, and ate a piece of apple biscuit. "I'm just dying, not stupid. How can I not sense the huge movement of the surging water elements outside? Besides, I believe in Kyoj. Just tell me, what on earth do you want to do by coming to me?" Attilan said with a grin. "Master and his team are sure to seal the death clause, but even if they seal the death clause, don't you want to seek revenge on the Death Council yourself? Your enemies should not be limited to the death clause alone, right? Don't you want to completely destroy the Death Council?" The old naughty boy patted his shriveled body. "Look at me, an old man. Do I look like I can kill a level 40 necromancer? I'm dying soon. I'm no match for them when I'm alive, let alone dead. You can't be here to persuade me to become a necromancer before I die, right?" "Of course not." Attilan put his head close to the old boy and bewitched him. "If there is a way that may extend your life, but there may be great side effects, do you want to try it?" "What way?" the old boy asked in cooperation with Attilan, as if he was teasing a child. Attilan could only pretend not to see it and continued to talk on his own. "Mantau God. Although Mantau God is a god we made up, and the power of faith gathered is not enough, it should be no problem to use this power of faith to create a divine creature. For example, make a Mantau that can heal wounds and increase lifespan. What do you think?" "No, the power of faith is not enough. The power of faith is the power of faith. The crystals left after being calcined by the divine fire are the divine power. With a little power of faith we have accumulated, it is actually not even a drop of divine power." "Hiss, this is indeed a problem. How about we hold a food conference with pastries as the theme?" The old naughty boy clapped his hands and shook off the cookie crumbs on his hands. "It's not a special day now. What reason do you plan to hold a food conference?" Attilan clapped his hands with confidence. "Who says that a conference must be held on a special day? This kind of thing can't be done whenever you want. Everyone has been in contact with steamed buns for more than a year, So you must have a lot of ideas of your own. Steamed buns are food that can be added with all kinds of ingredients. As long as you want, you can put anything in it: apples, walnuts, mushrooms, beef, mutton. Even the shape of the steamed bun does not have to be made into a sealed prototype. A square shape without a sealed mouth, or even 2 slices of steamed buns with a meat pie in between, can still be called a steamed bun. This pastry conference is to compare everyone's creativity. The 4 gods, mountains and seas, 8 treasures, soul-calming steamed buns have 8 rare ingredients added. I don't believe that after eating them, everyone has never thought of putting their favorite ingredients in it. Utilize everyone's enthusiasm for their favorite ingredients in pastry steamed buns, and gather more power of faith. These powers of faith with a strong desire to get the steamed buns they want most should be able to make the healing steamed buns you want. Right. The old naughty boy sat up straight from the recliner, his lazy look swept away. He was so lazy and decadent because he didn't see any hope. Even the high priest of the flying bun god cult, who had the deepest understanding of this illusory god, could not be sure until now that the influence of the power of faith of the bun god on him had been completely removed. I agree. I will personally attend this pastry food conference and use the various ingredients with strong life energy that I cultivated to make a steamed bun that can prolong life. That will be the best carrier of the bun god's divine power creation. Although the power of faith combined with the buns I made is not as good as the real divine power creation, but it should be able to restore my body to a certain extent. At least compared with the spring water of the goddess of spring water, the effect will not be much worse. 1 bun a year, I can eat until the side effects of the power of faith explode. Attilan looked at the old naughty boy who had become optimistic again, and clapped his hands with a smile. Right, this is the old naughty boy I know. The venue for the food conference was not on the forest, but in the grassland. Because many druids are now in the grassland on the front line. Even if the war in the desert has come to an end temporarily, the construction of the grassland has begun, and it cannot be easily stopped. This food convention was just the right opportunity for those enemies who were secretly spying on the druids to show their determination to take root in the desert and turn it into green land. Hedwig, the owl sleeping in the bird's nest in the tree canopy, was glanced at by Attilan, and her feathers exploded. She listened to the conversation between Attilan and the old naughty boy. She didn't understand the specific details, but she knew very well that to hold such a convention, a messenger was needed to pass messages between the druids, and this messenger was very likely, no, definitely her. But Attilan's next words made Hedwig feel relieved. Don't worry, Hedwig, you don't need to go to the grasslands to deliver the message this time. You just need to notify the druids in the forest to see if any of them want to sign up for the convention. It was obviously a lot of work to notify the remaining druids in the forest, but Hedwig could still accept it compared to flying to the distant desert to deliver the message. But her clever little brain always felt that something seemed wrong. The leopard woman, who was also assigned the task of planting dandelions, is now on vacation in Kingland Town because she has completed the task excellently. In fact, she only appears in a few places. The kitchen in Kingland Town, the wine cellar of the wine girl, and her own nest. They represent eating, drinking, and sleeping respectively. Since the leopard woman is in Kingland Town, of course she is crazy about showing off her favorite honey bread in the kitchen. Although the leopard woman ate 10 honey breads in one breath, she still frowned and said, "Why do I feel that today's honey bread is not as delicious as before? Chef, give me 10 more." The corners of the fishman chef's mouth twitched twice, but he still took out a bread from the oven and handed it to the leopard woman. The one who is best at making honey bread is a halfling who joined the kitchen later. Now he should go with the dragon lord to support the dwarf kingdom. I heard that the frost giants are unstoppable and are about to break through the northern defense line of the dwarf kingdom. Further east is the halfling town. In order to protect their hometown from being attacked by the frost giants, many halflings have volunteered to go to the front line to cook for the soldiers. Really? I didn't expect that. In addition to the desert, the war has also started in the north. The leopard girl patted her stomach after showing off 10 honey breads. I'm half full. Let's go to the wine girl's house to get some wine. 20 honey breads can fill even the stomach of the Tauren. The fishman chef didn't expect that this slender girl in front of him, who was not as strong as him, could eat so much. He was a chef selected from the east recently. Because he is good at making pastries, he was arranged to work in Kingland Town. Other places don't need chefs who are good at making exquisite pastries. It takes at least 1 or 2 hours to make pastries, from kneading the dough, to rising the dough, to baking the bread. Ordinary people like Murlocs and Tauren need food that is served quickly and in large quantities to satisfy their hunger. Pastries are too luxurious for them. So he was sent to serve the Dragon Lord, and at the same time, under the Dragon Lord's order, to serve the druids who came to eat. Just at this time, Hedwig flew into the cafeteria and found the leopard girl, and showed her the notice hanging on her chest. Noodle Food Conference, wrap everything you want to eat in steamed buns, show everyone the delicious food in your heart, and let everyone decide who has the most delicious steamed buns. The venue of the competition is the desert grassland, and the competition time is 7 days later. I'll look forward to your participation, Attilan. Leopard Girl's eyes lit up immediately. She had long wanted to try the taste of apple honey buns. This was a good opportunity. Her apple honey buns would definitely win a big victory. Hedwig patted Leopard Girl with her wings, reminding her to read the bottom line. Reminder: this food conference does not provide ingredients. Please prepare the ingredients needed to make steamed buns by yourself. No problem, I know where the apples and honey are the best. The leopard woman suddenly smiled evilly and looked at the farmland where Attilan planted magic wheat. It just so happens that I also know where the magic wheat is the most delicious. Helgi the fishman chef also heard it, and looked at the leopard woman expectantly and asked, Miss Druid, can I participate in this competition? The leopard woman said without thinking, no problem, your dragon lord did not say that only druids can participate in the conference. I think all chefs can participate. Go and ask if there are other chefs who want to participate. I will go to the old naughty boy to borrow a car, and then we will go to the desert to participate in the competition together. The goal of this competition is to collect the power of faith. Attilan must hope that there will be more chefs participating. Anyway, the power of faith provided by chefs who love cooking will not be too bad. The grassland, which was already lively, became extremely lively because Attilan arrived and announced that a pastry food conference would be held 6 days later. Everyone began to discuss what kind of steamed buns to make at that time. An old druid whose teeth were about to fall out said nostalgically, in my hometown, black beans are fermented into a kind of slightly smelly soybean sauce. I want to wrap the soybean sauce in steamed buns to see if it tastes good. I'm going to make soybean sauce now. Another old druid who had eaten soybean sauce seemed to recall the taste and said with a distorted face, no, it's been 50 years. When I hear soybean sauce, I can remember the taste. Is it a bit smelly? It's quite smelly. Okay, he was about to collapse. You don't understand. The smellier the soybean sauce, the better, especially the sticky taste, which is the best. Attilan noticed Shanna in the corner. Her face was very strange. Considering that this girl was breeding poisonous insects, Attilan was very worried. He immediately walked towards Shanna. Shanna, what kind of fillings are you going to put in the steamed buns? Shanna suddenly showed a strange smile. How you will know when the time comes. I guarantee you will be happy every time you eat it. I know you are going to add your fire poisonous insects in it. Are you sure people won't be poisoned after eating it? Shanna waved her hands casually. I've tried it on the ogres you assigned to me. Don't worry, no ogres were poisoned. At most they would have diarrhea, but no one would die, Attilan said sternly with a dark face. Isn't diarrhea a sign of poisoning? Shanna immediately retorted, no. Because my bugs have the effect of strengthening the body, diarrhea is just to help them excrete impurities from their bodies. If you don't believe me, find a few poisonous fire ogres to see if their bodies are much stronger. I'm a master of toxicology, how could I make a mistake? You think that the steamed buns I made will cause everyone to be poisoned, which is questioning my ability. Attilan waved his hands and said, don't you put such a big hat on me. You can make it boldly. As long as it tastes good, even if it is poisoned, I don't think anyone will think it's a big deal. The premise is that the spell can dispel your poison. Many of the people here are old men and women. Don't eat them to death. Shanna confidently hugged her hands in front of her, squeezing out an astonishing abyss. Just wait and taste the poison fire buns I made with toxins. Toxins can stimulate taste buds the most and let you experience the ultimate deliciousness. Attilan took a breath of cold air. Why did he feel that Shanna was a bit like the chefs in the dark cuisine world? Take it easy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Gold Smiles. Attilan once heard people say that the meat of these poisonous insects tastes very delicious, because the toxins in their bodies become a unique flavor during the cooking process, making the meat of the poisonous insects, which are already very delicious, even better. But that is an ordinary biological toxin. The fire poisonous insects cultivated by Shanna contain a mixture of biological toxins and energy toxins. It is not easy to clean up the energy toxins. But Attilan has also heard that chickens injected with poisonous substances will become more delicious when bitten by snakes. What's more, chickens and snakes are stewed together in a pot of dragon and phoenix pot, in one word, delicious. Since Shanna said this, it means that she has studied the technique of using toxins to increase the flavor of ingredients, and there is still a high probability that there will be some risk of poisoning. But the greater the toxicity, the more delicious the food made by Shanna will taste. Attilan believes that his physical fitness is the strongest among the contestants and judges present, and it is most appropriate for him to be the first to taste Shanna's food. I hope Shanna's pastries can be as delicious as pufferfish. Even if there is a possibility of death due to the poison, there are still a lot of people who love food and try it, leaving a proverb that is equivalent to risking one's life to eat pufferfish. Shanna, have you prepared the antidote? If your pastries are not delicious enough, I will be furious. Shanna rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Antidote? You are obviously looking down on my ability to control poison. You don't need to be the first to eat it. As a chef, I will be the first to eat it. Prove to everyone that my cooking skills are absolutely fine. Humph. Shanna led the moose with wooden boxes full of poisonous insects on its back and walked towards her number 23 open-air stove. Leopard Girl, holding a jar of honey, jumped to Attilan. What were you talking about just now? Why did it seem that Shanna was not very happy? She wants to use fire poison insects as the meat filling for steamed buns, extremely poisonous meat filling, and ask if you dare to eat it. Leopard Girl was not surprised but happy. Really? When she's done, I'll be the first to eat it? Attilan looked at Leopard Girl in surprise. You dare to eat the highly toxic fire poison bugs? Are you going to die? Leopard Girl waved her hands casually, revealing a salivating expression. You don't understand. There was a time when Shanna had a batch of fire poison bugs that needed to be scrapped. It would have been a waste of her collection and cultivation of various magical plants to just bury them. After Shanna, the wine girl, and the flower girl discussed it unanimously, some of the fire poison bugs were used to make wine, some were used as flower fertilizer, and finally the most toxic ones were simply processed by Shanna and thrown into the oil pan. The originally snow-white tender meat, after rolling in the oil pan 3 times, turned into golden and crispy delicacy with a rich aroma. Mix the hot steam just out of the pan with the spices. Wow, it's crispy and chicken flavored, so sweet and juicy. Leopard Girl pursed her lips and showed an aftertaste. Unfortunately, after that, I had been looking forward to it for a long time, but Shanna never made any mistakes in breeding poisonous insects. So I didn't have the chance to taste fried fire poisonous insects again. So, is she going to scrap another batch of fire poisonous insects? Attilan didn't know that breeding poisonous fire dragons required more toxic and targeted poisonous insects, so that the poison of the poisonous insects could be perfectly combined with the red dragon and green dragon blood carried by the dog-headed man. The power to act as a glue came from him, the sea dragon who controlled life. Because Attilan dispatched 10 fishmen and snakemen with planting experience to Shanna, so that she could help expand the area of planting medicinal herbs in the forest and cultivate fire poisonous insects with better effects. After the resources were sufficient, Shanna naturally had to clean up a batch of old insects to leave space for the cultivation of new insects. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to find Shanna. The leopard girl ran towards Shanna's position happily, and ran back not long after. Shanna asked me to tell you that the first batch of dog-headed men have almost reached their limit. What's left is just slow work. They need a more dangerous environment to stimulate the potential power in their bodies. When you have time, take the dog-headed men away and send a new batch over, so fast. Attilan didn't expect the poisonous fire dragon man to produce results so quickly. Before, when he saw the blue dragon commanding a blue dragon army of thousands of people in the desert, he was envious. As the dragon lord, he didn't even have a dragon man under his command. It was indeed a bit too shabby. I'll go after the food conference is over. By the way, what kind of pastry do you plan to make when you come to participate in the competition? It won't be honey bread, right? Everyone here has prepared their own unique secret recipes to participate in the competition. If you only use honey bread, I think you don't have to participate. The leopard girl raised her head and looked at Attilan with a squint. I have also prepared a secret weapon, not just honey bread. Then I'll wait and see. I hope your cooking is better than mine. There are more than 30 druids, 4 murlocs, 6 halflings, 3 snakemen, 2 centaurs, and 1 tauren, who are the contestants of this pastry food conference. In addition to the contestants, the 2,000 tauren, 2,000 centaurs, 500 snakemen, and 500 murlocs stationed here are all spectators of the competition. It is naturally impossible for the contestants to make dishes that satisfy the 5,000 spectators. At most, they can give them a small piece to taste, and they need to be lucky enough to get a small piece. The food problem of the audience is still the responsibility of the special military chefs. After watching the game, they are hungry and have to eat. There are many military chefs among the contestants. I hope they can still eat on time today. The dishes made by the contestants will be exchanged and tasted, and the cooking techniques used will be discussed. The main theme is to make common progress, so that all contestants' cooking skills can be improved after this conference. The old naughty boy walked onto the earthen platform built by the tauren for this competition. Laloon kindly gave him a megaphone. I am honored to be the chief judge of this pastry food conference. I hope that everyone can bring their strong passion and love for pastries and pour their hearts into the ingredients in front of them. I am looking forward to your works. Don't just cook a dish for fun to fool us, although the preparations for the competition are in a hurry, but this stage built for everyone is solemn and sacred. I also believe that everyone participating in the conference has a passion for food. Laloon, Hannah, and I are looking forward to your works. The 3 judges, old, young, and young, represent the tastes of 3 age groups respectively. If you want to satisfy their taste buds at the same time, the works you bring out must be the top ones. Even Hannah, after the old naughty boy invoked the power of the illusory food god, will also give the most professional and fair judgment. She has been in Kingland Town for such a long time and has tasted quite a lot of food. Laloon has traveled in the astral world and visited many material worlds to experience the local customs and customs. I believe that she must have eaten a lot of food. Hannah came to the front of the sound amplifier, stood on tiptoe and said softly, "Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, you must do your best." Seeing Hannah's appearance, everyone smiled knowingly, and then began to move their hands. Everyone's expression quickly became serious. Even if it was to protect Hannah's sweet smile, they had to take 200% seriousness. The old naughty boy walked to the stove at the edge of the arena. This was Attilan's seat. His huge dragon body made him stay in the corner so as not to interfere with other people's operations. You kid didn't become a judge just to participate in this competition in person. I want to see what kind of food you can come up with. Attilan controlled the magician's hand to knead the dough, staring at the constantly changing dough without looking away, making sure not to miss any details and to show the best state. Although the old dough used in this dough has only been nurtured for 2.5 years, Attilan will add the water of life to nourish the yeast of the bread every time the dough is kneaded. Let the effect of the old dough grow 10-fold, 20-fold, and even 100-fold recently. In just 2.5 years, a piece of old dough with an effect close to 100 years has been nurtured. This century-old dough can be said to be a magic prop. Adding a tiny piece of dough will make the finished bread, steamed buns and other pastries more fragrant and delicious. As a judge, you talk to the contestants during the competition. If it affects my performance, I will sue you for obstructing the fairness of the competition. The old naughty boy looked at Attilan and said, "Don't put the blame on me, kid. I am an old man who is about to die, and I am afraid of these things. Tell me, what kind of dish are you going to make? Why, are you helping Leopard Girl to get information? You don't think Leopard Girl can really make some peerless dishes and win the championship of this competition? Just now I saw you and Leopard Girl whispering to each other. I said you shouldn't spoil Leopard Girl too much. When will she grow up?" Attilan watched the snow-white dough being controlled by the magician's hand in the air, turning into a long and thin dough, like a white dragon circling and dancing in the air. This is the dough kneading technique created by Attilan with the inspiration of the white snake turning chain of the pastry king. Yunlongjiazun. I'm not afraid to tell you that I want to make a dish that can make everyone smile, the golden smile, using old dough and the Yunlongjiazun of the white snake chain. Attilan made the golden smile that was really used to fight against the naked seafood 8 treasure soul soothing bun. Attilan suddenly felt like a weird minotaur. Golden smile? It sounds like a very interesting dish. I didn't expect that you, a dragon lord, would want to make everyone smile. Attilan raised his head confidently. I am the dragon lord, so naturally I have to make my subjects smile. If they can smile, It means that I have governed the country well." Although Attilan looked down on the corrupt scholars before he crossed over, he still agreed with the concept of self-cultivation, family harmony, governance of the country, and peace in the world. The white dragon suddenly flew slightly out of the scheduled trajectory, which scared Attilan and made him concentrate quickly. If the dough was not kneaded well, the golden smile would not taste good. The golden smile is to let hot oil enter the open buns, so that the beef inside bounces and makes a squeaky sound, and the golden open buns will also bounce on the plate, looking like they are laughing. This is a fantasy magic world. If you just use steam to make the buns laugh, you won't be amazed by everyone. Attilan naturally made corresponding improvements. I am looking forward to seeing your work. If Attilan hadn't prepared this pasta food conference, the old naughty boy would not know that there were so many cooking geniuses hidden in their druid group. In addition to the old woman who wanted to stuff soybeans into the dough, there were also many geniuses who tried to stuff all kinds of weird ingredients into the dough, or put them on the surface of the dough for baking. Anyway, Attilan said that as long as there is flour, it is pastry, and they can add other ingredients at will according to their preferences. At this time, the old naughty boy saw a bull-headed man grinding the stone into suitable small pieces, burning it in a brazier, and finally pouring all the stones into the pocket-like dough. The old naughty boy walked over with a strange look. "What are you doing? Why do you use hot stones to burn the dough? Wouldn't it be easy to burn it?" "It's just that part of it is not cooked yet," the bull-headed man waved his hand and said. "You will understand after you see it. The pancakes made in this way will have both crisp and soft tastes. Moreover, the stones I added also contain salt, so the pancakes will have a special salty aroma. It's okay even if it burns. I think the burnt aroma is very tempting. That's called burnt smell, okay? Burnt pancakes are the worst to eat, okay?" The old naughty boy tried to take a breath to calm down his emotions. As a judge, he couldn't argue with an ignorant bull-headed man. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He still wants to live for a few more decades. Continuing to move forward, the old naughty boy saw a dish that was more lethal than soybeans: salted fish. Smelling the smell of this salted fish, it must have been dried for at least 5 years, otherwise it would not emit such a strong fishy smell. "You are not going to wrap this thing in the sweet white dough, are you?" The old naughty boy stared at the fish man in front of him with wide eyes. The fishman nodded directly. "Yes, such fragrant salted dried fish. If it weren't for the call of the Dragon Lord, I wouldn't have taken out the dried fish that I have treasured for so many years." As he said this, he put the dried fish in front of his nose and took a deep breath. He felt that he was instantly much more energetic. "That's the smell." The corners of the old naughty boy's mouth twitched. As long as you are happy, he felt that he couldn't move forward anymore. He was very worried that the centaurs and snake people in front of him would give him a big job, but as judges, they had to taste the dishes made by the contestants one by one. The old naughty boy suddenly felt that he seemed to be surrounded by despair. If he was asked to taste these strange dishes, he would rather not prolong his life. The old naughty boy turned around with a heavy heart and changed direction. Unexpectedly, he saw Shano, who was dealing with the 5 fairies, toads, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and snakes. Swallowed his saliva and changed again. This time, he finally saw a normal person. The leopard girl was fighting with her dough. Unfortunately, the leopard girl, who rarely needed dough, had the dough stuck to her hands at this moment and couldn't pull it off. The old naughty boy walked over and said coldly, "There is too much water in your dough, just add a little flour." "Oh. So that's how it is." Then the leopard woman poured a large ball of flour into it. "Why can't the flour be kneaded together again?" "Because there is too much flour, I need to add more water." "Is that so?" The leopard woman picked up the honey jar again and poured a lot of it into it without any precautions. "Add less. You made so much. Do you want to entertain more than 5,000 people in the audience to taste your cooking? Add more water to flour, more flour to water." This is the wrong way. You need to calculate the ratio of flour and water, because you are using honey, so the ratio is different. You are not making it according to the most basic recipe, are you? "And why do I feel that the honey in front of you seems a little different?" The leopard woman chuckled. "This is not ordinary honey, it is the fairy nectar that I asked Master Jaina for. I want to make a fairy flower that will shock the whole audience." The corners of the old naughty boy's eyes and mouth twitched at the same time. "Come on, I'm rooting for you." The old naughty boy turned his back and thought silently in his heart that before holding this food conference, this group of people should be trained to let them know what human taste is. The sweetness of fairy nectar is more than 10 times that of ordinary honey. Just a can of fairy nectar mixed with water by Leopard Girl can really serve everyone at the scene. It can also make everyone taste a more obvious sweetness. But to make a piece of bread, Leopard Girl added half a can of fairy nectar. He couldn't imagine how sweet this piece of bread was. Even a giant dragon would not be able to bear the terrible sweetness. As he said that, he subconsciously looked at Attilan. It would be better to think of a way to let the little dragon solve Leopard Girl's work. Attilan suddenly felt a chill on his back and shuddered. On a whim, he put down the dough and looked behind him, but he only saw the old naughty boy wandering around the competition field, nodding to everyone's work. Soon, 2 hours passed. Salted fish, soybeans, and pizza were naturally eliminated in the first round. Why can't you feel my delicious salty and fragrant taste? Laloon wiped the sweat from her forehead. Is this judge so difficult? If she had known, she would not have come. Yes, I have fully demonstrated a perfect sticky taste of the soybeans. Hannah drank 3 glasses of water in a row, and finally got rid of the soybean stuck in her throat. Soon it was Shanna's turn to go on stage. Looking at the 5 kinds of insects that were golden and crispy but had obvious shapes, Laloon and Hannah were full of resistance. They were already scared of being tossed around. It was still the old naughty boy who started first. Eat it, this is no problem. After getting the guarantee from the old naughty boy, the mother and daughter finally started. Delicious, extremely delicious. The mother and daughter widened their eyes, and tears instantly wet their eyes. This is the kind of food that should be in a food conference. Then it was the Leopard Girl who came on stage. Looking at the twisted dough in front of her, the faces of the 3 people were not very good. Leopard Girl said, "Eat it, this is the fairy flower I made." Looking at the work in front of her that was even more distorted than her classmates' doodles, Hannah said uncertainly, "Are you sure this is a flower?" Leopard Girl said awkwardly, "It was fine before baking. Who knew it would become like this after baking?" Just at this time, Attilan's golden smile was ready, and he came up with a plate. "Or eat mine, golden smile." After opening the lid, the golden smiley face suddenly spurted out a puff of white air from the tail, flew into the sky and laughed. Hannah's eyes widened immediately. A steamed bun that can laugh and fly. Principal, I want to learn this. Chapter 204 Blessing of the God of Food. Attilan looked at Hannah with a doting look. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." The leopard woman grabbed her fairy flower, tore off the twisted and deformed petals with a resentful look and stuffed them into her mouth. Once Attilan's cool golden smile appeared, who would eat her twisted fairy flower? Damn Attilan, why did you have to serve it when I just served the dish? No. She must know how Xiaolong made a dish that can fly and laugh. Hey, why can your steamed buns fly and laugh? And so many steamed buns, all of them flew into the sky, not a single one failed. Attilan added a large amount of water element condensation crystals to the beef filling. Originally, the hot oil should have stimulated the moisture in the beef, but now it directly stimulated the element crystals. Without enough water vapor, how could the buns fly into the sky? Looking at the gritting teeth of the leopard girl, Attilan said calmly, "Before preparing for this conference, I have been trying to make the golden smile, and I know the effects of the ingredients and techniques very well. It is precisely because I know what effect these things will produce that I match them like this. Instead of self-righteously piling up high-quality ingredients, the dishes made in that way, even if they are delicious, will not have their own soul, not to mention that the chef does not know enough about the ingredients, and the result of random piling is naturally failure. Fairy nectar, golden wheat, colorful eggs, you used these 3 magical ingredients to make bread. But you didn't match them in the right proportions, you even tried to make it into the shape of a flower, which perfectly wasted the effects of the 3 ingredients and made a mess that made people have no appetite." The leopard girl blushed. Although she wanted to refute, what Attilan said was true. "Even after all this, can you still tell the ingredients I used?" "Of course, the golden wheat and the colorful chicken are my creations. Although I have used a little help from other druids, I know these 2 magical ingredients very well. The most valuable part of the colorful chicken is not its meat and eggs, but its colorful tail feathers, which are used to make magic arrows, which can better guide the energy to infuse the arrow body and cause more powerful magic damage. I can't bear to eat the colorful eggs, just to expand the scale of the colorful chicken as soon as possible. As a result, you took 10 eggs at once. Do you know how much impact it has caused on the cultivation process?" The leopard girl opened her mouth slightly. She thought the colorful eggs were just ingredients, but she didn't expect that these eggs were actually druids' works. If they were ingredients, they would be eaten, but the works were related to the growth of the druid's strength, so they couldn't be eaten carelessly. If the plants or animals that the druids spent dozens or hundreds of years cultivating were destroyed, it would be a situation of life and death. Is it so important? Attilan couldn't help laughing. It's not that exaggerated. The eggs you took away weren't all eggs that can hatch roosters. The key to expanding the population of colorful chickens lies in the hens. The strongest rooster eggs are placed in a special incubator. There are many guys in Kingland Town who only know how to eat things. I dare not leave precious things randomly, just in case you accidentally destroy them. In fact, if the leopard girl had put her heart into it, she would not be able to fail to see through the nature of the golden wheat and the colorful eggs. The problem is that the leopard girl likes to play, and has always been a 3-day fishing and 5-day drying net for cultivation. Hurry up and try the golden smile. If you don't eat it, it will not taste good. The bun flew in the air for a circle and was steadily caught by Attilan on the plate. Looking at the golden bun lying quietly on the plate with a smile on its face, everyone stepped forward and stretched out their hands. Unexpectedly, after taking a bite, the bun actually laughed again, which scared them so much that they almost dared not to continue eating. The leopard girl bit the bullet and took another bite. This time, the bun finally did not laugh again. It's delicious. The golden skin is salty, fragrant and crispy. The beef inside is rich and juicy. It rushed into my mouth like a group of galloping buffaloes. It's so delicious. Yes, the rich broth is like a tide, wave after wave, which makes people unable to resist it. Especially the slightly spicy taste of the beef is so refreshing. Not only is it delicious, but it is also full of joy and magical stunts. It seems that Attilan is the champion this time. A halfling was even more tearful. Damn it, why can't I make such a magical dish? After tasting the golden smile, the contestants looked at Attilan with a self-abased expression, and their hands continued to reach for the plates subconsciously. One big and one small, two white palms grabbed the last bun at the same time. Sister Sandri, I'm still a child and need to grow up. Let me have the last one. Facing Hannah's pitiful expression, the leopard girl was completely unmoved. Stop it. You can fool the boys in the class with this trick, but you want to fool me. Attilan is my biggest rival. I must understand his work and find a way to deal with him. If you really lack nutrition, I have a good thing here. The leopard girl smiled evilly and brought her evil flower to Hannah. Although its appearance is not good looking, and even the taste has a little problem, it cannot be denied that this dish contains a lot of nutrition. It is exactly the nutrition that a child like you needs to grow, so eat it. Hannah took her hand back embarrassedly. But I'm not very hungry. Maybe I ate too fast just now, and my stomach didn't keep up. Sister, you eat. I'm full. Bye. Hannah decisively turned around and ran away. As a judge, she had paid a heavy price after tasting it just now. She used 3 glasses of water to clear the suffocating sweetness in her mouth. The ingredients are limited, so I only made more than 100 golden smiles. I'll serve half of them here, and the remaining half will be given to the audience to taste. After all, food is fun only when it is shared with everyone, Attilan said as he returned to his stove, carrying a covered plate to the sky above the audience, slowly opening the lid, and with white steam, the golden smile flew out of the plate. Whoever catches it can taste this delicacy. The soldiers stationed in the grassland are all elite, and the speed of the steamed buns is not fast, so they can naturally catch them, and after getting them, they can't wait to take a bite. Or pinch them, listen to the buns laugh, and then share them with friends next to them. Although there are many dark dishes, there are still many high-quality dishes at this food conference. Such as the soul-returning noodles carefully researched by the Goatman. The problem of the Goatman's girlfriend, Trina, has not been properly solved. The role of the soul-returning noodles is to nourish the soul of the lover with deep love. Special care aside, the chewy noodles, the fragrant and rich soup, and the refreshing side dishes alone are enough to make people want to eat more. Mep, your cooking skills for the soul-returning noodles are getting better and better. I think if you keep insisting, maybe Trina's problem can really be solved with a bowl of noodles. The Goatman sighed and looked back at Trina, who was standing on the sidelines and smiling at him. If only things were that simple. Although the game was over, the food had to be made. Just now, everyone had tasted a little bit, or watched the whole production process and became interested in a certain food. Now is the time to taste it casually. Please give me a chicken feet meat sandwich. The chicken feet meat that had been shaved clean of the bones tasted really good, and the steamed bun that was baked just right was also very tempting. Tasting all kinds of food, Time passed quickly, and night soon fell. Attilan and the old naughty boy did not stay to participate in the bonfire party, but quietly returned to the forest and landed in front of the oak hall. Today's excitement must have collected a lot of enthusiastic faith power. Now enter the Emerald Dream and guide the illusion of the Mantel God to make what we want. You have to go into and make a golden smile with all your heart as a carrier of faith power. After all, you are the recognized champion by everyone in the audience. No problem. Attilan's eyes were burning. Although he launched the Mantel God project, it has always been run by the old naughty boy, Fujian and Bearman. He has never seen the illusion of the Mantel God. The old naughty boy suddenly showed a strange smile. Don't be too surprised when you see the Mantel God. Got it? Isn't it just an illusory god? Even if the Mantel God really gave birth to wisdom, it is estimated that it can only be regarded as a spirit related to food and can't become a big climate. After all, no one directly believes in the Mantel God. Everyone just looks forward to the Four Gods Mountain and C.A. Treasure's soul calming bun. The old naughty boy took out a wooden stick and opened the door to the Emerald Dream. This is a small closed space inside the Emerald Dream. In addition to the souls that were purified and placed here, there is a tall wooden altar and the Four Gods Mountain and C.A. Treasure's soul calming bun placed in the center of the altar. But what surprised Attilan the most was that behind the soul calming bun, there was actually a wooden statue with a dragon head and a human body. The more Attilan looked at the statue, the more familiar it seemed. But what surprised him the most was why the statue was made into a dragon head and a human body. There seemed to be no such creature in this world, right? Old naughty boy, what does this statue mean? Does this dragon head look familiar? Handsome, indeed, it's very handsome, but it's still a little worse than mine. Why did you design the bun god like this? The old naughty boy smiled and said, this is your master's idea. To be precise, this is not the bun god you think, but the food god. The wooden sculpture is to store the power of faith. When the time is right, the power of faith in it will return to the real owner. Who is it? The old naughty boy didn't say anything, but summoned a water mirror in front of Attilan. Attilan was shocked when he saw his reflection in the water mirror. He looked at the water mirror and then at the wood carving. This. How come this dragon head wood carving is so similar to me? The old naughty boy interrupted him. Just know it, don't tell it. So the master has already started planning what will happen after I become a quasi-god. After you propose the concept of the steamed bun god, Geoj had this idea. Food is indeed a field that gods rarely involve, and there are very few gods who use food as the priesthood. It can be said that there is none at all. At the same time, making food must require ingredients, so hunting, agricultural planting, commercial transactions and other priesthoods, you can also use food to dabble in them in the future. Compared with the thunder and bears that Geoj prepared for himself, these two competing gods have countless priesthoods. He really cares about you as an apprentice. He has high hopes. He is only 1 year old, but the master's career plan has already been made for 1,000 years. It's terrible. But masters like Geoj are indeed loved. If I die, you will be the one to handle this. You are indeed gifted in food, and the god of food will not have any conflicts with other dragon gods. Those two will not prevent the appearance of a food dragon god who can help them all. The old naughty boy did not say one more thing, that is, compared with the elemental dragon god, the food dragon god is indeed not as powerful as he should be. Let's get started. You make the golden smile, and I will guide the power of faith. Attilan took out the ingredients and started to mix the dough. He suddenly felt a strange power gradually entangled in the dough. He vaguely seemed to see the dough turned into a white dragon. Looking closely again, the noodles were still noodles, but Attilan knew that it was not his vision, but the power of faith that began to work. Even the marinated beef seemed to shine with a brilliant 7-color brilliance, fresher than the beef that had just been slaughtered, as if it had come back to life. As the wrapped buns were put into the oil pan, suddenly a brilliant golden light shone in the oil pan, causing Attilan to almost lose control of the heat and pick up the buns in advance. Fortunately, he finally held back. The golden smile was finished. Attilan covered the bun with a lid and placed it on the wooden table dedicated to the god of food. The old naughty boy injected the last bit of his faith into the golden smile on the plate, panting and saying, "Open the lid." Attilan squinted his eyes and opened the lid. Sure enough, a golden light that was more dazzling than the one in the oil pan just now shone brightly, accompanied by a clear laugh. From this laughter, he seemed to hear the scene of everyone having a food conference together today. Fortunately, I had foresight. Attilan turned around and saw the old naughty boy with tears in his eyes. Old naughty boy, are you okay, asshole? Why didn't you remind me that there would be a golden light? Didn't you see it just now? I was concentrating on casting a spell, how could I notice anything? The old naughty boy stretched out his hand and said, help me, the golden smile must be eaten immediately. Attilan quickly helped the old naughty boy to the wooden table, fumbled to grab the golden smile, and stuffed it into his mouth eagerly. Old naughty boy, how is it? Attilan looked at him expectantly, but the old naughty boy didn't say anything. After a terrible silence, Attilan comforted him, it's okay, we failed this time, we will try again next time. Unexpectedly, the old naughty boy suddenly jumped up and said, haha, I fooled you. Well, old naughty boy, tell me, how many years of life did the golden smile add to your life? Chapter 205 Reinforced Specialties. If you look closely, you can see that after eating the golden smile, the old naughty boy's complexion became rosy and shiny, and his dry gray hair turned into a bright silver color. His shriveled body seemed to be refilled with vitality. The old naughty boy looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s who had gone from being in his 80s with not much time left. No matter how much life the blessing of the food god gave the old naughty boy, at least he would not die. The old naughty boy just waved his hand calmly. In the past 2 years, you have been in the forest from time to time, researching and promoting the cooking and consumption methods of certain ingredients, making the druids and the subjects under your rule fall in love with food. These powers of faith that should have dissipated or condensed on certain recipes were eventually attracted by the statue of the god of food in front of us and turned into the prototype of the god of food's divine power. Geoj chose your image to shape it, not only because you are an ocean dragon and can naturally carry more power of faith than us, and the possibility of being deified is higher. You love food, research food, and promote food. You meet the standards for absorbing these powers of faith. Even most of the power of faith here is generated because of you. Although I probably won't see the day when the god of food is born, I will wait for you to come to the Emerald Dream to announce the good news. At that time, you have to treat me with a god of food's specialty. Since you are already a dragon god of food, I think you should be able to make food that the spirits of nature like to eat, right? Attilan looked at the old boy's performance indifferently. So, what's your situation now? The golden smile basically made up for my lost vitality. With the effect of the essence of life spring, my current state is almost the same as before the spell, and even because of the experience of this trip, my bottleneck of becoming a legendary druid has been loosened. After all, in order to push the huge water element sea of Dragon Lake, the power I used to burn my life barely reached a legendary level. Attilan's eyes lit up immediately. If the old naughty boy reached a legendary level, then the possibility of 5 legendary professionals teaming up to explore the natural Holy Land dungeon and exploding mythical items would be greatly increased. Can you break through before the master leaves? The old naughty boy confidently raised his thumb and pointed it at himself. Who am I? A druid genius who controls natural elements. Breaking through to the legendary level is naturally easy. You are worried that your master will get into trouble, so you plan to let me explore the natural Holy Land with him, and then I will be cannon fodder. If I die in the Holy Land, what kind of food are you going to use to commemorate me? Attilan frowned, feeling that something was wrong. I'm just kidding you, is it so serious? The old naughty boy knew his physical condition very well. Because he had suffered heavy blows repeatedly, even if he broke through the legendary realm, his lifespan would not increase much, or even not increase at all. He would not live long, but the bear man's situation was completely different. After the bear man obtained the natural sacred object and perfected the thunder roar form, the bear man's lifespan at least doubled. It is possible to live another 1,000 years. And the strength of the quasi-god is mostly stable. As a good friend, he is ready to sacrifice himself to pave the way for the bear man, Fugitive, and Bloody. If the quasi-gods of the Natural Council could be restored to the number of the victorious period, then the old men would not have compromised with the Death Council. This so-called Death Council appeared just 10 to 20 years after the destruction of the Holy Land, and successively destroyed 7 or 8 material realms that the Natural Council was operating and had already conquered, which seriously reduced the speed of the Council's recovery, so that the Natural Council's control over the Emerald Dream was constantly declining. Now the Emerald Dream is still in the hands of the Nature Council, thanks to the sacrifice of an old man every 100 years. This kind of sacrifice is the kind of soul-shattering, and there is no possibility of reincarnation as a nature spirit. Their bodies and souls will become the nourishment for the growth of the Emerald Dream. If it weren't for the spirit of sacrifice and dedication, how could most of the old druids, who are only 18th 19th and 20th level, become the elders respected by all the druids in the Nature Council? Anyway, the old naughty boy can't do that. Even if reincarnation as a nature spirit will make him lose most of his current memories, he still has the opportunity to make a comeback. Nothing is left of the old men, even their names will gradually be forgotten, and there is no way to remember them anymore. You only know that there is such a group of people who dedicate themselves to the Nature Council, but you don't know who they are. This can be discovered because many of the signatures on the scrolls that record the secrets developed by the ancestors and martyrs are missing, and all other handwriting is there, except their names. It is a forbidden technique that sacrifices everything. Unless you become an elder, you are not qualified to see it. Go back. I'm also going to start my retreat to reach the legendary realm. As for whether Jaya has sealed the death claw, you don't need to tell me, even if it doesn't work this time. When Jaya becomes a quasi-god, the death claw and even the entire death council will be finished. Hearing that the old naughty boy pinned his hopes of revenge on the bear man, Attilan felt even more uneasy. He planned to inform the bear man and the vine girl when they came back. When they had been together for hundreds of years, the bear man knew what he was thinking as long as the old naughty boy looked at him. After the two returned to the forest, the old naughty boy told him a bad news. You can withdraw the soldiers on the grassland and only leave the part needed for the construction of the grassland. The treasure that was about to be born can feel the energy fluctuations from hundreds of kilometers away. The energy aura suddenly converged. Maybe the mastermind has caught the fish he wanted. Such a useful bait, he must be reluctant to let it be eaten by others now. The last time he attacked, he destroyed a dwarf dungeon that was originally very promising. Who do you think he is targeting this time? Us? Or the Death Claw? Or the head of the Death Council behind the Death Claw? Attilan shook his head. How could he see such a far-reaching layout clearly? He himself was in the game, how could he see clearly? Unknown full picture, no comment. The bait is placed in this material world. But who stipulates that fishing must be done in this water area? Maybe deep-sea fish will be attracted by the smell of the bait and run out. After all, the bait has appeared once before, and many people must have been paying attention to it. Some even bet like the Deathclaw. Attilan probably has some, such as the storm giant behind the frost giant. The treasure is hidden again. Should the battle between the frost giants and the dwarves also stop? Maybe. I don't know much about the Society of Giants. Bloody is an expert in this area. Even if he didn't withdraw his troops immediately, Attilan believed that he couldn't fight for long for the sake of his Titan troops. He thought he needed to go to the Snow Peak again. The old fishman drove back to Kingland Town from Dajao Town. He needed to urgently allocate 50,000 kilograms of black beans to Yulin Town. He had been busy for most of the day. Attilan heard the noisy movement in the granary and flew over to take a look. We are moving so much food. Is there a disaster somewhere? We are going to the rainforest town. It's not a disaster, but a flood. The residents in the rainforest are already short of food and can't survive. After several days of heavy rain, almost all of their food has been washed away. Dragon Lord, didn't you say that you should take this opportunity to absorb more races in the rainforest and use them to improve the wetland environment and reclaim as much farmland as possible? When the kingdom has 100,000 subjects, we can openly use the name of the Kingdom of Atlantis, even if some forces are dissatisfied with us. If they are afraid of our strength, they will not dare to attack us casually. Instead, we can take the initiative to attack them, such as the Black Dragon in the east. Dragon Lord, when are we going to fight her? Have you figured out that it's a female dragon? According to the latest information sent back by the scouts, the Black Dragon once transformed into a female high elf and reached some kind of deal with a group of dark-skinned elves from further east. Sure enough, when he was developing, other forces were not idle either. The Black Dragon had just established a foothold in the east when the Dark Elves went to her to discuss cooperation. The Dark Elves are followers of the spider goddess Rose. This group of fallen elves and other types of elves are enemies. They will fight each other when they meet, almost to the death. The area east of the line of defense, under the charge of the Elf Ranger General Verisa, will be attacked by the Dark Elves from the underground, or even by the Spider Elves. The Dark Elves are very cunning and never attack alone. They always take the great dwarves, bugbears and other servants to launch sneak attacks by taking advantage of the weakness of the Ranger troops' insufficient manpower. They plunder some beautiful elf girls and bring them back to offer to Rose. How many people in the rainforest are willing to join us? Not many at the beginning. Many tribes that are short of food want to rob directly. After Lister led a team to wipe out several tribes, they became honest and are now queuing outside the rainforest town waiting to be incorporated. Attilan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to hear Lister's name. Why did he go to the rainforest? Since the flood, General Lister heard that the situation in the rainforest was even worse. So he selected 500 elite Tauren swordsmen and axemen to head towards the rainforest town. He guessed that the rainforest tribe would launch a surprise attack and that Fisher would be short of troops. He traveled day and night, and he really arrived when the tribe attacked the rainforest town. At that time, General Lister was like a god descending from the sky, rushing into the crowd, and with one charge, he dispersed the enemies outside the rainforest town, who were almost 10 times more than him, so powerful. In fact, Lister did not launch an attack immediately after arriving, but waited for his Tauren to recover their physical strength and wait for the rainforest tribe to consume most of their physical strength in the siege. Lister believed that there were only 5 or 6,000 enemies, and Fisher could not be defeated so easily. After all, he was also a carefully selected group of 800 fish warriors. If he could not win in the field battle outside the city, he would definitely have no problem defending the city. That's true. General Lister is so famous that more than 5,000 rainforest residents are planning to join us. 50,000 kilograms of food means 10 kilograms per person, which is not enough to fill them up. However, the residents who have just joined have not yet recognized Atlantis. It is very likely that they will rebel after they are full. It is too common to pick up the bowl to eat and put down the chopstick stickers. The main reason is that Attilan is implementing the plan of building high walls, storing food, and slowly claiming the throne. The reputation of the kingdom and his dragon has not spread widely. Attilan will never see such a thing as bowing down to him. It is even more impossible for them to surrender on their own initiative. It's unrealistic to rely on us for the supply. Even if the rainforest cannot be fully developed into farmland, I think we must ensure that there is food output. I asked Apaya, and the way the snake people used to grow crops was very primitive, so the food yield is not high, and the food they choose to grow is not right. Cranberries are indeed suitable for growing in the watery environment of the rainforest, but they also need to be managed. How can the yield be high if we just sow the seeds and leave them alone? And I think we need to discover more edible food in the rainforest. Attilan waved his hand. I will go there myself. I don't believe we can't find enough food. The words of the old naughty boy inspired Attilan. In the future, he wanted to become the dragon god of food, so he had to expand his influence in the field of food as much as possible. So he came to the rainforest. This was actually Attilan's first time in the rainforest. In the past, he was afraid that the swamp dragon would know his existence, so he never dared to show up in front of these tribes affiliated with the swamp dragon. Now it's different. How much loyalty do these guys have to the swamp dragon after being flooded? Loyalty is not absolute, or it is absolutely disloyal. Attilan provides food so that they don't starve to death, but what about the swamp dragon? Do you think they will have resentment towards the swamp dragon for destroying the food they had collected with great difficulty in fighting with other tribes? This group of ignorant and backward rainforest tribes don't understand that thunder and rain are all grace from the king. In the past, the rainforest could still see exposed land. But now, it is all half-soaked trees and bushes. From a distance, Attilan saw a group of red piranhas biting a few fishmen. He immediately stepped forward, controlled the vines to pull up the fishmen, and then released electricity to electrocute all the piranhas until their bellies turned upside down. Before crossing, I couldn't electrocute fish casually. Now that I know magic, I can finally electrocute fish casually and feel good. Attilan picked up the electrocuted piranhas and cut them open. There was still a fragrance, the meat was relatively full, and there was a layer of fat on the abdomen, which was very suitable as food. The most important thing is that although he had just electrocuted dozens of piranhas, there were as many as hundreds of piranhas that escaped. It seems that after the water rose, the rainforest quickly became a paradise for piranhas. Food that was not available before can be eaten after the water rose. Thank you, Dragon Lord, you can eat these piranhas. The fishman hesitated for a moment and said, Dragon Lord, when there was no food before, the tribe also tried to eat piranhas, but piranhas are poisonous and eating too much will kill you. Really? Attilan carefully cut the piranhas into pieces and found the parts that were contaminated by toxins. He controlled the water flow and caught a few living piranhas to confirm the parts where the toxins were stored. With fangs and poison, it's no wonder that piranhas can flood the rainforest water system. In the future, remove these parts and the piranhas can be eaten. Even if they are poisoned, this herb can be used to treat the toxins. Piranhas are a special delicacy in the rainforest. I will see if there are other ingredients that can be cooked with piranhas and try to develop a recipe exclusive to the rainforest. Chapter 206, A Real Eel. Listening to Attilan, it seems that eating piranhas is a very simple thing, but that is for Attilan, who can flexibly control the magician's hand and ice blade. In fact, for ordinary people, especially those who are not good at fighting in the logistics profession, it is very difficult to use the kitchen knife in hand to completely cut off the piranhas that grow on both sides of the body, with several thin pipes that transport venom to the teeth and back spines. First, you need to understand the distribution of the poison sacs and delivery pipes in the piranha's body. Then you have to practice by dissecting a lot of piranhas, and finally learn how to cook, in order to make a delicious piranha soup. Attilan can separate all the poison sacs in the piranha's body at once, because he knows the body structure of this piranha in advance through life exploration. If he needs, he can even pull out all the fish bones in the piranha's body. This fish bone extraction technique is a small eating spell invented by Zurin, which is used to extract small fish bones to avoid getting fish bones stuck in the throat when eating river fish. The reason why the spell was born is naturally because Hannah was in a hurry to eat fish, and the fish bone was stuck because she didn't spit it out completely. Then Zurin, the daughter slave, invented the fish bone extraction technique. This spell comes from some spellcasting techniques of the necromancer. The boundary between the school of withering and the necromancer is actually quite vague. In order to increase the understanding of the profession of the necromancer, druids must do some research on the power of death. Only by knowing the enemy well enough can they quickly eliminate the enemy. These have nothing to do with Attilan now, but the fishbone extraction technique is different. This little spell is really useful for deboning ingredients. Unfortunately, many chefs really have no talent for learning the fishbone extraction technique, and can only debone whole chickens according to the traditional cooking method of deboning. A fishman said to Attilan with courage, "Report to the Dragon Lord. In fact, besides the piranhas being poisonous and inedible, it is not easy to catch piranhas, because their teeth are too sharp. The fishing nets we made of rattan can't resist them at all. Even if we don't want to catch piranhas, sometimes piranhas will break our fishing nets because of accidental capture. It's not that fishermen like to use fishing nets to catch fish. Fishermen who can move freely in the water naturally prefer to use harpoons to catch fish, but the fish will bleed after being stabbed by harpoons. Once piranhas smell the blood, they will quickly gather and try to bite off a piece of meat from the prey, or even bite the hunter to death for a meal." Attilan pondered for a moment and asked, "Besides piranhas, what other fish are there in the river?" "They are electric eels and crocodiles. They are both difficult to catch. Sometimes catching them as food will lose several hunters." The answer of the fishman made Attilan's thinking stagnate for a short time. Piranhas, electric eels, crocodiles, all living in the rivers of the rainforest are tough guys. No wonder they say that you live by the mountains and eat by the mountains, and you live by the water and eat by the water. As a result, the tribes in the rainforest like to grab food on land. It turns out that the river has become a hunting ground for wild beasts and magical beasts. Crocodiles are ferocious beasts, and electric eels that can release lightning are even more ferocious magical beasts. As for the piranhas, which are the most numerous, they are pure cancer. Relying on amazing reproductive capacity, tenacious vitality, and the help of billions of toxins, piranhas should be the weakest of the three, but they have gradually become a disaster for the collapse of the rainforest water system. Since Attilan is going to take over part of the rainforest area, he believes that it is necessary to reasonably redivide the ecological system of the rainforest in his hands. If the rainforest is the same with or without him, then what is he doing with the rainforest? He can only benefit from it if the rainforest changes according to his plan. If he doesn't take it, how can the bear people take it? If the bear people don't take it, how can he make progress? If the swamp dragon suddenly becomes interested in the rainforest, and comes to see that the rainforest has been occupied by Attilan, how can a small dragonfly resist the swamp dragon's anger? With a body of 100 meters, a sea dragon with a body of less than 15 meters, can't stop the swamp dragon's claws. At that time, the bear man will definitely be needed to withstand the swamp dragon's anger. There are some things that the top powerhouses like Swamp Dragon don't care about, but they are also their things. Even if they are left there to rot, you can't pick them up and put them in your mouth. The rainforest is like this. Although the swamp dragon doesn't care, this piece of land still belongs to him. If you touch it, you will be his enemy. Now almost half of the humanoid tribes in the rainforest have chosen to surrender or are preparing to surrender to Attilan. The remaining half are just because Attilan's influence has not yet expanded to the east. After the humanoid races are dealt with, the beasts in the rainforest must be dealt with. For example, the Golden Eel King. The reason why the eels in the rainforest are called magical beasts is because the king of eels is a big golden eel that has followed the swamp dragon and is over 5 meters long. Every day, he can use spell-like abilities to release thunder waves 3 times and summon lightning once. In addition, his biological lightning is also very powerful. It is precisely because of the existence of the king of eels that a piece of pure land belonging to ordinary fish is still preserved in the rainforest. Although these fish are considered as food raised by eels, at least there is still the possibility of reproduction, unlike the hunting grounds of piranhas, where the number of fish and shrimp seen is decreasing. Eels are magical beasts, and their intelligence is far greater than that of crocodiles and piranhas. After all, the brain capacity of fish is small, so you can't have too many illusions about their intelligence. Attilan plans to talk to this Golden Eel King in person. If he knows what's good for him, Attilan can keep him. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he will eat eel rice tonight. It's hard to catch piranhas now, but that doesn't mean it won't be easy in the future. There are the most piranhas in the rainforest. Now that food is scarce, what else can we eat besides piranhas? Yes, Attilan said so the fishman could only bow his head respectfully to show his submission. There is a lake in the middle of the rainforest, where the most powerful magical beast in the rainforest, the golden eel, lives. After all, the ability to discharge electricity is really too cheating in the water. The golden body of the electric eel swimming reflects bursts of golden light under the sunlight. Attilan landed at the lakeside and counted the number of golden eels. The number of golden eels is not large, probably because the lake is inhabited by small fish, and the adult golden eels go out to hunt freely. After all, they are nearly 2 meters long and can discharge electricity, so they have the ability to protect themselves even if they encounter a school of piranhas. After Attilan released lightning, the piranhas quickly retreated, which was a habit he learned in the process of fighting with the golden eels that release electricity to catch fish. Come out, King Eel, you should be able to sense my arrival. After Attilan finished speaking, a dark-colored golden eel really rose up from the center of the lake. Judging from the part of the king eel's body that emerged from the water, his body length was more than 5 meters. The swamp worm doesn't care about you anymore. Why don't you join me? Your tribe won't be reduced to competing with piranhas for living space after so many years. Think about it yourself. Has the swamp worm ever cared about you? King Eel, I think you're going to die soon. After you die, can your descendants still guard such a large hunting ground? The king eel roared with a relatively obvious electronic sound, which was full of warning. However, he was facing a giant dragon. Even if his body length doubled, he would not dare to attack the dragon. Attilan thought it was very interesting that a fish could also roar, and it was electronic sound. The king eel would be a qualified pet. Attilan wanted to subdue the golden eel, because fish that can release electricity and have magic are rare and very suitable for eliminating the piranhas that are rampant in the rainforest. If the murlocs need war pets and mounts for underwater combat, the golden eels can serve as both, at least much better than the big bluefish tamed by the green scale tribe. So, what is your answer? The dragon power emanating from Attilan became stronger and stronger. Under the strong mental pressure, the body of the golden eel king kept swinging, and finally accompanied by a roar. The eel king gave his answer, swearing allegiance to the swamp dragon until death. A silver-white electric current spurted out of his mouth and hit Attilan directly. Attilan did not dodge, and quietly watched the lightning fall on him. This kind of electric current is more powerful than the thunder he used when he was tempering his body with lightning. You are brave, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Attilan flapped his wings and flew towards the Eel King. The Eel King did not dodge, but instead launched the last charge of his life and got the end he wanted. Attilan split it into 3 parts with one claw, removed the inedible internal organs, and roasted it directly by the lake. At this time, something Attilan didn't expect happened. The internal organs of the Eel King that he discarded in the lake were actually wrapped in a strange energy. The golden eels, which were originally intimidated by Attilan's dragon power and dared not move, suddenly became agitated and released their weak thunder magic. Attilan's eyes widened. And even the golden eel king in his hand was not fragrant. A golden eel that can give birth to natural spirits was actually eaten by him. Attilan is now heartbroken. Why is he so greedy? originally thought that after being nourished by magic, the meat of the golden eel king would be more delicious, but it was not. In fact, compared with ordinary eels, the meat of the eel king tasted something less. Now seeing the birth of the natural spirit, Attilan understood that the most essential magic had been taken away by the soul of the eel king with his death. Fortunately, although the natural spirit in front of him was born from the golden eel king, it can be regarded as two completely new individuals from the original eel king, and Attilan still has the possibility to subdue him. But he just ate the meat of the eel king, which is bad. After all, the eel king is the predecessor of the electric eel spirit. Facing Attilan, who killed the eel king and ate the meat of the eel king, he naturally felt disgusted. If it was the swamp dragon that the eel king risked his life to follow, it would probably be easy to subdue the electric eel spirit, just like the green scale tribe subdued the green fish spirit because they had been together for decades. Based on the current of the eel king, Attilan judged that the eel king's strength was not strong, but the eel king had a pure soul and firm beliefs, which were the reasons why he became a spirit. Attilan was silent. He knew that he had made a mistake this time. He originally just wanted to subdue a group of fishing gear, but he didn't expect that there would be golden legends in the fishing gear. It was because his cultivation was not in place. Recently, as the war progressed, his heart seemed to become impetuous, and his exploration of things could not get to the essence. After reacting, he quickly destroyed the remaining roasted eel meat with thunder, and at the same time used life energy and water elements to frantically wash his dragon body. As for the part that was eaten, Attilan also used life control to control his stomach to spit it out. In short, it cannot be contaminated with any breath that disgusts the natural spirit. Atlantis already has two spirits, the blue fish and the white bull, but the more strange creatures such as natural spirits, the better. Natural spirits are like signal stations that can receive corresponding natural elements. For example, the blue fish spirit can gather water elements, the white bull can gather earth elements, and this electric eel is naturally thunder energy. Attilan needs such a spirit to assist him in tempering his body and refining the dragon ball to help him purify the lightning element. Before the electric eel spirit was formed, Attilan also guided the thunder, trying to involve the lightning energy with his spiritual imprint in the formation of the electric eel spirit. This was not done to increase the recognition of the electric eel spirit after its birth, but to study the formation process of the spirit. For spirits like this, studying them would greatly benefit the growth of strength. The birth of the natural spirit was very fast. Attilan only figured out a little trick to purify the lightning energy, and the electric eel spirit was already born. The newly born electric eel spirit was full of curiosity about everything around it, especially the golden eel that looked very similar to him, but the golden eel was not very interested in him as an alien. The lightning he accidentally emitted was a bit too strong for the eels. Although they could discharge electricity, it did not mean that they were resistant to electric current. They would still be injured and electrocuted. Attilan spit out the dragon ball, and the dragon ball surrounded by emerald thunder instantly attracted the electric eel spirit. Looking at the electric eel spirit that turned into golden electric light and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, Attilan was ecstatic. Zyojin, do you want to follow me in the future? The electric eel spirit circled around Attilan. Although it didn't feel much about Attilan, the life thunder lingering in the dragon ball was too attractive to a thunder spirit. In the end, he followed Attilan. As for the golden eels in this lake, they naturally chose to surrender under the pressure of Attilan. In addition to the fact that their ancestors were killed by one claw, the fish feed made by Attilan with wheat bran, alfalfa and other materials was also the key to conquering the eels. The matter of electric eels preying on piranhas can be left to Fisher and his men. Attilan now needs to have a good exchange with the electric eel spirit. It's just to reach a preliminary intention, but it must not let the electric eel spirit run away. There is no way. Natural spirits can't restrict them by force, otherwise their effects will not be exerted at all. It's the same whether they are caught or not. They must agree from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Attilan came to ask the old naughty boy how to subdue the electric eel spirit. After understanding the cause and effect, the old naughty boy said with a strange look on his face, "So, you killed someone, and you want the spirit born from his soul to work for you? Isn't that a bit too perverted?" Chapter 207 The Secret Life of Pets. Just tell me if there is a way. If I knew that the Eel King could sublimate the nature spirit, I would definitely let him live to old age. The old naughty boy waved his hand and said leisurely, "It is hard to say that the birth of the electric eel spirit has nothing to do with your killing of the Eel King in advance. It is your dragon power that made the Eel King's spirit surpass the limit of his bloodline, so he has this possibility. If he died of old age, his spiritual thoughts would decay. Even if there could be another electric eel spirit, it would not be as outstanding as this one. Compared with the green fish and the white bull, he is too dazzling. Dazzling does not refer to the golden luster of the electric eel spirit, but to his talent for mobilizing natural energy. The green fish's talent is the worst among the three. I don't know what kind of magical beast the white bull was transformed into, but judging from his intelligence that basically reaches the level of a normal adult human, the white bull must have been a powerful guy when he was alive. As for the Eel King, his strength in his lifetime was indeed quite good, but he was not qualified to give birth to a natural spirit of this quality. Attilan believed what the old naughty boy said. Because of him, there was such an outstanding electric eel spirit. Comparing the talents of the three spirits, the black fish is like a green card, the white bull is like a blue card, and the electric eel is a gold card. Attilan is not sure about taming such a spirit of heaven and earth. So how can I get his approval and let him follow me to practice together? Well, the old naughty boy suddenly rubbed his belly and smiled at Attilan. After saying so much, I think you should be hungry too. I will ask the kitchen to make a table of delicious food for you. I really want to cook for you myself, but I have to use the thunder of life to track the electric eel spirit. I really can't get away. Please forgive me. The old naughty boy waved his hand casually. It's okay, as long as the food is delicious and can fill the whole table. Attilan showed a caring smile. Please wait a moment. Attilan waved to the fishman serving beside him and ordered, ask the kitchen to use the best ingredients and prepare a table of dishes and send it up, and be a little faster. Soon all the dishes were served, and the old naughty boy looked at Attilan with satisfaction. As expected of a food expert, the chefs under his guidance are becoming more and more skilled. The old naughty boy ate a few bites of each dish, and from time to time he suddenly hummed with satisfaction, and nodded his head. Can I tell you now, dear old naughty boy? The old naughty boy paused his chopsticks and said slowly, this is very difficult to do, although Attilan also wanted to overturn this table full of delicious food like a certain bird, and said that it would be difficult to do it. But he still held back, and the old naughty boy had a strong sense of evil taste. When he said this, it was obvious that he felt that one meal was not enough. 3 times. Whenever you want to eat, I'll ask them to make you a table of dishes that are even more sumptuous than this one. What do you think? It's still a little difficult. 1 week, no more. Kingland Town only stores so many rare ingredients. The old naughty boy smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I'll give you some pointers now. In fact, the key to taming the electric eel spirit lies in the other 2 spirits. Attilan didn't quite understand. This is a newly born spirit. If it can live with other spirits, it will definitely be willing to stay. So all you need is the herring, the white bull and the electric eel to be friends. With just this simple sentence, you asked me for a whole week's worth of top-notch feasts, Attilan asked with gritted teeth. The old naughty boy calmly picked up a piece of pear blossom pastry and started eating. I remember there was a person who said a very classic quote to me. It seems to be called something like true transmission can be spread in 1 sentence, false transmission can be spread in 10,000 books. Do you know this person? Thanks, old naughty boy. I will go to summon the blue fish and the white bull now. Although the relationship between the white bull and Attilan is not as close as that between the blue fish and Attilan, Attilan still successfully signed a contract with the white bull and summoned the white bull to appear beside him when he could. As for the blue fish, it is now next to the electric eel. One spits out silver white electric balls, and the other spits out azure water balls, playing happily. If he could notice the relationship between the blue fish and the electric eel in advance, they would have quickly become good friends from being strangers at the beginning, and he might be able to keep the rare ingredients that can be cooked for a week. Who told you not to observe carefully enough? You deserve to be taught a lesson by me. Attilan was not reluctant. After all, these ingredients from the forest were collected in Kingland Town and made into dishes for everyone to eat together. It was this feeling of being toyed with that made him unhappy. Attilan cast a spell to summon the white bull. He faced the white bull, which was white and exuded a sacred and majestic aura, especially the 2 big horns, which were sharp and straight, like 2 sharp swords. Big-horned bull, go and play with him. This electric eel is very important to my practice. Please, I will tell Lister to sit down calmly and meditate with you for a week. What do you think? It would not work for anyone else, but as long as the matter involved Lister, it would be very easy to persuade the white bull. With a moo, the white bull stepped forward and walked towards the electric eel. To be honest, Attilan was very curious. The white bull could agree to various conditions for Lista. It couldn't be that this natural spirit fell in love with Lista? But natural spirits have no gender and there is no love. Could it be that the white bull and Lista were lovers in the previous life, and he was also a white minotaur? After death, he became the spirit of the white bull? It seems not. Although Lista is almost 30 years old, he still doesn't have a wife. That's right, as the most powerful warrior among the minotaurs, he actually doesn't have a wife. It's not that those brave and good female minotaurs look down on him, it's just that Lista has no feelings for those stupid female minotaurs. Lista hopes that his wife is a wise female minotaur. She can pass on his only relatively intelligent brain among the minotaurs, so that he is single until now, and even among the yaks with relatively higher intelligence, there is no candidate that suits his heart. In another 2 years, Lista can change his job to an earth element magician. The land that the white bull stepped on was rendered with a layer of earthy yellow light, which instantly attracted the attention of the electric eel that spewed electric balls. It turned into a flash of lightning and quickly appeared beside the white bull. The white bull was shocked. He had traveled all over the country for so many years, and the electric eel was really the fastest natural spirit he had seen. Although the white bull only went around the southwest desert for several times, he only saw 2 or 3 spirits, and they were weaker than the bluefish. The next time he went there, they were gone, and even the oasis where the spirits lived was destroyed. The electric eel spit out a lightning bubble to greet the white bull, and the white bull also made a round oil ball and handed it to the electric eel. Unfortunately, the newly born electric eel, with its illusory energy body, could not lift the heavy oil ball. After all, the spirit is a creature that is more spiritual than biological. The electric eel was very distressed. He wanted to pick up the gift given to him by his new friend, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch it. Finally, the electric eel became angry and sent out a fierce lightning to break this oil ball. Attilan saw that this was his chance. Little electric eel, do you want to pick up the gift given to you by the white bull? The electric eel nodded. I have a way, do you want to know? The electric eel nodded again. This method also requires a little help from your 2 new friends, and it will take a long time. I wonder if you are willing to stay here temporarily. If you stay here, I can introduce you to more good friends. When the electric eel heard the word good friends, he nodded frantically. Attilan smiled with a successful plot. Now he was like a weird uncle who asked a child to look at a goldfish. Very good, now I will introduce you to a new friend, Yubei. Come out. Yubei was the big river clam that Attilan had raised for 2 years. In the process of her transformation into a mirage, I don't know if she was infected by the mirage gas, her shell gradually changed from blue and white to bright red. It was a bit too ostentatious, but this color also gave her name an idea, Yubei, simple and vivid. Hearing Attilan's call, Yubei, who was originally lurking at the bottom of the water and silently swallowing water elements, slowly floated to the surface. The gorgeous shell instantly attracted the newly born electric eel. It kept turning around Yubei, as if it was not very interested in the silver-white current lingering around the electric eel's body. Facing the electric eel that took the initiative to approach, Yubei felt that he was like an annoying fly. Moreover, because of the possible harm caused by the current to her, after the weak current stimulated her shell, Yubei directly stirred up a wave of water elements and knocked the electric eel out. Just when Attilan wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, he suddenly found that the electric eel became more enthusiastic, and there seemed to be something else in this enthusiasm. Old naughty boy, what do you think? I'll sit and watch. With this Yubei, what you are worried about should not happen. Unless Yubei dies, the electric eel spirit will not leave. No, the little electric eel should go to avenge Yubei, even if he himself will most likely end up dead. Attilan shook his head. Love-mindedness is not good. Why is he, as a wise and powerful dragon lord, surrounded by a group of love-mindedness? Half-goat man, old naughty boy, and now there is an eel. It's absolutely amazing. In fact, knowing that you can't win, you still go up to die. Not only can you not get revenge, but you also lose your own life. Do you think it's worth it? In a world without her, what's the point of living? Attilan took a deep breath and felt his heart tighten. It turned out that dragons can also be angry and have a heart attack? The old naughty boy smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I promised her that I would live well with her share, so I won't take the initiative to seek death. Really? You love-brained people, what can I do to save you? There is no hope, just wait for death. As expected, he still hated love-brained people the most. Discussing love with love-brained people, he was really crazy. It would be better to think about how to use the power of these three spirits to transform the environment of the wetland. Old naughty boy, I remember you once mentioned a magic array that uses the power of spirits to purify and transform the surrounding natural environment, thereby changing the low energy concentration into a holy place for cultivation. Do you think Kingayu and the other three can operate this magic array? The old naughty boy just glanced and said, you don't even have the most basic earth, wind, water and fire. Do you think they can do it? Just say but. The old naughty boy smiled and said, but who made me the most outstanding elemental druid in this world? Even if there are only the natural spirits of the three elements of earth, water and thunder, I can design a magic array to transform the environment. What are your conditions? No conditions. Today I witnessed a pure and ignorant love. I am in a good mood now, so I will help you design it for free. Love Brain, what is so great? Thanks to Love Brain, he finally got a monkey like Old Naughty Boy for free. Old Naughty Boy, a representative of not throwing eagles until seeing rabbits. As expected, everything has its value, including Love Brain. However, I can design a natural energy purification and transformation array that only needs earth, water and wind to operate, but the three of them, except by you, do not meet the conditions for operating the array, so you need to train them well. When they meet the standards, I will naturally give you the corresponding array scroll. Attilan narrowed his eyes and stared at him. You can't come up with a design in a short time, so you use this trick to delay time. The old naughty boy coughed and said calmly, some things are better to see through, not to say it out loud. What do you think? I'm not a god. How can I think about it and come up with a perfect array design for you to try to practice? Then you should give some guidance on the practice methods of the electric eel and the bluefish, including by Niu and Zubei. Right, that's no problem, but I can only give practice advice from the perspective of elements, and there is a condition that you also have to join in the practice of elements. Attilan pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Why, after sealing the blood of the ocean dragon, you actually showed a very outstanding talent for element manipulation. Not only the water element, but also the fire element that conflicts with the water element, you can control it with ease. I have reason to believe that you are actually the element genius I am looking for. I was about to die a few days ago, and I realized that the knowledge of the element school inherited from my master has not yet found a suitable inheritor. Attilan was puzzled. It is a pure ocean, how could a dragon have such a high elemental affinity? And from what you said, it seems to be all the elements. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if the blood of the ocean dragon is sealed, my affinity for other elements cannot be so high. The old naughty boy just smiled at him and said something very scary. Is there a possibility? In fact, you are not a purebred ocean dragon. Attilan looked weird, revealing a mouthful of fangs. What do you mean? You said I am a hybrid, rebirth game text, focusing on old-fashioned excitement, plus beast control evolution flow. Veteran boutique author, quality assurance. Chapter 208 Attilan, I, the elemental dragon god? The old naughty boy suppressed his smile and looked at Attilan, waving his hand calmly. I didn't say that, you said it yourself. In your case, the correct term should be mixed blood. The other elemental bloodlines that should have shown certain characteristics are suppressed. I think it's because your ocean dragon bloodline is too strong. Didn't you say that you have the talent to become an ocean elemental dragon king? This water talent suppresses the other elemental bloodlines. The characteristics you show are not much different from those of ordinary ocean dragons. Hiss. Attilan felt that the old naughty boy's analysis seemed to make some sense. So, I should use your element seal to seal the water elemental bloodline of the ocean dragon, and then develop the other elemental bloodlines. The old naughty boy slammed the table and said fiercely, no. There are 1,000 birds in this forest, it's better to have one in your hand. You should develop your water elemental bloodline to the limit, and then you can sense the suppressed other elemental bloodlines. The old naughty boy glared at him. You can't eat a wild boar in one bite. Even if you have other elemental dragon bloodlines, they are not as good as your ocean dragon bloodline. The water elemental force alone is enough for you to study for thousands of years. In the past, I always thought that my talent was the best in the world. I could control any element freely in just 3 days. I even integrated the 7 energies of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth to build an energy wheel, trying to use the energy wheel as the foundation for becoming a natural demigod. The final result was that the energy wheel was too delicate but not powerful enough and was broken by the death claw on the battlefield. If only the 5 elemental forces of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth were used to build the energy wheel, the power contained in the energy wheel would be at least 30% more. The energy wheel would not break, and she would not die. The old naughty boy's eyes suddenly became affectionate and sad, which made Attilan feel helpless. The love brain broke out again. Who can cure this terminal illness? Actually, I have an idea. If I can find a god of time, maybe I can save your girlfriend from the end of death, but you still can't be together for hundreds of years in between. The old naughty boy's eyes emitted an unusual light. God of time? Tell me what you think. Attilan didn't expect that the old naughty boy would even try such an absurd idea. Travel back to before her accident and use a surrogate puppet to replace her, so that she will think that she is dead and her soul is scattered, and she herself is taken to the day when the god of time takes action. This will not affect the timeline. She has not broken through the legend. After all, she is just a mortal. The impact of jumping the timeline will not be too great. It's just that asking the god of time to take action, the favors, resources and rewards consumed, you need to think of a way, so not only can you not die, but you must also become a quasi-god, so that you are qualified to talk to the gods. Even if the gods are kind and amiable, I think mortals are not qualified to talk to them on an equal footing. If your value cannot be recognized by the gods and the gods do not receive corresponding rewards, how can the gods take action? Old naughty boy, you need to work hard. The old naughty boy looked at him with a look that made Attilan shudder. No, if it were me, even if I became a quasi-god with level 0 divine power, I would definitely not be recognized by the noble god of time. But you are different. The talent of dragons is much stronger than that of other races. You have the qualifications to become a god, especially after combining the top knowledge of the 2 druid schools of life and elements. It is not impossible for you to transcend weak divine power and become weak divine power 1 to 5 levels, weak divine power 6 to 10 levels. Attilan's mouth twitched. The old naughty boy thought too highly of him, and the knowledge secrets of the school of life and the school of elements. As soon as he saw the corner of Attilan's mouth, the old naughty boy knew what he was thinking. Do you know that the premise for a school to appear in the natural council is that this school has a quasi-god who is promoted based on the knowledge of the school? The so-called school head refers to a druid who has the potential to become a quasi-god. Life and elements just correspond to your dragon bloodline talent. Combining the knowledge of the 2 major schools, do you think you have the possibility of becoming the second elemental dragon god? Attilan's eyes widened immediately. Old naughty boy, do you want me to die? Can you even mention the 4 words elemental dragon god? The old naughty boy smiled and shook his head. It's not just me, this is also what Geoj expects of you. The food dragon god is just a cover for your true identity. After all, making food always requires elemental forces such as water, fire, ice, and earth, and don't tell me that as an elemental dragon, you don't have any thoughts in this regard. Do you want to live your whole life as an ocean dragon, or restore the name of a life dragon? Now we are assisting you, but in the future, maybe all the resources of the entire Natural Council will be thrown at you. Of course, the Natural Council will also need to face a major crisis that it can't withstand. You must go all out, so that you can get the maximum supply of resources. The old naughty boy's words touched Attilan's heart. The name of Ocean Dragon is not bad, but there is always a feeling that the dragon is inferior to others. The name of Life Dragon is not eye-catching, but it is a dragon after all. By the way, didn't Master say that an envoy would be sent down to examine my talent? When will the envoy arrive? I can prepare some food in advance to entertain the envoy. The old naughty boy waved his hand calmly and said, if you want to bribe the evaluation envoys with delicious food, don't have such a crooked idea. They won't buy it. Every evaluation envoy has undergone strict review and training. They will use the most rigorous attitude to evaluate the talents of the druids participating in the evaluation. You think the envoy has not arrived yet, but in fact, they may have turned into birds and observed you for a while, so, you need me to help you figure out your elemental bloodline. Your hidden elemental bloodline can help you get higher scores. The Natural Council has always wanted to have a true god belonging to the Natural Council, so why can't this true god be you? I'm only 2.5 years old. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to be deified? The old naughty boy smiled and said, the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. Some people will never become a level 10 professional in their entire lives, while others can be deified after just a few years on the professional path. Talent, strength, luck, You have to believe in the free arrangement of fate. Attilan suddenly thought of a question. Master and Master Bloodstained are both school heads, so why isn't Master's wife? Do you want to see what school they are from? How many resources can the School of Life and Withering provide them? Angina has always been a strong competitor for the head of the School of Plants. Remember, plants, animals, elements, in order, have become the mainstream of druids because there are many people and resources, and most of the quasi-gods come from these schools. To be honest, the second-generation elven quasi-god of the School of Life has lived for such a long time without dying in battle, and can still jump up and down and want to join the elven pantheon. It can already be called a miracle. Then why doesn't the elven pantheon need a patriarch? I think there should be many druids in the elven pantheon. Origin is not a reason. No, I am superficial. Origin is the biggest reason. That's right. There are dozens of quasi-gods of all sizes within the elven god system. The elven god system cannot give them the god position, let alone the elves that are free from the elven god system. The elven god system can only be said to control the largest number of elves, but it cannot be said that all the elves are under their control. If a true elven god appears, the god system is still willing to absorb him. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about your bloodline. I have basically recovered now. I can help you explore the bloodline components. Even if you don't practice other bloodlines now, I think it is still necessary to have a full understanding of your bloodline. Attilan nodded quickly. Yes, I think so too, especially the fire element bloodline. Attilan wanted to know what level it was at, and if he got the purgatory dragon soul, could his bloodline be controlled? The process of analyzing the bloodline may be a little painful. You should be able to endure it, right? Attilan raised his head confidently. Old naughty boy, do you look down on me? I am Geoja's apprentice, practicing the secret arts of the School of Life. Needless to say, my ability to endure pain is among the best. Okay, let's go to my residence now. If we want to test the elemental bloodline, we must make use of the environment there, especially for a dragon as big as you. I'm really worried that the elemental power I have stored will not be enough. I absorbed a lot of it during my training some time ago to reshape the elemental wheel. Attilan asked curiously, aren't those elemental powers of yours used to raise elemental beasts? You are talking nonsense. Although I really like to play, I won't waste resources to create an environment full of elements just to raise pets. Wouldn't it be better to give these resources for raising pets to young druids for training? The old naughty boy leaped up and jumped nimbly to Attilan's junior. Let's go. You're already well, why can't you fly back by yourself? Why do you want me to carry you? The old naughty boy pointed at Attilan's nose and cursed. I have taught you all the knowledge of the elemental school. Even if I'm not your master, I'm half of your master. What's wrong with asking you to carry me for a while? Can you respect your master a little? Besides, do you think it's easy to detect your bloodline? I'm wrong, Master Old Naughty Boy, please calm down. We'll set off now. Back at the old naughty boy's residence, Attilan looked carefully from the air. Only then did he realize that the old naughty boy's place actually included energy pools of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, positive and negative, as well as ice, light, darkness and other elemental forces. Is it so comprehensive? Do you think I'm you? After 2 years of work, you still haven't figured out an underwater energy pool. I adjusted it for you last time. Is it useful? It works. Attilan coughed awkwardly twice. Compared with the old naughty boy, even though he was a sea dragon born to control the water element, his experience was still much worse. In the past, when he stayed in his dragon nest, Zubei would go out to look for food. Now the concentration of water element is so high that not only Zubei, but even Attilan wants to stay in it and sleep quietly for a while. Land directly in the snow valley. Water and ice are closest. Let's test the blood concentration of your frost dragon first. After landing, Attilan watched the old naughty boy take out various materials from the dimension bag and set up a complicated magic circle beside the energy pool that he couldn't understand at all. Just to explore the bloodline, do you need such a complicated magic circle? You won't understand even if I tell you. You will understand it naturally after the frost energy is infused into your body. After the magic circle was drawn, the old naughty boy clapped his hands and asked, "Are you ready?" "I can't wait." Attilan wagged his tail, his eyes eager to try. "Okay, then stand in the center of the magic circle. I'm going to start infusing the ice element." As soon as Attilan stood in, the old naughty boy started to activate the magic circle. He immediately felt a chilling energy injected into his dragon body, and gradually had a strange feeling of penetrating his soul. But as the ice elemental force increased, his ocean dragon blood began to react, instinctively began to reject the ice elemental force. At this time, the magic circle revealed a strange white light, and the ocean dragon blood was stabilized. Just when Attilan wanted to ask what the principle was, a sharp pain surged from his bones, and like a tide, it became more and more turbulent. He wanted to swing his body to release his emotions and relieve the pain, but his body was frozen without knowing when. Attilan gritted his teeth and asked, "Old naughty boy, what's going on? Didn't I say it would hurt a little? You call this a little? It hurts more than my last life transformation." Okay, soon, the pain intensified, and Attilan was completely speechless. Just when his consciousness was vague, he seemed to come to a world of ice and snow shrouded in white, and saw a silver-white dragon flying in the wind and snow. He had a strange feeling that this silver-white frost dragon was him. As expected, he was gradually able to control the body of the frost dragon, circling and dancing in the air, spitting out a stream of snow-white frost dragon breath, adding another icicle to the world. Attilan suddenly felt tired and fell asleep on the ice and snow. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the old naughty boy looking at him happily. How does it feel? It must feel great to be a frost dragon. If it weren't for the previous experience that almost killed him, this would indeed be a very wonderful experience. So, what is the purity and quantity of my frost dragon bloodline? Don't worry about that. I want to tell you another good news. In addition to the frost bloodline, you have a total of 6 other bloodlines. 2 of them are very weak, but there are 4 more, which are not much weaker than the frost bloodline. The specific situation still needs to be understood after the energy is infused one by one with a magic circle. 6 kinds. Does this mean that there are 8 elemental bloodlines in my body? What are they? I don't know. I need to infuse energy to activate them one by one. Only after activation can I know the specific situation, but judging from the current situation, you do have the potential to become an elemental dragon god. I didn't lie to you about this. Attilan was silent in his heart. So the reason why he didn't have the cheat was that the talent contained in his body was enough to cheat? Myth card supplier, starting with Nezha the Third Prince used Chinese legends to cast myths in another world. Chapter 209 Meeting the Divine Deer. Attilan shuddered. The infusion of ice elemental power into his body just now had made him feel like he was dying and almost had a mental breakdown. If it weren't for the blood illusion after activating the frost dragon bloodline at the end, which reunited his scattered consciousness, he would have become a fool. 6 more times, old naughty boy, do you really want to see me become a fool? The old naughty boy pointed at Attilan's nose and said confidently, you haven't changed. Do you think it's easy to activate the hidden bloodline? Especially for you, a dragon with extraordinary talent. If you really do it 6 more times, I will be the one who is seriously injured. Feel carefully how much your body has changed before and after activating the frost dragon bloodline before you say such heartless words. Attilan coughed awkwardly twice. He used his mental power to explore the changes in the dragon's body and found that his frost dragon bloodline was actually in a hidden activation state. The so-called hidden activation state means that the bloodline is closed under normal circumstances, but when needed, it can be directly opened and used. It is usually closed and will not conflict with his water element bloodline. It will even make the 2 bloodlines adapt to each other's existence, and there is a certain probability that the advantages of the 2 bloodlines will be integrated to give birth to a higher-level dragon bloodline. Attilan's tightly closed eyes opened instantly, and he asked the old naughty boy eagerly, if I activate 8 dragon bloodlines, and then use your secret method to let them merge and sublimate into a new dragon bloodline, wouldn't it be stronger than the legendary dragon? The old naughty boy took a bite of the apple confidently, and then threw it aside. Apples are indeed more suitable for Jorge. I still prefer pork elbows. If pork elbows have a little fire elemental power, it will be perfect. Seeing that the old naughty boy was talking about something else, Attilan still didn't understand. It is true that the flame boar has not yet achieved an orderly breeding system, but I think it is still okay to select a few boars to castrate and fatten them to make spicy pork elbows. The old naughty boy nodded with satisfaction. You understand me, kid? But a little bit of pork elbow can't make me agree to help you activate the remaining 6 bloodlines. Not only can I not do it now, but your dragon body can't bear 8 completely different dragon bloodlines. Don't look at your current size of more than 10 meters. If you explode into a ball of blood mist, I don't think there will be many broken limbs left. After all, with your training level, your dragon body, Only the dragon horns, dragon claws and dragon tail should be left. Right, the three types mentioned by the old naughty boy are weapons that Attilan will use in battle. He specially used the life and thunder energy in the Dragon Ball to temper the three parts to increase their strength. His wings were also tempered in order to fly faster, but the wings are still a bit fragile. If he really exploded, there would be no parts left of the wings. Continue to temper your dragon body. Remember, it is an all-round tempering. There cannot be any loopholes, otherwise you will explode from this gap like a broken barrel. The previous thunder intensity was still a bit low. You need to increase the intensity now. I think it is appropriate to soak in the thunder pool. Why don't we put the next bloodline activation in the thunder pool of Amethyst Mountain? It just so happens that besides the Frost Dragon, the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon is suitable for you to activate now. Attilan's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself, the snow in winter, the thunder in spring, and the rain in summer, compared to the gourmet dragon god. I think I should become a meteorological dragon god first. Meteorological dragon god. This is not bad either. The god of gourmet and climate, or the god of harvest in gourmet. I knew that you kid must have more ideas than us. Attilan forced a smile and nodded. He didn't say anything. It was the old naughty boy's imagination that was too strong. He just liked to eat delicious food, so the old naughty boy and the bear man thought that he wanted to become a gourmet dragon god as a springboard. Now he just imagined that he could rely on the power of these three dragon bloodlines to control the clouds and rain in his kingdom and ensure the kingdom's good weather, and then he wanted to become the god of climate. If the natural empire really succeeded in encompassing the entire continent, and his power could indeed ensure the stability of the continent's climate, then with the help of the prayers of those intelligent beings who relied on agriculture, forestry, fishing and animal husbandry for survival, he would become the god of climate 100%, without any surprises. Attilan stopped the old boy from continuing his fantasy in shame. Don't talk about this god or that god. Let's talk about when we are going to awaken the blood of the lightning dragon. The old naughty boy sat on the ground casually and said, don't worry, wait until your body adapts to the blood of the frost dragon. Attilan wagged his tail and asked curiously, old naughty boy, didn't you say that I should focus on improving the blood of the ocean dragon? Why did you activate my ice element blood just after you said that? The old naughty boy glared at him and said, just because I don't let you practice something doesn't mean you can't do it. After activating the blood of the frost dragon, even if you don't take the initiative to practice, the power of the blood will be enhanced as your dragon body grows. Attilan nodded. This is indeed the case. Just like his ocean dragon blood, excluding those parts that were enhanced because of his active practice, the power of his blood spontaneously increased in the past 2 years is still quite optimistic. It is about the same as the power of a professional from level 0 to level 1. After activating the lightning bloodline, are you sure that the three bloodlines will not conflict in my body? As long as your dragon body is big enough, you can store the three elements in specific parts to form elemental organs, and build an independent energy internal circulation system, so that conflicts can be avoided, and your dragon ball is very suitable as a lubricant for heterogeneous energies to avoid energy conflicts. The words of the old naughty boy made Attilan's mind explode with a flash of inspiration. He said that the elemental dragon god was already so strong, why did he still need to cast the dragon ball? It turned out that the purpose of the dragon god was the same, using the dragon ball to contain the conflicting elemental forces in his body to form a whole, so that he could transform into a real elemental dragon god. So the elemental dragon god failed because his plan failed, or was discovered by his opponent, and took advantage of a certain opportunity to cause his fall. After listening to Attilan's idea, the old naughty boy touched his chin and said, it sounds a bit outrageous, but it is indeed possible, so you should polish your dragon balls well. If possible, remember to imitate the elemental dragon god and create a corresponding dragon ball for each of the 8 elements in your body. But Attilan waved his hand casually, smiled cunningly and said, no need, since the elemental dragon god has already created a dragon ball containing divine power, I can just borrow it and use it. Why bother to make a new one myself? The old naughty boy rolled his eyes at Attilan. Do you think you are the reincarnation of the elemental dragon god? You can take the dragon god's artifact and use it whenever you want? Don't think that the swamp dragon seems to be very majestic when using the ocean dragon's soul. He just took advantage of it. In fact, he didn't give full play to the power of the ocean dragon's soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so abrupt in mobilizing the water elemental power of the dragon lake to deal with the death claw. Before, I only knew that he had a treasure with water elemental power in his hand. If you hadn't said it was the ocean dragon's soul, I might never have known what his treasure was in this life, but I can feel that he will be injured when using this treasure, proving that he does not have enough control over the item and will be injured by the backlash of power. If he can't do it, why can you, just like you said, lend me the ocean dragon soul for treatment? I'm afraid that if the swamp dragon agrees to lend it and really treats me, the result will not be that the injury is healed, but that I will die from the excessive elemental power infusion. You have to remember one thing, artifact. It is a prop used by gods. In addition to the daily utensils used by gods, this kind of artifact involves practice and combat. Mortals will pay a price for using it, and this price is usually very painful, even for giant dragons. So, don't try to get the ocean dragon's soul. The serious expression of the old naughty boy made Attilan put away his carefree look. Understood, even if he had the talent of the water element dragon king, he was not there after all. If he rashly drove the ocean dragon's soul, his fate would be like that of the child who rode the frame of the sun god's father in the sky and finally set himself on fire. Now let's go eat roasted pigs. I'll show you what it means to eat a whole pig in one bite. The old naughty boy looked at Attilan indifferently. He had just taught Attilan not to think about eating a whole pig in one bite, but now he was going against him, right? I definitely don't mean that. It's roasted suckling pig, a 10-pound piglet. For a dragon like me, it's roasted until golden and crispy. I can chew it up even the bones with one bite. As his body grew bigger, Attilan gradually changed his original way of eating. In the past, his way of eating was very similar to that of a human, but now he is completely like a dragon. For example, he eats meat without spitting out bones. In the past, he could bite bones into pieces, but he didn't like to gnaw on bones. Now it's different. His teeth are too good, and only bones make him feel chewy. Or when cooking some old beasts, others find it hard to bite, but only Attilan feels that they're chewy, and he likes them very much. Of course, he only needs to mobilize his life energy to make his taste return to the original popular taste and become a gourmet dragon god that meets the public's aesthetics. When the two return to Kingland Town, they ask the chef to serve the dishes as soon as possible. Because there are indeed not many individuals bred from flame wild boars, what they ate this time was still ordinary meat pigs. After 2 years of selection and domestication, the third generation of domesticated wild boars already have some characteristics of meat pigs. For example, their meat has a much lower fishy smell than wild boars, and the texture is more tender. Although it is not particularly tender and smooth, it will not be hard to chew after being cooked for 2 hours. As soon as the golden roast suckling pig was served, the old naughty boy immediately got hungry and grabbed one to enjoy. It's hot. How could the freshly baked suckling pig not be hot? The old naughty boy was not like the bear man who was tempered by lightning, so he subconsciously raised his hand. I thought the roast suckling pig would fall to the ground, but suddenly a shadow came out of the bush, bit the roast suckling pig and disappeared. Attilan stood up and chased in the direction where the shadow disappeared. Not long after, Attilan flew back with a puzzled look on his face. Damn it! There are animals in this forest that I can't even catch up with. Old naughty boy, is it your masterpiece? Or has Master Zurin come back to breed magical beasts? The old naughty boy twitched his nose and shook his head and said, it's not a breath of the forest. Although it belongs to nature, it should come from outside. Where did you chase it and lose it? It's not far west of Kingland Town. There is no other animal except a white deer eating grass. You are so smart, why didn't you suspect that it was the white deer who did it? White deer? Although Attilan has heard that some sheep dare to eat grass today and eat meat tomorrow, do white deer also eat meat? Did they agree that the deer would eat wild apples? Is there a possibility that it was not a white deer, but a druid? Have you seen that white deer encounter a giant dragon flying over the sky? Instead of turning around and running away, it continued to eat grass calmly. I was deceived. Attilan clapped his hands in regret. He hunted geese all day, and today he was pecked in the eye by a goose. Let's go back and catch the white deer now. The old naughty boy calmly raised his hand to stop him. No hurry, have you forgotten that you are in the probation period now? Think about it, could this white deer be sent by the higher-ups to test you? The way to test me is to snatch the roasted suckling pig and see if I can get it back. The old naughty boy condensed a water whip and whipped Attilan in frustration. Roasted suckling pig, roasted suckling pig. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about your food. The point should be that he's interested in the roasted suckling pig. What would you do normally? Usually me. Is there any difference between me now and my usual self? Attilan looked at his dragon body in confusion. The old naughty boy said somewhat embarrassedly. Opening the blood of the frost dragon may have some subtle effects on your temperament. It seems that it has made you upright and not as smooth as before. The old naughty boy could only open his hands and release a blue light that enveloped Attilan's dragon body. Water elemental power? Attilan suddenly felt as if his brain had just regained consciousness. Yes, this is not the time to worry about that one roasted suckling pig. We should ask the kitchen to make a few more and not accidentally put the roasted suckling pig in a remote corner. The chefs are so wasteful, they really should be rewarded. Then Attilan looked at the guards beside him. Tell the chef to take the ingredients and go to the outside of Kingland town to roast the suckling pig. After it's roasted, they can leave it alone. Go again after an hour and show your concern about losing the roast suckling pig. Do you understand? The old naughty boy stroked his beard and thought, is it the white deer that came? Why, is it someone you know? Yes, not only is it someone I know, but her relationship with you should be closer than my relationship with her, in theory. Really? Who is she? The divine deer. Although we all like to call her the little deer, she is called the divine deer by the Natural Council because of her outstanding talent. She is the son of God, her father is your ancestor, the elf demigod, and her mother is the goddess of the white deer. Compared with her parents, she is more likely to be deified. She is the divine deer today, and she may not be the deer god tomorrow. Attilan's mouth twitched. The little white deer who likes to eat meat? No, it's the great uncle master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Power of the Son of God. Attilan's eyes rolled around. The daughter of a quasi-god suddenly appeared, and there were two quasi-gods. How could he not want to use the great Uncle Bailu, who had the possibility of becoming a god? That's not right. The School of Life is doing so badly in the Natural Council. Even my master was excluded and exiled to the border. Why can Bailu still be responsible for examining geniuses? In the final analysis, the School of Life was excluded by the druids because the elf ancestor was wavering between the two forces of the Natural Council and the elf god system. Because she is talented enough, and your ancestor firmly let her stay in the camp of the Natural Council. The reason why the School of Life has so few apprentices is actually because of Geogen the Dwarf Master. To be precise, the research direction of the 3 generations of the School of Life is to take root in the field of life and go as high and far as possible, so that the secrets of the School of Life have become more and more difficult under the revision of the 3 generations of the School of Life. If a school wants to prosper, it must have a low threshold. Otherwise, apprentices can't even get in. How can they be willing to join this school with no future and hope? The School of Life itself is a school that focuses more on personal cultivation and has little interest in branching out. From the beginning of the ocean dragon who taught the knowledge of life to the elves, it has not been interested in recruiting a large number of apprentices. Little White Deer is loved by almost all existing quasi-gods, even including another natural demigod who pursued the White Deer goddess. With their love, Little White Deer's status in the Natural Council has naturally risen. Quasi-gods naturally cannot show special love for a child just because he is cute. It must be out of recognition and appreciation of a child's talent, and believe that she may inherit their will and continue to struggle. If the Natural Council wants to realize its ideal world, it needs geniuses like Little White Deer one after another. Quasi-gods care about their future counterparts, not specific individuals. Of course, the fact that Little White Deer's parents are quasi-gods from the Natural Council is also a plus. So, they sent this White Deer, who can barely be considered a member of the School of Life, to investigate me. What do you think they mean, old naughty boy? You are an elemental dragon, and you have also recognized the identity of a druid. If you don't truly recognize the identity of a druid, even if you have the talent to become a quasi-god, you will not be able to get the resources of the Council of Nature. Attilan tore at the pork elbow, and asked vaguely with curiosity, how did the higher-ups judge that I have a sense of belonging to the druids and the Council of Nature? After all, I am an ocean dragon, and I should be more suitable for developing towards the sea. Staying on land is obviously not in line with my growth path, unless I can create an inland sea with a water area of millions of square kilometers on a certain continent like the swamp dragon Cetus. Otherwise the water element content on land will not meet my growth needs. The sea is not a place where a large amount of water elements naturally gather. waiting for virtuous people to live and practice. Most of the holy places for practice are perfected in an environment with certain energy aggregation conditions. Although the current Bearman Forest was once a desert, if there were not a big river not far to the north of the desert and the water vapor from the Dragon Lake that was constantly eroding to the east, the Bearman Greening Project would not have been so easy. Even a son of God like Little White Deer can be supported by the Natural Council, not to mention you, an ocean dragon. Compare the talents of the two of you. After a moment of silence, the old naughty boy still said something to hit Attilan. Of course, Little White Deer is stronger. She is a natural druid, a natural elf. You just thought that it was normal for White Deer to eat grass. It should not be simply affected by the blood of the frost dragon. She should have taken action too. Attilan widened his eyes. The fairy's bewitching magic, but I didn't feel any energy fluctuations. The forest was as peaceful as ever. She wanted to confuse my mind, but I didn't notice anything wrong. Is her power so strong? Even if it was the master's wife, I don't think I would not be unaware of the movement. After all, it was just a short time, and the natural spirits of the forest would help me. It's not just a short time, but she has been in this forest for a long time. Are you sure those natural spirits will still stand on your side? After all, you are just an ocean dragon, and she is the son of nature. After hearing this, Attilan subconsciously began to mobilize the natural power around Kingland Town. After carefully checking 3 times, he finally found something wrong. To be precise, this problem was not discovered by the druid's detection power, but he judged based on the previous growth rate of the plants and trees around Kingland Town and found that they grew a little faster. This slight difference made Attilan realize that the forest was indeed affected by outsiders, and they even pretended to be unaffected. If Attilan hadn't irrigated the tree frequently, he really wouldn't have noticed the problem. Well, if it weren't for the reminder from the old naughty boy, he wouldn't have noticed such a slight growth difference. This is the power of the Son of God. It's too terrible. I have taken good care of this area of the forest, but it turned out to be so easy to betray her. The old naughty boy shrugged casually. If the little white deer does not have power close to that of a god, why is she called the son of nature? Attilan continued to ask. However, a genius of her level should hide away and practice well. If she is targeted by hostile forces and dies prematurely, wouldn't the Natural Council suffer a great loss? The old naughty boy looked at the forest and said leisurely, it is precisely because the little white deer has talent that she needs to be trained more. What the Natural Council needs is not a demigod born out of resources, but a like-minded companion who has experienced all kinds of hardships, has a strong will and noble character. Even if he becomes a god and possesses the most powerful power of the Natural Council, it does not mean that this god can ride on the heads of other druids in the Natural Council and do whatever he wants. What the Natural Council wants to create is not a master who rides on the head and does whatever he wants, but a leader who leads everyone forward and jointly creates the natural world that belongs to the druids. As he said this, the old naughty boy glanced at Attilan. I know what you are thinking, but if you want to take the benefits of the Natural Council without doing anything, not only you, but even George and I combined would not dare to do that. If you are really named a holy son, then it is likely that your mission is to open up this world. If other forces recognize that this world is the territory of our Natural Council, it will be a thorny problem. Many holy sons have died in such a pioneering mission. Attilan, are you afraid? Looking at the old naughty boy's half-smile, Attilan looked at the lush forest with ease and said calmly, compared to other druids, my biggest advantage as a dragon is that I can live. As long as I live long enough, it is only a matter of time before I take over this world. What the Natural Council needs is not to simply rely on force to conquer the world, but to make the majority of lives that agree with the druid's natural way, so that this world can serve as the druid's base. The forces you have formed now can only be regarded as the kingdom of dragons, not the kingdom of druids. Of course, you are still a long way from becoming a holy son. Attilan widened his eyes. With my strength and talent, am I not qualified to be a holy son? At this time, a clear and pleasant voice like a lark sounded. The holy son is not just about talent. You must have a sufficient understanding of druids and the way of nature, pass the test of the inheritance path, and get the recognition and blessing of the Holy Land heroes before you can be considered a holy son of the Natural Council. Just because you are a dragon, it will be more difficult to get the recognition of the natural heroes. Attilan turned around and saw a girl wearing a dress made of emerald leaves, 2 emerald green antlers on her forehead, the upper body of a girl in her teens, and the lower body of a white deer. She was holding a golden roasted suckling pig in her hand, with emerald eyes, a fair and delicate face, and bright red lips, but there was an obvious oil stain at the corner of her mouth. Attilan's eyes were shining, and he approached her attentively. "You must be Master Uncle White Deer, right? Nice to meet you. I am Geoge's apprentice. I wonder if you are satisfied with the roast suckling pig? If Master Uncle wants anything else, I will tell the chef to make it right away." White Deer frowned slightly and stepped back. "Forget about Master Uncle, just call me White Deer. Besides, I like your rebellious look when you chased me out when I took the roast suckling pig away just now." Attilan immediately looked at her seriously. "No problem, I can recover." Attilan immediately put on an official tone, took out an emerald gem and handed it to the fishman beside him, and ordered, "Take this token, you go and get the best fruit wine, and at the same time let a paella and the dance troupe gather in the banquet hall. I will take the White Deer Saint to watch the performance later." Turning to look at the White Deer, he smiled seriously and said, "Master Uncle, it is still necessary to respect teachers. Master Uncle came in a hurry, and I didn't prepare anything in advance. The only thing I can show is the song and dance performance." The White Deer rolled her eyes. She likes to eat, play and have fun. "Performance? What performance?" Attilan waved his hand and pointed to a table of delicious dishes. "Let's eat first. After we've had enough food and drink, we can go to the show. It's just a roast suckling pig. I think my uncle must not be full. In fact, there's no need for him to be like he was just now. You're here, how can I let you go hungry?" Baloo shook his head and said, "If the food falls on the ground, it's gone. If I eat the food prepared by the person being evaluated, the higher-ups will doubt the fairness of this evaluation. Before the evaluation is over, I think we should see each other less. I can't eat these delicacies, and I can't watch the performance you prepared." Attilan immediately looked at the old naughty boy. "My uncle misunderstood. These delicacies don't belong to me. They are the reward for my teaching by the old naughty boy. So what you eat is the old naughty boy's food, and it has nothing to do with me. As for the performance, it was just a consolation performance after the army's triumph. They rehearsed it in advance tonight. It's not a formal performance, and no audience was invited." The old naughty boy smiled kindly. "That's right, I watched you grow up. Since you're here today, how can I not invite you to eat some local specialties?" Baloo's eyes widened immediately. "Can you still play like this?" The old naughty boy smiled and pointed at the White Deer with his finger. "Look, when you go out on a mission for the first time, you should ask the seniors who have performed similar tasks how they did it, so that you won't make mistakes when you are working." "Really?" The White Deer half believed and half doubted, turned into an elf, walked to the chair and sat down, picked up a big chicken drumstick and started eating. "It's delicious. I didn't expect you to fall so quickly, old naughty boy, and start recruiting servants to serve you. You can't enter the Elders' Council like this." The old naughty boy blew his beard and glared, knocking the chicken bone in his hand on the table. "I don't want to be as rigid as that old man. After I die, I will become a natural spirit and continue fighting on the front line of the Emerald Dream. This is my dream. Why do you want to die? I learned a secret technique from Sister Quan Shu some time ago that should be helpful to you. If you soak it in it for 3 or 4 years, your possibility of breaking through to the legendary level will increase by about 10%. If you break through to the legendary level, you won't die. When I first arrived a few days ago, I heard that you were messing around and almost killed yourself. However, the rules of the evaluator are that you cannot appear in front of the evaluator at will. Fortunately, this kid has some stuff. Although I don't know what you did in the Emerald Dream, from the changes before and after you went in, and the smell on you that is inseparable from this little dragon, let me confirm that your injuries can be stabilized, thanks to him, and you have activated the Frost Dragon bloodline in the little dragon's body, which has met the talent requirements for Geoj to apply for resources from the Parliament. As for the next review, I must conduct the assessment in person in front of him." As he said that, Baloo threw the chicken bones he had eaten clean. "Don't say that I don't take care of you. Although I'm not a druid of the School of Life, my father was once the head of the School of Life. As long as your performance exceeds the Quasi-God assessment, I can apply for the Holy Sun assessment for you. This is an additional assessment content, and the process will be very difficult. You can choose not to participate, but once you choose to participate, you can't give up halfway. I can't tell you the specific content of the assessment, but it must be very dangerous. Even with your current strength, you will encounter dangers that can kill you if you take the assessment. So, are you sure you want to participate?" Before Attilan could answer, Balu waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, answer me after I've arranged it for the old naughty boy." After that, she began to frantically buy the delicacies on the table, until she took a bite of the honey bread, and the honey jam that burst in her mouth from the inside of the bread instantly moved her to tears. "I haven't tasted honey with this flavor for a long time. I miss it so much." Compared to the past, Sister Gina's craftsmanship has improved a lot, and it has added local flavor. "It's interesting, Brother George used to give me half of his bread, but since the Elder Council decided to let you open up this world, I rarely eat this kind of honey." The old naughty boy nodded. "Although we can send a messenger to bring some things back, the distance is so far that it will take a long time for the messenger to go back and forth quickly even through the Emerald Dream. After all, honey is not a valuable item and cannot take up too much of the messenger's transportation space. By the way, I remember that Sister Gina had been pursuing Brother George. Has his wooden head come to his senses? Are they married? Do they have a baby?" "They have already held a simple wedding. If they have the chance to go back, they might hold it again there. After all, George has always hoped that his marriage to Gina will be blessed by Gina's elders." The white deer curled his lips and said disdainfully, "As for those few old stubborn people, they don't like me, let alone Brother George. I think the only ones who can make them lower their noble heads are the quasi-gods and the chief elders of the Elder Council." Although he said this, the white deer did not stop his hands and ate very quickly. The old naughty boy often recalled the glorious years. When he reached out for the bread, he found that the white deer had led the topic and all the dishes had been eaten up. The old naughty boy asked with a dark face, "How long have you not eaten? How can you eat so fast?" "It took a while to come here from the Emerald Dream, but I found a shortcut, so it's convenient to go back, after eating, start working. There is a crescent lake in the center of the forest. The breath of life there is quite strong, which can be used as a carrier for casting spells. You will soak in the crescent lake for 3 or 4 years in the future. I will wait for you to break through the legend and report back." "Crescent Lake? Isn't the only crescent lake in the forest the Moonshadow Lake?" "The so-called breath of life is not because he often soaks in it to practice, and the lake water is transformed by his breath of life. That's all Attilan's credit. In terms of the speed of creating life energy, even Jorge may not be able to match him now. This is indeed the truth. Jorge's practice of life secrets focuses on acting on himself, while Attilan has made certain expansions in the direction of benefiting others because of the characteristics of the dragon itself, that it will spread its own energy breath outward for interaction. At first, it was just to create an environment suitable for him to live, practice and fight. Later, it was discovered that with just a little adjustment, his life-breathing ability could become a weapon for creating a druid practice holy land. Life energy can promote the growth of plants and animals in the environment, thereby bringing about an increase in natural energy. It is not that druids cannot directly use life energy, but by harnessing natural energy for cultivation, their abilities will be more comprehensively improved. I expected that you have already developed a lot of the bloodline abilities of the ocean dragon. I originally thought that you specialized in life purification, but I didn't expect that you also had considerable achievements in creating the life field. It seems that you have a greater chance of passing the assessment. When you personally train 1,000 druids, you can become the son of the Natural Council. To train 1,000 druids, Attilan said, why is it that such a large druid school with 100 or 200 children studying there, why doesn't the bear man teach in person? Instead, he wants him, a giant dragon, to be the principal. It turns out that this is the reason. Let's go to Crescent Lake. As the white deer spoke, a wooden staff appeared in the white deer's hand, and the emerald green light wrapped around Attilan's body. His eyes went dark, and he felt like he had turned into the roots of a plant and spread underground. When he saw the light again, the Moonshadow Lake came into view. 10 breaths, so fast. Moreover, Attilan sensed the situation of the earth veins, and there was no loss. With such a large body, he was teleported through the earth veins, and there was no sign of damage. His magic resistance is not weak. In fact, the teleportation just now can be completely understood as Bailu forcibly exiling Attilan with a teleportation spell. He had no resistance to Bailu's spell and was hit. Even Bailu didn't have much pre-swing when casting the spell. She didn't mobilize the energy of the earth veins at all. They came over in a flash. Is this the power of the Son of God? The old naughty boy waved his hand in front of his eyes. This is just the beginning. The real show is about to begin. Bailu rummaged in his pocket and took out a blue crystal. Your neighbor is pretty good. I picked up some water elemental power from him. With a life spring given to me by the spring sister, I should be able to create a secondary life spring. The range is not large. It can only be used by one person. After all, the forest is so small and the energy provided is only enough to nourish one person. So small? This forest is not big? The area of many kingdoms is not as large as the area of the bare forest, okay? Baloo bit her lip and paused her wooden stick. Let me see how to adjust the energy veins of the forest. As she said this, a three-dimensional energy image with the energy veins of the forest marked appeared in front of Attilan. Baloo stretched out her hand and casually moved the energy lines on the image. An exquisite design appeared. She threw 2 gems into the water and paused the wooden stick again. The image suddenly broke into light spots and merged into the surrounding environment. Soon, the ground trembled slightly, and the lake in front of him formed a vortex. With a rise of soil, a lake in the lake appeared in front of Attilan. The white deer wiped his forehead. It's done. I'm so tired. Attilan's eyes widened immediately. You obviously did such a little thing. Why are you so tired? Is it alright now? Yes, if you adjust the energy veins of the forest in the future, you should try to be like me to avoid affecting the normal life of the forest residents. Silence is the means of the Son of God. Why do many talented legendary professionals look down on dragons? It's because dragons like to show off and can sense their smell from a distance. To show off is not a problem. The problem is that the dragon can be released but can't be taken back. This is the problem. Strong destructive power is nothing. Using one's strength to do one thing, or even one's strength to do 10 things, is the pursuit of these masters. Uncle Master, can you teach me this? How did you learn such a subtle secret technique? Baloo shrugged. If you also have a strict and obsessive-compulsive father, you can do it too. Attilan's mouth twitched. It turned out that strictness to the point of cruelty was also the inheritance of their school of life. Chapter 211 Attilan's New Vest. Attilan now had only one thought, what is called hearing thunder in silence. He finally saw it today. If the means of the gods are so subtle, then it is really hard to guard against. No wonder the Natural Council can only resist a few malice from the gods under the protection of the Emerald Dream. Once the operation of the Emerald Dream fails, the Natural Council cannot even give birth to a quasi-god stably. The number of quasi-gods is insufficient, and there is no way to give birth to a true god. If you want to achieve such a great feat of deification by relying solely on your own strength, it is almost impossible, unless it is destiny. Even if you are deified from a mortal, most of them are inherited gods. And the Natural Council wants to create the first god of the Druid pantheon from scratch, so the quasi-gods need to contribute their strength. Although contributing the most core and pure energy will seriously hurt their vitality, with a druid who has broken through the true god, the possibility of other quasi-gods igniting the divine fire and deifying the gods with his assistance will be much higher. Baloo saw Attilan surprise and casually tapped the ground with his wooden stick. Compared to those quasi-gods in the council, my ability is nothing. Although you are also a dragon, you are also a dragon druid. Don't learn from your neighbor. He only knows how to expand the number of water elements he controls, but he doesn't use those water elements to their full potential. If the old naughty boy had a strong physique like him, death claws and the like have long been sealed by him and Big Brother Gouge. How could he be counterattacked by the death claws and almost had his dragon heart caught and eaten? The old naughty boy looked at the white deer anxiously and asked, they won't let the death claws run away, will they? Don't worry, although the fight is ugly, the swamp dragon has a good foundation. The dragon god orb he has, not to mention the little dragon, even I want it. It's a pity that the attributes are wrong. If it was a natural artifact, I would definitely take action, but according to my observation, only dragons can exert most of the effects of this dragon god orb. If you want to fully exert its effects, you must be an elemental dragon of the corresponding bloodline. For example, the water orb in the hand of the swamp dragon can only be fully exerted by the ocean dragon, so the swamp dragon is gradually strengthening his water element bloodline, trying to transform himself into an ocean dragon, and then use the power of the orb to transform into an elemental dragon king. Attilan looked at Baloo in surprise. Master Uncle also knows the elemental dragon king. I know a little bit. My old man has an elemental dragon king friend. Although they haven't met for a long time, he still sent a gift after I was born, using his Dragon Ball to build an earth shield. I heard from my father that this king of the earth and mountains has probably fallen, dead. Attilan felt a chill on his back. He knew that the power of the elemental dragon king was not so easy to obtain. It was hard to guarantee that the Mountain Dragon King was not killed by the enemy of the elemental dragon god. If he became the Ocean Dragon King, with the dual identities of the descendant of the elemental dragon god and the druid of the natural council, facing the double calculations of the mastermind behind the scenes, how long can he live? Excuse me, does my uncle know how strong this Mountain Dragon King was before he died? Because of the dragon's strong physical talent, the dragon needs a lot more original power to advance to the quasi-god level. His goal seems to be to use the power stored in the earth element dragon god orb. Before leaving, he sent a letter to my father. He should have died in the process of obtaining the orb, but at that time, the mountain dragon not only reached the legendary challenge level of the dragon body, even the warlock profession, he also upgraded to legendary. Combined with his various abilities, the challenge level should be above level 30. My father didn't say how strong it was, but since we can be friends, their strength should be about the same. Anyway, at that time, my father was already a quasi-god, even if his combat power was not strong. Attilan seemed to have heard something interesting. How could the head of the School of Life have strong combat power? As if seeing that Attilan didn't believe it, Bailu said calmly, the School of Life is a school that tends to develop the talents of practitioners. Those who are good at fighting will have stronger combat effectiveness after development, and those who are good at healing will naturally have better healing effects. Unfortunately, my father's talent lies in healing. At the beginning, he was already a druid with good healing abilities, and he courageously went to heal the sea dragon who taught him knowledge. Moved by his kindness, the sea dragon passed on some of the life knowledge she knew to my father, and then my father developed a secret technique to store his vigorous vitality. Attilan knew that this was the self-healing technique, a secret technique unique to the School of Life that could store excess vitality and use it when injured. Then he explored the life transformation of blood power, but after digging for a long time, he found that the most valuable blood was that his ancestor was blessed by a wild god, the giant horned deer. He gained some of the giant horned deer's blood abilities, strong vitality, and longevity. But he didn't have the combat destructive power he wanted at all. My mother fell in love with him thanks to the giant horned deer's blood, which allowed my father to have the natural transformation form of the wood-horned deer, making her, who was good at fighting but lacked endurance, feel that he was the best partner. Attilan asked with a strange look on his face, is the white deer goddess good at fighting? The old naughty boy said seriously, the white deer goddess can almost be said to be the quasi-god who is best at fighting in our natural council. The material world where she was born has already had a prophecy that a white deer will appear and the world will be in chaos. It was because of her original achievements that the people of that world regarded the white deer as a symbol of war. Whoever can get the favor of the white deer can win the war. Is this an explanation of the alien world version of the struggle for supremacy? In our natural council, there should be many druids of the combat branch who can transform into animals such as jackals, tigers and leopards. Why is it that the white deer goddess became the god of natural war? The white deer sighed and said, maybe it's because of her personality. My mother has been competitive since she was a child. Even though her best transformation is a white deer, she still yearns for battle and keeps honing her combat abilities. She once followed a centaur combat master to learn the art of war in personal martial arts. In the form of half-human, half-deer, she became a valkyrie and helped the wise king of the time defeat many powerful enemies. She restored peace to the world. She was promoted to a quasi-god thanks to the wise king of that world, who enshrined her as a symbol of war. So, you must make good use of this country under your command. Although the power of faith provided by the humanoid race is inferior to that of humans, their wisdom is improved from generation to generation, and they can barely catch up with the dwarves and elves. Is there still a gap in the power of faith provided by different races? Attilan really has no research data on this aspect. Although humans have the weakest innate abilities, they provide the best and most power of faith, so humans can become the mainstream race in one world after another. Attilan knew that when breeding a breed of animals can bring the highest returns, the rancher will naturally choose to expand the breeding scale of a race. Obviously, humans are the best commodity. Attilan tapped the ground with his claws. It seemed that he needed to spread his influence to the human kingdom behind as soon as possible, so that the humans in the north would regard him as the god of agriculture, harvest, climate and food. In this way, he can make full use of his elemental bloodline talent. If he masters the power of one more elemental bloodline, his chance of inheriting the power of the elemental dragon god will be higher. The elements related to agriculture, harvest, climate, and food will at least include earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, and ice. which include the 6 elements that are easy to develop in his elemental bloodline. Old naughty boy, I think it is necessary to hide my identity. I can no longer use the identity of an ocean dragon that may become an elemental dragon king to go out. Which one do you think I should choose from the remaining 5 elemental bloodlines? The old naughty boy blew his beard and stared at Attilan. What do you want to change? The best adaptation to druids is the ocean dragon. How can you practice druids if you become another elemental dragon? Attilan shook his head and said, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that in this forest where I can hide my identity, I will continue to practice with the dragon body of the original ocean dragon, but when I go out to fight, I will use another elemental dragon image that can cover up my true identity, so that no one will discover my true strength. I don't want to become the elemental dragon king and be killed by the bait and predation net prepared in advance by the mastermind. If I die, who will make delicious food for you, old naughty boy? You don't want this to happen, do you? Bailu keenly caught the key words. Isn't the food the chef made just now the best here? The old naughty boy nodded proudly. Yes, the best chef is actually Attilan. As he deepened his practice of druid's life and elemental secrets, he became better and better at ingredients, fire, magic blending, etc. The magic food he made has both effect and taste. Even a conservative person like Geoj will smile and say good after eating it. The other white deer didn't care. She just wanted to know if it tasted good. Can magic food be delicious? The original intention of magic food was because magic potions were too hard to drink. In order to make the taste as acceptable as possible, magic food that was integrated with ritual magic was born. But the taste of magic food is still not very good. In order to ensure the best promotion effect of magic, it is certain to make a little sacrifice in taste. Many magic chefs are not professional magic professions. They are just low-level semi-professionals who have mastered some zero-level tricks and at most one-level spells. Their low talent forced them to passively turn to a profession that suits them to make a living. That is, magic chefs. But potions are a delicate job. Making magic dishes is even more difficult than brewing potions. After all, potions only need to consider the efficacy, not the taste. No matter how bad it tastes, the potions produced by the potion master can only be drunk with a pinched nose at the critical moment, even if it tastes like dog shit. If you can make a table of magic dishes that satisfy me, then I can help you with a new identity you want, although I haven't systematically learned the secret arts of the school of life, but my wood-horned white deer bloodline is actually quite difficult to develop. You want to know which of your remaining elemental bloodlines is more suitable for you as a disguise in battle. If I take action, the effect will definitely be the best. Attilan nodded in understanding. Uncle Master, look at my cooking skills. Attilan was already a craftsman who loved cooking before he traveled through time. Attilan was quite envious of the knowledge of the development of the white deer's combat form. This knowledge can be directly applied to the development of his ocean dragon bloodline. Unlike his practice of druid secrets, he still needs to match the secrets with his bloodline abilities, which slows down his practice speed, but compared to other dragons who only know how to sleep, he was able to achieve his current strength in 3 years thanks to the druid secrets. He has developed the 3 abilities of the ocean dragon's water of life, life breathing, life energy field, life solidification, life purification, and life activation of lightning breath to a certain extent. Even the most unskilled acid mist breath, life withering, and life extraction, he has a little experience. But Attilan is greedy. He still feels that the current practice speed is not fast enough. The sense of crisis brought by intuition forces him to enhance his strength as quickly as possible, while laying a solid foundation. He is now playing and laughing in front of people, but behind the scenes, he is crazy involuntarily. Of course, the druids such as the Eagle King must also be practicing involuntarily in private. Only the leopard girl naively thought that everyone would lie down when they returned home. When Attilan prepared a dazzling array of dishes that exuded magical auras, the white deer wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth in disgrace. It smells so good, I'm going to eat. After taking a bite of chicken, Bailu instantly floated up from the chair. This was of course not the effect of magic food, but she was moved by the food and was so excited that she couldn't control the magic power in her body, so she flew up. She shed tears of emotion. This is what magic food should look like. What did I eat at home before? I decided that after I finish eating, I will help you create a new identity as an elemental dragon, but you have to make sure that I can eat such delicious food every day I'm here. Attilan understood that Bailu was such a foodie, partly because he loved food. Another part was that her life in the past was too hard. No problem, the volume of the food was twice that of Bailu, but after eating it all, Attilan found that her belly did not change at all. This was a terrifying digestive ability. This was magic food, and it was much more difficult to digest than ordinary food. Even he was almost full after eating so much. Looking at Bailu's appearance, she could eat another portion. Patting his belly happily, the white deer said cheerfully, "Let's get started." Attilan immediately asked, "Where do we go to infuse energy?" The white deer waved his hand casually. "No need, I'm not like the old naughty boy, who needs the assistance of an energy field. I can know what your elemental bloodline is made of just by touching it," the old naughty boy said with a dark face. Yes, I'm not like the white deer goddess, who has some divine power inherited from the quasi-god. Attilan immediately comforted the old naughty boy and said, "Don't say anything, I'll prepare a portion of magic food for you two. It's more important to explore my elemental bloodline now." When he heard that there was magic food available, the old naughty boy immediately showed a kind smile. "I want to be like her, and have it every day during this period." Now it was Attilan's turn to be angry. He miscalculated. The old naughty boy was not angry at all, and was just waiting for him to jump in. Chapter 212, 9 Transformations of the Dragon God. Attilan's annoyance was seen by the old boy. He stared at Attilan and asked, "Do you think that you don't need me now that the white deer can help you select the second bloodline that is most suitable for disguise?" Attilan immediately answered seriously, "Absolutely not. I can't be where I am today without the help of you, the old boy. After all, the master uncle only came down to inspect and will leave us sooner or later. I still need your help in the future. I just want everyone to get things done in harmony. The number of magic ingredients I have stored here is not too much, and the dishes I prepare for you tomorrow may be more refined." The white deer raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What does refined mean?" The old boy exposed Attilan's secret without any care. "Refined means that the portion of the dish will be smaller, and the taste will be a little better, and the presentation will be better. In short, it looks good but is not practical. The druids in the forest did cultivate some animals and plants that contain magic, but those were their experimental materials and training aids. Attilan couldn't just take it and cook it. If he wanted to eat magic food, he could only use the goods produced in Kingland Town to exchange for the various magic materials in the hands of the druids, or when he held a banquet, the druids who came to participate would bring some presentable souvenirs. Generally, they were the results of their experiments, but the quantity would not be too much. In order to have magic food every day to entertain the white deer whose stomach capacity was comparable to that of a dragon, Attilan had to borrow money from the druids by borrowing from him. This time, in order to disguise his new identity, Attilan had to transform himself into a hard-working farmer and use his water of life to irrigate and feed the druids' experiments. Everyone had accumulated that little magic material, not to mention the adult ones. Even the underage chickens had to be taken out for the white deer to eat. In order to have a sufficient supply of food, Attilan had to squeeze out as much water of life as possible that could accelerate the growth of plants and animals. Although he is an ocean dragon, he can produce a lot of water of life in a day, but that is only enough to supply a few druids for practice. Once it is expanded to farms that raise magical animals and plants. Even if you add some magical scraps such as golden wheat bran, you want to ripen quickly and ensure the quality of the ingredients, the output will definitely not grow up. Attilan's magic food industry is still too weak. Bailu almost bankrupted him just by eating him, but thinking of Bailu's identity as a goddess, it is not unacceptable. There are many materials in the forest that can assist in practice, but there are not many suitable for making magic dishes, and some variety improvement is needed. This kind of improvement that only increases the taste but not the efficacy of the medicine. Most druids who are used to a hard life are not willing to waste time to participate. The potion is a little bitter, but in life, it is inevitable to suffer. Even if you are born with a golden spoon, you can't avoid suffering. At most, because everyone has different roles and identities, the suffering is also different. Just like Bailu felt that practice was hard, being trained by her parents in turn, that kind of life was really her lifelong nightmare. White Deer had gone through all the training that Attilan had gone through, over and over again. The elves were good at healing, and resurrecting the dead was just basic training for them. White Deer was good at fighting, and she knew best how to bring out the trainee's full potential. Being locked in by White Deer's murderous aura, the feeling of being shrouded in the fear of death, and the will to survive that was aroused, could easily overconsume the body and cause physical deficiency. White Deer's big appetite was actually developed during that period. I won't bother with you this time, but next time I come, the magic food you provide must be enough to fill me up. No problem, I'm just curious, why can my uncle digest alien magic so quickly? Bailu said proudly. This is naturally my talent, and there is also a little help from my mother's combat secrets. Her innate blood power is actually not as good as that of races like lions, wolves, tigers and leopards, but she has a secret technique that can quickly digest and improve endurance. She can use the enemy's power to replenish her own consumption, thus defeating one powerful enemy after another. I just slightly adjusted the application of the secret technique, and I got the big stomach secret technique I have now, which helps me digest energy and grow quickly. The growth rate of the Son of God is too slow, otherwise I wouldn't have taken 200 years to get the opportunity to go out for training. Attilan nodded in understanding. He actually felt that the speed of improving his strength was slowing down recently. The magic materials in the forest could speed up his strength. Although he was nourished by his water of life and grew a little faster, he couldn't keep up with his speed of getting stronger. As a result, his speed of getting stronger was slowing down. The most important treasure for cultivation in the forest is actually the acorn provided by the ancient tree of life. However, even if Attilan has thunder and water of life, the old tree head still grows as slow as a turtle. Attilan's auxiliary effect is not omnipotent. The old tree head needs to break through his upper limit of life. It is already very good that he can grow from an ordinary tree man to an oak guard. There are not many ancient trees of life, even in the entire natural council. If you can easily cultivate a challenge level 13 and a maximum level 15 ancient tree of life, who would not want to cultivate more? But there is no way. The thinking of the tree man is relatively dull, and it is difficult to achieve a breakthrough with the power of emotions. Compared with other tree men of the same race, the old tree head has become very active. His thinking speed is faster than that of normal ordinary humans. Communicating with him is completely free of the sluggishness of other tree men, just like the lack of old electronic products, which makes people anxious and angry. Perhaps, the white deer will be the opportunity for the old tree head. Attilan can't help him, but the white deer may be able to. It seems necessary to arrange an acorn feast for Bailu after today's awakening ceremony. Let's get started. I can't wait. I just had a good idea for a magic dish. You will definitely like it, Uncle. No problem. Bailu flew into the air and put her hand on Attilan's head again. With a white light, Attilan felt as if his bones were burning by flames, and his body began to become hot. Just as Attilan's consciousness gradually became blurred, he vaguely heard Bailu's voice. Feel this power carefully and guide it from the depths of your blood. With a loud dragon roar, a mouthful of scorching flames spurted out of Attilan's mouth, and his dragon scales also briefly turned light red, and then quickly turned back to the emerald green of the ocean dragon. Bailu was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that the second most concentrated blood in the body of an ocean dragon that could become an elemental dragon king would actually be the purgatory dragon. The old naughty boy muttered to himself. He was not surprised. He always felt that it was arranged by God. They were fighting for the suspected flame dragon orb, while Attilan's bloodline was the purgatory dragon. The purgatory dragon soul seemed to be specially prepared for Attilan. The purgatory dragon soul was indeed hidden, but everyone knew that it was still underground in the southwest desert and had not left this world. It was just waiting for the destined person to find it and use its power to realize his ambition. In Attilan's spiritual world, he was just like the last time he transformed into a frost dragon, and once again transformed into a purgatory dragon swimming in the magma. That kind of scorching life and the powerful destructive power filled in the dragon body deeply attracted Attilan. No wonder the purgatory dragon became the recognized strongest elemental dragon. With this kind of dragon body that was born completely for fighting, who would not be afraid? The ocean dragon can compete with a purgatory dragon, relying on attribute restraint. Not only the water and fire elements, but also the vitality and destructive power are tit for tat. Often, the ocean dragon has the advantage in the early stage, the infernal dragon has the advantage in the middle stage, and the late stage is a 50-50 game. In the late stage, everyone becomes an ancient dragon and climbs to a higher level. The vitality of the ocean dragon, acting on its own cultivation effect, gives them a slight advantage over the infernal dragon. The infernal dragon has a shortcoming, which is that it is irritable and easily angered. It is not suitable for the path of the dragon of the gods with clear boundaries. War and plunder are their favorite areas. It was just a short time to incarnate as an infernal dragon in the spiritual world. After waking up, Attilan had the idea of destroying something. The flame is like this, wanting to burn all the combustibles in front of it. The white deer shook his head and waved a calming light towards Attilan. After all, it is not an orthodox infernal dragon. It can't stop boiling just after awakening a little blood. Attilan smiled awkwardly. So we still need the help of Uncle Master and Old Boy. No, if you call me Uncle Master again, I won't help you. Okay, white deer. Attilan's greatest advantage is his flexible bottom line. Awakening must have consumed a lot of your physical strength and energy. Old Boy is in good physical condition now and doesn't need to soak in the fountain of life. It's just right for you to use it. After you recover, we will do the second awakening. Attilan asked in surprise. Isn't it enough to awaken only one elemental bloodline? That's right, but you can't be considered to have fully awakened the Purgatory Dragon bloodline now. The Frost Dragon bloodline that Old Boy helped you open before also needs to be arranged. I see. Compared to Old Boy awakening the complete Frost Dragon bloodline in one go, White Deer's awakening method that does not require the assistance of an energy source requires more times. Will awakening the blood of the Purgatory Dragon affect my original bloodline cultivation? If I can't cultivate into the Ocean Elemental Dragon King, I will lose a lot. Don't worry, it will be fine. I will help you design a secret technique to ensure that you can make good use of the other elemental dragon blood in your body and let these bloods nourish the growth of the ocean blood. Maybe you will break through the Elemental Dragon King faster than expected. Bailu patted Attilan's head in a condescending manner. Although I don't like the title of Uncle Master, you can rest assured that a genius like you has appeared in the School of Life, and my father and I can also gain some prestige. Okay, go and rest. I'm not. Attilan just wanted to take 2 steps to prove that he was fine, but his feet softened and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. My body, why did I suddenly lose strength? The most important thing is that he didn't feel hollowed out at all. Bailu laughed out loud and rolled around in the air, holding his stomach. The old naughty boy shook his head and said, "You were fooled by the white deer. This girl is the most cunning. Who told you not to prepare magic food for me, an old man? So don't blame me for not reminding you." When the white deer cooperated with the old naughty boy and cheated him of another magic food that was enough to fill his stomach, he should have thought that whoever could be so close to the old naughty boy could be a decent person. Old naughty boy, help me and send me to the spring of life. I will prepare a life acorn feast for you tomorrow. I guarantee that you will experience all kinds of novel delicacies made from acorns that taste. I drool just thinking about it. Life acorns are rare and good things. They taste great when eaten raw, not to mention being made into magic food. When the white deer was young, the life acorns roasted by fire were basically the only sweetness in her life. So she decisively took action and lifted Attilan up. I'll help you, the old naughty boy pointed at her unhappily. You are spineless. You agreed so easily just for a little food. Believe it or not, if you don't agree, I can squeeze more good things out of him. Attilan watched the white deer coming over, wrapped his body with magic, and then lifted his several-ton dragon body with one hand, and the ground didn't sink at all. What kind of ability is this? It's a secret technique for physical training. My mother taught me. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you. This tone seemed to be the one he used when he teased the leopard girl at the pastry food conference. No, this secret technique is not suitable for you. I will modify it and merge it with your blood awakening secret technique, and try to let you use it directly to achieve quasi-godhood. Is it so powerful? Of course, even the secret technique of practicing the thunder roar form of Geoge was perfected by the white deer. Otherwise, do you think that Geoge's brain can come up with such a powerful secret technique? Indeed, with a bare man's brain, Attilan also thought that he would only foolishly use thunder to strike himself. In terms of secret practice and design, Bailu has completely inherited her parents' talents. The School of Life and the School of War are both secret practices that the demigods Mu Jiao and Bailu have accumulated little by little. Bailu's talent in this area even exceeds that of her parents. It is not impossible to tailor a secret technique for you to activate the 8 bloodlines in your body and combine them into a new and powerful bloodline. Bailu touched his chin and took out a pen and paper from his pocket. The old naughty boy reminded me that this secret technique is called the 9 transformations of life before becoming a dragon god. What do you think? Attilan nodded. It was the 9 transformations of the dragon god. This name was not bad. Chapter 213 Fire of Destruction. In less than a day, Bailu prepared the first draft of the dragon god 9 transformation secret art. When she found Attilan with the scroll, he was chatting with the old tree head and peeling acorns. "Here, the secret art you asked for." Attilan was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. "So fast?" Baloo curled his lips indifferently. "If it wasn't the first time I came into contact with a giant dragon like you with 8 elemental bloodlines in your body, I would only need half a day at most to design a secret art of this quality. In the future, I will further optimize the secret art according to the awakening of the Purgatory Dragon bloodline and your practice feedback. The current secret art is only enough to practice to the young Purgatory Dragon. The challenge level can only reach level 14. After all, you are just a form transformation based on the bloodline in your body. It is impossible to be as strong as a real Purgatory Dragon." Attilan nodded repeatedly. After all, it was just a disguise. It was enough to cover up that he was an ocean dragon with a potential to become an elemental dragon king. He didn't plan to challenge a strong enemy as a Purgatory Dragon. It's already very strong. It only took 1 day to polish a secret art that can be cultivated to challenge level 14. I can't do it in 1 year or even 5 years. Attilan has learned the secret arts of druids and dragon heritage for nearly 3 years. He must have gained something, but it's good enough for him to create a few crappy secret arts of professional level 1 or 2. And they are the type that can only be used in combat and cannot enhance the strength of practitioners. Here we are referring to pure original creations. For example, the 4 elements totem war dance is actually Attilan splicing the knowledge of elemental calling, totem beliefs, dance sacrificial rituals, etc. in the elemental dragon heritage. Combined with the knowledge of druids calling on natural spirits and using elemental energy to nourish the body, it is completely stitched together, and there is almost nothing of Attilan's own. Now it's different. Attilan already has some ideas of his own. The 2 awakenings of the Frost Dragon and the Purgatory Dragon bloodline have given him a deeper understanding of the elements of ice and fire. Especially after reading the secret art of honing the elemental dragon bloodline created by Baloo, he has new ideas on how to use elemental power to enhance physical strength and magic. After the optimization of the totem war dance, he should be able to add some elemental warlocks under his command, and even elemental mages are not without opportunities. Some individuals with relatively strong mental power can shape elemental particles and design fixed templates for elemental particles. This is the spell model. Later, qualified mage apprentices can learn elemental spells according to the template and form combat effectiveness more quickly. Of course, this teaching model only cultivates mediocre people who can't think and innovate, and it is impossible to cultivate a superior mage over level 10. Of course, Attilan does not have such high expectations for the humanoid race under his rule. Even if the Water Elf Kingdom has established a relatively complete mage training system, it will take decades for a superior mage to emerge. If a civilian has a superior mage, he will be named a noble and enjoy a life of superiority. A group of combat mages of about level 5 can be produced, using elemental spells to form a firepower cluster. It is enough to effectively strike the enemy. Continuing to read the scroll, Attilan was surprised to find that in addition to the training method of the Purgatory Dragon bloodline, Baloo also wrote a training method for improving the Ocean Dragon bloodline. I don't know much about the Elemental Dragon King, but how to strengthen the body so that the body can bear stronger power, prepare for the future promotion to Quasi-God, or even ignite the divine fire. I followed the Quasi-God of the Natural Council and learned a little bit of the essence. Attilan read it carefully and found that many of the secrets of the Ocean Dragon were actually extended from the secrets of the Life School to polish the body and enhance life energy. It was just that he was an Ocean Dragon, so that Attilan could practice more smoothly. So this place should be handled like this. It is indeed about 30% faster than the skills I figured out myself. You are worthy of being the White Deer Goddess. It's really amazing. The old tree had rustled and shook the branches. Attilan, who is this druid who is full of natural aura? Why don't you introduce her to me? Attilan immediately said with a smile, this one. She is the daughter of the founder of the School of Life. She is proficient in druidic secrets and enjoys the reputation of being the first in secret creation talent in the Natural Council. You are blessed today. Aren't you always confused about the fact that the purity and quantity of your natural magic power cannot be improved, and the growth rate of your oak body is getting slower and slower, almost reaching your limit? Breaking through the ancient tree of life is a long way off. The White Deer Goddess is so powerful, I think she can definitely give you reasonable suggestions. In fact, I took so many acorns from you today just to entertain her. The old tree had suddenly realized and said happily, such a powerful person has come to us. so we must treat him well. Are there enough acorns? If not, I can produce some now, and the taste will not be much different. Enough, enough, old tree head, you are just too enthusiastic. Producing too many acorns will affect your growth. For the druids in the forest, you have really sacrificed too much over the years. The white deer has been watching the performance of Attilan and the old tree head with a half-smile. Attilan saw that the white deer was not taking the bait, so he had to use his trump card. Old tree head, I remember you said that if you can raise the level one more level, the acorns will be more delicious, and you can also customize the flavor of the acorns according to our needs. What about apple flavor, grape flavor, banana flavor, or even fruit wine flavor? You can also produce a batch of acorns. Wouldn't it be more delicious to use these acorns to make magic dishes? The old tree head shook his head and said, I have also seen the scene of you making magic dishes. Those acorns cannot be used alone. They can be added to the original dishes as seasonings. It should be able to make the taste of the dishes 30% to 40% more fragrant. Upon hearing this effect, the white deer didn't care whether Attilan and the old tree head were setting a trap, and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, you two stop acting. I can help the old tree head from challenge level 11 to 12. But whether he can break through the ancient tree of life depends on his own destiny. But if he breaks through, and you can't produce the acorns I need, don't blame me for being cruel. I've been trained for so many years, and my understanding of life is no worse than that of an ordinary archdruid. I have the skills and strength to punish those who deceive me. Attilan and the old tree head smiled at each other and said in unison, Don't worry, Goddess White Deer, we dare not say anything we are not sure of. We are all in the druid camp, and we don't lie to our own people. If we say we can induce birth, then we can. Old tree head, let the white deer see a sample, okay? As he spoke, red, yellow, and purple acorns fell from the branches as the old tree head gently shook its crown, and were steadily caught by Attilan. Try it. These acorns can be eaten raw and have a unique flavor that can blend the taste of potions and magical dishes. The most important thing is that the magic contained in these acorns will not disrupt the original effect. If the old tree head is strong enough, these acorns can not only be used as additives, but also as stabilizers and enhancers. Of course, they can optimize the taste. This kind of acorn is already very good. After tasting it, the white deer nodded and said, You really didn't lie to me. The old tree head is indeed not strong enough. With its current quality, adding it to my potion will still disrupt the stability of the magic. It does need to be strengthened. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me directly. There is no need to use these little tricks. In fact, I lied to you just now. I came here this time with the task of strengthening the strength of the druids belonging to the natural council in this world. A potential and motivated tree man like the old tree head is naturally on the list of assistance, mutual benefit. The reason why Attilan did this is not because he didn't want to owe the white deer too many favors at one time. After all, sometimes, not interfering with your work is actually helping you. Of course, given the relationship between the white deer and the bear man, they are definitely not so distant, but Attilan cannot take the white deer's care for granted. Even if they are penniless, Attilan still has to repay as much as possible. In this way, the white deer will remember to bring more benefits to take care of Attilan next time. The problem of the old tree head is not easy to solve. The ancient tree of life is indeed a big hurdle. Many oak guards that the Natural Council is optimistic about can only pin their hopes on the younger generation because they cannot break through. The old tree had nodded in agreement. Yes, I am actually one of the seeds that an oak guard used all its life energy to produce before it withered. There were a total of 13 seeds at that time, and now hundreds of years have passed. Only 4 seeds grew into tree people, and I am the only one who reached the level of oak guard. The one with the highest talent was burned into charcoal by a fire before he was enlightened and awakened. It's such a pity. The white deer looked at the sky coldly. Trees are the most helpful combat partners cultivated by druids. Some people naturally don't want the trees we cultivate to inspire too many trunks. A trunk can regulate the natural energy around it for thousands of years, and during this period, it is very likely to bring out 2 new trunks. 1 becomes 3, and 3 becomes 9. Over time, the world will be full of forests where trunks have taken root. Ordinary trunks can stabilize an area into a forest, not to mention the ancient tree of life. If there is an ancient tree of life on a continent, it basically means that the natural energy will not fluctuate too much. Druids can use natural spells with confidence. Although their magic power is not infinite, their endurance will be multiplied. One of my goals is to let this world have its own ancient tree of life. 1 tree per continent. The other material worlds controlled by the Natural Council have not cultivated so many ancient trees of life to stabilize the world barrier, let alone withdrawing one to support the bear people in conquering this world. If there is no ancient tree of life, you can actually cultivate oak guards, one in each of the southeast, northwest, and center. Although the combined effect is still a little worse than that of the ancient tree of life, it can still barely operate the natural energy flow of a continent. Attilan took great pains to ask the white deer to help the old tree head because he valued the role of the tree man's central processor. If the bear people really went out in full force to look for natural sacred objects, the best way to improve everyone's combat effectiveness is not to let everyone learn secret arts and create magic props, but to strengthen the old tree head. His ability to regulate natural energy becomes stronger, and the power of everyone's spells will also increase. In every druid forest, the most core tree man really plays the role of a stabilizing force. Please worry about the old tree head, Belu. Don't worry, the old tree head and I will definitely take care of your food during this period, so that you can eat happily every day. The problem of the old tree head is more urgent, and Attilan can only shamelessly ask the white deer to help solve it. In fact, he also knows that if the problem of the ancient tree of life is really solved that way, the number of ancient trees of life owned by the Natural Council will not be so small. Belu's talent are indeed higher than those of the bear people and Fujinv, but Belu can only propose a plan to achieve the effect of the secret art of cultivation she designed. It's really difficult. Attilan carefully read the part about the tempering of the blood of the infernal dragon again. He felt toothache, stomachache, and headache. This way of practice was too inhumane. It did not consider the feelings of the practitioners at all, and only pursued the effect of practice. Even a golem could not withstand such a method of damage. Not to mention, he was a dragon who felt pain and screamed. Attilan tried to practice according to the energy route described in the scroll. In less than 3 minutes, his face was distorted with pain and he had to stop to rest for a while. The old naughty boy appeared behind Attilan without knowing when. It will pass if you bear it. The secret arts of the School of Life and the School of War both have the disadvantage of unbearable pain. The little white deer was born by combining the advantages of the two schools. It has sublimated this disadvantage. As long as you are not driven crazy by the pain that is comparable to the tearing of the soul, your strength will increase by twice what it is now, of course. It also requires sufficient energy supply. Now I am the only great druid who uses energy in the forest. I have enough energy for you to squander. You can practice with confidence. Attilan asked with a sad face, is there no gentler way? Do you think it is easy to have 2 dragon bloodlines at the same time and to transform from an ocean dragon to a purgatory dragon? There are only 2 possibilities for this. Either you can't practice it, or you can practice it after experiencing extreme pain. Which one do you choose? Attilan gritted his teeth and dug his claws deep into the soil. I will practice. In order to save his life and to increase his strength, he had to practice. It took a month, and Attilan's originally strong dragon body was reduced by 3 points. He finally mastered some of the bloodline abilities of the purgatory dragon. His dragon body turned light red, and a stream of hot crimson flames gushed out of his mouth, burning a tree in front of him to ashes. The old naughty boy said with a serious face, the fire of destruction completely destroyed the vitality of the tree. Those tree roots hidden in the soil that were not burned cleanly have completely lost the possibility of growth. It is indeed not simple. No wonder the purgatory dragon is the best among the elemental dragons. With such destructive power, Attilan, shoot another one. I want to study it carefully. Attilan, getting no response, the old naughty boy turned his head to look at Attilan, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. You collapsed after just shooting a fire dragon breath? Men can't be so quick. Chapter 214 Leopard Girl's Coming of Age Ceremony. After a whole month, Attilan was only able to fire 1 dragon breath of destruction fire before he was down. Even Attilan felt depressed. This was too fast and too lame. Old naughty boy, why do I feel that the effect of this secret technique is a bit unworthy of my hard work this month? Now I have to transform the life magic of the ocean dragon in my body into the destruction magic of the purgatory dragon. The loss is too great. Attilan needed to transform his dragon body into the purgatory dragon first, which had already consumed most of his magic. Maintaining an unfamiliar life form, he wanted to spit out a dragon breath with the full effect of the purgatory dragon's destructive dragon fire, which directly drained all the remaining magic. You are still not skilled enough, and you have not yet formed a complete life form of the infernal dragon. This bloodline is not strong enough. You want to cultivate it in 1 month, that's probably just a dream. Don't you think that even if it is a dragon egg of the infernal dragon, it will take almost 2 years to hatch in the right lava environment? You have been able to get started after practicing for only 1 month. You are already very talented, but in another 3 years, you will not be able to cultivate a body of the infernal dragon with the same strength as your original ocean dragon. This sounded very discouraging to the dragon, but Attilan knew it was the truth. After all, the fire element infernal dragon bloodline was just a meager force hidden in his body and could not be used for much. The water element ocean dragon was his innate and most powerful bloodline, the foundation. I will practice the infernal dragon transformation for an hour every day to ensure that the bloodline of the infernal dragon grows steadily and can cover up the aura of my ocean dragon king. I'd better practice the ocean dragon transformation. It only took me a month to cultivate the destructive power in the flame dragon's breath. From now on, I will concentrate on practicing the creative power of the ocean dragon. The effect of my water of life has been enhanced, and the pure energy needed to irrigate the old tree has been found. With better life acorns, I can also get through the dragon hatchling stage as soon as possible. The old naughty boy looked at Attilan's hoe-like dragon body and nodded thoughtfully. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that you were just a young dragon. With your size, who would dare to believe that you were a young dragon? But cultivation can not only pursue rapid improvement of level and combat effectiveness. Sometimes, slowing down and settling down for a while will be more beneficial to your future growth. You have been pursuing improvement for the past 3 years. Have you really mastered the existing power? Attilan just smiled awkwardly. In the past, when he read novels, the protagonists in the novels became stronger faster than each other, took more drugs than each other, and could kill enemies of higher levels. At that time, he was in charge of reading and it was really cool, but now that he has become a protagonist, he knows how difficult it is to become stronger quickly and kill enemies of higher levels. In the past 3 years, he has had very few times to rest and relax. Holding banquets and making magic dishes are also cultivation. Banquets are alternative magic rituals. Everyone gathered together to use the unique emotional atmosphere and magical environment of the banquet to nourish the body and spirit and strengthen the effect of a period of cultivation. Generally, the banquet ceremony held by Attilan can boost the effect for a month. Now he has a deeper understanding of water and fire. These two are the most important components of the banquet ceremony. The effect of the banquet ceremony he held should be able to extend for 7 or 8 days. This month, he did focus more on improving the blood of the purgatory dragon, but it does not mean that he neglected the practice of the ocean dragon. It is said that water and fire are incompatible. Practicing the fire element stimulates the water element, which allows Attilan to have more experience. It's a pity that the magic ingredients have been almost consumed by the white deer. Otherwise, Attilan really wants to hold a banquet to try out the improvement he got after being tortured for a month. How good is the effect? No, it's been a month. Why does he feel that the water element tide of the dragon lake is still tilting towards the south? Old naughty boy, it's been a month. Why hasn't the master in the death clause decided the winner yet? The old naughty boy blew his beard and raised his eyebrows. Even a little dragon like you can fight for a whole day against an equally powerful opponent. With the strength of George and his men, it is not unusual to fight for a month. The great southwestern desert did not gradually degenerate from a forest to a desert because of lack of water, but because of the 3-month-long rampage of the fire element, which evaporated all the moisture 10 meters deep in the surface oil layer. The surface vegetation was also completely destroyed because of this 3-month-long battle. Tisk tisk. Attilan shook his head with emotion. In the past, he had only heard about a punch that wiped out the avenue and fighting until the end of time. He did not expect that only 3 years after crossing over, he would encounter such a big scene. You said, am I the only one who can repair the desert area polluted by the magic of the dead? I don't want to be conscripted. Such a large amount of work, a dragon, will be exhausted to death. The old naughty boy smiled strangely. Who gave you a talent? According to George's character, he may indeed use the extreme environment of the desert after the war to train you. Didn't you experience the demon pollution in the Emerald Dream last time? He also created a life-purifying thunder with amazing power. Compared with demon pollution, the pollution of the dead souls is still a little bit worse. Purifying the pollution of the dead souls is just a piece of cake for you. Think about it, after the desert is purified, trees are planted, and there are more animals, They can continuously provide you with natural energy for cultivation. You are leading the desert greening action, then the natural energy produced will naturally be yours. Not to mention the great druid, the energy provided by this desert can at least push you to the druid level 15. What do you think? Attilan looked at the old naughty boy indifferently. It can only be said that the old naughty boy's rank is still too low. How could Attilan eat such an obvious pie in the sky? The bear man didn't even draw pie in the sky. He just pressed the faucet to drink water. He could only give in. Not very good. I'm not going to that rotten land of the great desert anyway. The soil in the west is barren, it's better to develop eastward. Although the challenges in the east are a bit greater, I can barely withstand it, the old boy shrugged indifferently. You decide for yourself. By the way, I almost forgot the main thing. Did you prepare an acorn feast last time? The white deer wants to eat it again. It's been exactly a month, and the acorns should be just the right sweetness. There is another thing. Leopard Woman's 18th birthday is coming up. What are you going to do for her this time? In the past, it was Jiner who was in charge. Now she's on the battlefield. This kind of work of caring for the members of the forest will be handed over to you and the Eagle King. You are the leaders. You must take good care of everyone. Celebrating birthdays is indeed a big problem, especially at the age of 18. Although there is no saying of adulthood at the age of 18 in this world, 18 years old also has a unique symbolic meaning. At the age of 18, the ancestors of the human race can go out hunting alone. Therefore, the 18th birthday is also a special day. It is just right to hold an adult ceremony for Leopard Woman. This is an adult ceremony that only comes once in a lifetime. If you miss it, you can't have a second time. If it was the coming-of-age ceremony for Attilan's daughter, he would not miss it no matter what. Although Leopard Girl was older than him in appearance, Attilan was mature in mind. Leopard Girl was half like a friend and half like a daughter to him. You said the acorns were ripe, so use acorns, colorful eggs, golden wheat, and various fruits to make a birthday cake for Leopard Girl. The effect is guaranteed to be better than the 10 whole tonic pills. Her practice of the shadow leopard form has put pressure on her body. It's a good opportunity to let her follow the white deer to readjust and reverse the shadow black panther into a light white leopard. What do you think? The old naughty boy nodded with satisfaction and praised. Not bad, just as I thought, although it was only the first time they met. Leopard Girl, who was lively and active and also a foodie, quickly became good friends with White Deer. Don't say, Leopard Girl has such a kind of affinity that makes people feel like spring breeze, and can quickly get along with people. Sometimes, Attilan even doubted whether he was the protagonist or Leopard Girl was the protagonist. Leopard Girl became a druid at the age of 7, and it took her 8 years of practice to reach level 6. As a result, she was stimulated by Attilan, and she advanced 1 level a year. Now she is already a level 9 druid. She has suppressed Attilan, a level 7 druid, for more than one reason. Attilan was a level 7 druid a year ago, and he is still level 7 now. It's not that he didn't work hard, but he integrated the results of his practice into his sea dragon body. Although his professional level is not 9, his biological level is 8. Leopard Girl is nourished by natural energy, and her biological level is only level 1, and she must be assisted by druid magic to play it out. Not to mention compared with Attilan, if she doesn't use druid combat skills and spells, she may not even be able to beat the wild boar. It is indeed a big event to celebrate the birthday of Leopard Girl. Is everyone back? No, even Leopard Girl has returned to the front line of the grassland. The grassland is so big that it will take a while to build it. I think it is better to give everyone a holiday. The natural order of the forest also needs them to maintain it. I don't know how many kinds of creatures they have released in the forest. If they mutate into monsters that they can't control over time, it will be terrible. The old naughty boy looked at him helplessly. Although I know you want to call everyone back to do it together to save effort, but your excuse is too poor. It's better to go to the grassland to do it for Leopard Girl. Attilan was silent. It is natural to have a group of friends together to plan a birthday surprise. If you do it alone, wouldn't it be embarrassing for other friends? The coming-of-age ceremony should be grand. Leopard Girl only has this one time in her life, so naturally everyone should be well prepared. But it is also appropriate to hold it in the grassland, which fits the theme of surprise. The white deer walked through the forest half human and half deer, and soon appeared at the edge of Moon Shadow Lake. Just now I sensed the fire of destruction of the Purgatory Dragon, and came here to see that it can use the fire of destruction in just 1 month, as expected of me. The secret technique I created is so powerful. Attilan's mouth twitched. He thought Bailu was going to praise him, but he didn't expect Bailu to brag about himself. Of course you are also very powerful. If your innate bloodline is stronger, for example, one of your parents is a dragon of the god, I will give you my position as the son of God. Not really. Why would I covet your position, my uncle master? Without the exclusive resources of the son of God, it doesn't mean that I can't become a god. With a combination of the ocean dragon and the druid of the school of life, I think I can live for 10,000 years. Bailu shook her head. Although she is the son of God, her lifespan is not short. 10,000 years is too long. I only have time to spare. In terms of lifespan, I can live to be 800 years old. But how can I show my talent by relying on my lifespan to slowly improve my strength? Since I am a peerless genius, I must be dazzling. Even if I need to carry the Emerald Dream and operate the natural Holy Land, I still have the confidence to defeat all enemies. Attilan nodded in agreement. A peerless genius like Bailu should be the first to charge into battle. An ordinary dragon like him simply does not have the divine power of Bailu. Master Uncle is really ambitious. It seems that I can also benefit from it in the future. No problem, I will take you with me then. I heard you talk about a surprise just now. Are there any activities to be held? Can I participate? Of course. When he heard that it was the leopard girl's coming-of-age ceremony, Bailu immediately rubbed his hands. Coming-of-age ceremony, this is the first time I've held one for someone. It sounds interesting, but unfortunately, no one has ever held one for me since I was a child. Indeed, for Bailu's parents, it was already a miracle that they could get together and have a child like Bailu. Coming-of-age ceremony is a fancy thing. Both husband and wife are crazy about cultivation. It's good enough that Bailu didn't practice extra on his birthday. There is no way he could have a coming-of-age ceremony. How about, make up one, can I? Attilan waved his hand heroically. Remove the word ma. Then he turned around and looked at the old naughty boy. Let's put it this way. The terrain of the wasteland has changed a lot due to the tides of the water element. It's just the reason to sort out the natural order of the wasteland, and gather everyone to Dajao town. The quality of agricultural and sideline products produced by the farms there is a little lower, but it is more comprehensive than Kingland town. The most important thing is that there are many people. Coming-of-age ceremony must be lively to be interesting. Bailu clapped excitedly. I think it's great. After all, Sandri is the protagonist. We must give her enough surprises. Seeing that Attilan was still lying in the lake to absorb energy, Bailu took out some herbs and rubbed them with his hands, and it became a black pill. Open your mouth. As soon as he took a sip, it tasted bitter, and Attilan's face was distorted. What is this? The herbs picked from the forest can quickly restore physical strength, the old naughty boy asked curiously. What is this formula? Are there any side effects? When did the Natural Council develop such a good thing? No, this is a recovery pill that I made with my natural highly pure, near quasi-god natural magic. There is only one of its kind. After Attilan recovered, he asked curiously, isn't this called the stretching legs and staring eyes pill? What a crappy name. Although my pill has no name, it won't be so ugly. Since you have recovered, let's set off immediately. You carry us over, Attilan sighed helplessly. It's not a good thing to grow too big. How can he, the dignified dragon lord, carry a human? Of course, they were carried back in baskets made of vines, similar to those used for hot air balloons. This way, everyone looked good, and the experience of sitting in a basket was much better than sitting on Attilan's back. As soon as they arrived at Dajao town, Attilan called the local person in charge and began to prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony. At the same time, he passed the news to the Eagle King and asked him to come over to discuss. As a result, not only the Eagle King, but also the Wine Girl and the Flower Girl came together. If the three of you are here and the Leopard Girl notices it, won't our coming-of-age ceremony be less of a surprise? The Wine Girl looked in the direction of the grassland with disdain. Her? If she can find it, so's can climb trees. The environment of the grassland has improved now. I don't know where a group of leopards came from, and that guy actually transformed into a forest leopard and tamed a group of leopards. Now I take them to catch rabbits on the grassland all day long, and they have a lot of fun. Turning into a forest leopard to catch rabbits is indeed in line with everyone's perception of the Leopard Girl. Although she is already 18 years old, Leopard Girl is still a child. Forget it. There is nothing wrong with her being simple. It is enough for her to maintain a stable fighting power. We are all her external brains. Her beast perception is not weak, so she will not be deceived. Let's continue to prepare for the coming of age ceremony. The Eagle King nodded and said, the work on the grassland is very hard. Everyone really needs a banquet to relieve mental and physical fatigue. Wine girl, please prepare more fruit wine to relieve stress. Flower girl, please prepare some fresh flowers to refresh the mind. Everyone carefully arranged the stage. But on the day of Leopard Girl's birthday, she disappeared. How could such a big person disappear from the grassland? The wine girl stamped her feet anxiously. No hurry, Eagle King and I will look for her in the sky. You said that she took the leopard out to catch rabbits yesterday and never came back. This happened before, but this is the first time that I can't find her. Following the possible activity direction of Leopard Girl, Attilan and Eagle King searched from the south and north. As Attilan searched, he found that the scent of Leopard Girl actually extended all the way to Dajio town. When he landed, he found Leopard Woman eating golden roasted rabbit, and the group of leopards were lying at her feet tearing rabbit meat. Seeing Attilan, Leopard Woman hurriedly waved a rabbit in her hand. Attilan, here, why is Bighorn Town so lively today? Is there any event? You didn't even notify me, it's so mean. Attilan looked at her with a depressed look. Is it possible that you ran around everywhere and made everyone unable to find you? Tonight, a banquet was held so that everyone could relax. You caught rabbits, so why did you run to Bighorn Town, hundreds of kilometers, just to catch a rabbit? What kind of rabbit can pass through such a harsh environment in the middle and run here? That rabbit is really special. You will understand when you see it. It can absorb moonlight. After everyone received the notification from Attilan and gathered in Bighorn Town, Leopard Woman was inexplicably flustered when she saw everyone with bad faces. Did I do something wrong again? As a result, everyone suddenly smiled, and the flower girl even put a gorgeous flower crown on her head. Happy birthday, Leopard Woman pointed at herself in surprise. Ah! Today is my birthday, the bar girl tapped her forehead. You better be more careful. Don't just eat, drink and have fun all day. Today is your coming of age ceremony. You will be an adult from now on. Then she took out a gift and stuffed it into her hand. Here is the gift. The stunned leopard girl looked around and found that everyone had a package in their hands. She suddenly burst into tears. Thank you everyone. I didn't expect that you all remembered my birthday and prepared gifts for me. I am so touched. Chapter 215, Secrets of Attilan, The Art of Rejuvenation. Just as the leopard girl was moved to tears, the bear man shook the package in his hand. Although today is your birthday, you asked us to prepare a gift for you. Sandri, you think too highly of us. We have to do tasks during the day and make gifts at night. How can we have so much time? Do you want to tire us to death? There are food in it. A birthday party is for everyone to have a good meal together. The leopard girl smiled and blew a snot bubble from her nose, but a trace of disappointment still flashed in her eyes. It doesn't matter. I am already very touched that everyone can hold such a grand birthday party for me. What food is in it? The bear man stuffed it directly into her hand. If you want to know, open it yourself. The leopard girl opened the package and was stunned. This necklace? It's not food. The bear man smiled triumphantly. Everyone prepared a birthday surprise for you, but you ran away, forcing us to look for you everywhere. I cheated you a little bit and it's like collecting interest. This is the claw necklace of the earth demon bear. Wearing it can enhance your strength and physical strength. It is my most proud magic prop work. I don't even have this one. If it wasn't your birthday, I wouldn't give it to you. Attilan looked at the bear man with some surprise. Earth demon bear, your earth demon beast breeding project has finally paid off. How does the meat of your earth demon bear taste? The bear man immediately exploded. Don't even think about it. I finally bred such an earth demon bear, and I'm still waiting for him to expand the number of earth demon bears. At least for 5 years, you can't eat the bear paw of the earth demon bear. Bear meat doesn't taste good. At least the brown bears bred by the bear man are not delicious. The meat has an indelible earthy smell, probably because he has been infusing natural energy and earth elements into the brown bears. From ordinary beast brown bears, to magic bears with magic power that can increase strength and stamina, to earth magic bears that can cast simple earth element spells. The 24-year-old bear man has been cultivating magic beasts for 12 years and finally got the first result. He believes that he will soon be able to cultivate an earth magic bear that can dominate the land. In terms of challenge level, Earth Magic Bear 8, Earth Magic Bear 4, Magic Bear 2, Brown Bear 1, and Earth Magic Bear are already qualified combat partners. Many archdruids who are not doing well may not be able to cultivate a combat partner with a challenge level of 8, mainly because of insufficient resources, but the bear man can easily get materials that are full of natural energy and nourishment in this forest. If it were somewhere else, it would take 10 years to research an earth magic bear with a challenge level of 4, and life would definitely not be possible. Magic props such as claw necklaces are even more impossible to give away easily. You gave leopard girl such a valuable gift in public. Bear man, you are deliberately showing off your cultivation results to everyone. I thought that the Eagle King's storm eagle would be the first to be successfully cultivated. I didn't expect you to succeed first. Great. I will definitely have a few more drinks to celebrate later. The wine girl put her arm on Bear Man's shoulder and joked with a smile. The Eagle King's eyebrows squeezed together. Even with some guidance from the old naughty boy, he still felt a headache about the cultivation of the storm eagle. The progress was really too slow. Either infuse the two elements of wind and thunder, so that the giant eagle passively endures the pain brought by energy erosion. After a long time, a suitable storm eagle will definitely be born. Or the Eagle King, the druid, can mix the appropriate ratio of wind and thunder elements to allow the giant eagle to generate the corresponding element organs in the body of the giant eagle. Element organs with a single attribute are not too difficult. If the Eagle King only chooses a single attribute like Bear Man, his Wind Giant Eagle and Thunder Giant Eagle would have been cultivated long ago. Bear Man can do it, so he can do it too. But there is no need. The Eagle King is naturally close to the wind and thunder elements. The wind and thunder organs he tried to create on the giant eagle were created based on his own talents and wind and thunder perceptions. His purpose in doing so was to experience wind and thunder, so that his strength could be increased. Cultivating battle pets was at most a handy thing for a druid in the growth stage. The Eagle King himself did not have enough resources to cultivate, let alone use them on battle pets. The Earth Demon Bear cultivated by the Bear Man did not play the role of a battle pet, but an earth element filter. The Earth Demon Bear was equivalent to his external element organ. Natural energy would definitely remain after passing through the Earth Demon Bear's body, but most of it would pass through his body and finally be digested and absorbed by the Bear Man. These monsters were experimental products and food for the druids in the forest, except for a few sentimental guys, such as the leopard woman who would regard the cultivated forest leopard as a family. Everyone was using those monsters, and at most the one with sentiment would be left behind, and the rest would be transformed into food for their growth. Just now, the Bear Man said that the Earth Demon Bear cannot be killed, but this one cannot be killed. This can also be regarded as a breeder of bears, because this time he was actually lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. If it happens again, the Bear Man may not be able to get a second Earth Demon Bear. When he has mastered the secrets of the Earth Demon Bear, he can breed a new Earth Demon Bear from scratch, but now he has not mastered it, but he wants to show off. As a result, Attilan accidentally pointed out the key point, exposing his lack of confidence. The Bear Man secretly made up his mind that he must work harder after returning. Strive to become a druid master who is proficient in the earth element as soon as possible. The forest is full of elites from the animal and plant schools. Like him, he is the only one who chooses the elemental school and practices seriously. For example, Shanna, who is also an elemental school and specializes in the fire element, loves to toss insects, and even puts the cart before the horse and ignores her own practice. Attilan was even more excessive. Shanna is already a rare good seedling in their elemental school. In terms of talent, Shanna is higher than the Bear Man. Even though most of her energy was spent on studying fire poison insects, Shanna was still a level 7 druid. The levels of these young people in the forest were higher than one another, but Attilan had realized that he had overlooked a very important issue, that is, the Eagle King and his men did not grow directly from the forest. They were actually young druids nurtured by old druids in large and small forests on this continent. As they grew up, the old druids discovered their talents. So they were sent to the Bear Man, who was willing to nurture the younger generation of druids unconditionally. Because everyone was a genius, it seemed that they were improving their strength very quickly, which made Attilan, a giant dragon, feel the pressure. Because 7 or 8 geniuses like the Eagle King, the Bear Man, the Flower Girl, the Wine Girl, and the Leopard Girl joined together, and there was really a possibility of killing a teenager, or even a teenage ocean dragon. Of course, at least half of them would definitely die. This kind of fighting style that hurts both sides, unless it is the kind of thing that is hated by heaven and people, and provokes the dragon of the druid camp, they will not take action. After all, Everyone's life is life. Without relatives and friends, the neutral camp druids will not pretend to be heroes. After putting on the claw necklace, the leopard woman said with a smile, "Let's not open the gifts yet, let's go to eat. I can't wait to know what delicious food you will prepare for me on my birthday today." The gifts are probably props, potions, and materials that can enhance the druid's practice. Leopard woman also likes them very much, but food is still her favorite. Attilan shook his head. "You only know how to eat every day, look at what you have become." When Attilan first met Leopard woman, she had the wildness of a cat and a slender figure. Of course, she is not fat now, after all, she runs around all the time. Eat a lot, but consume a lot, so she just got stronger. This figure is actually a bit too strong for Leopard woman, who adopts agile melee mode, which affects her agility. Leopard woman touched her belly, and her waistline was clearly visible. "I haven't gained much weight, your body shape hasn't changed much, but your weight has changed a lot, right?" Leopard woman nodded subconsciously. "Yes, but I feel more powerful, and my running speed in the wilderness and forest has also become faster. Is there any problem with this?" Attilan smiled, and the wine girl pinched her cheek and said, "It means that even if the forest leopard form is not suitable for you soon, even if you still choose this type of animal as your transformation, you should consider a race that emphasizes both agility and strength. For example, tiger. There is already a tigress in the forest, and Attilan doesn't want to see a second one. No, what's wrong with the forest leopard? I say this because I have recently studied the lifeblood of the ocean dragon, which has allowed me to research something good." Attilan opened his gift box, took out a dark green crystal and handed it to Leopard woman. "This life adjustment crystal is my latest research result. It can help you distribute your life energy more reasonably. The current forest leopard is weak. It is completely possible to adjust a forest leopard combat form that emphasizes both strength and agility. With Leopard Girl's talent, I think she can do it." Leopard Girl nodded in agreement when she heard Attilan's flattery. "I think I can do it." The wine girl glared at her and Attilan. "I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. Researching new forms can indeed help us go further. But can you be more pragmatic and study the content that only needs to break through the legend? Can you wait until you are level 18 to study? After activating the longevity body, there is plenty of time for you to study slowly. Young people should work hard to improve their levels without affecting their foundation." An old druid who came to the banquet nodded in agreement. "If I hadn't spent so much time on long-term research, maybe I would be a top druid who activated the longevity body at level 18. It would be worth it even if I lived another 200 years, if I could do it again, it would be great." The old lady next to him exposed him without hesitation. "Forget about it. With your talent, if you rush recklessly, you might not even have the achievements you have now. Besides, there is no chance to come back again in this world." Attilan nodded. "It is said that there is no regret medicine to buy in this world, but that is an ordinary world without extraordinary abilities. In this world with wishing and gods, some things can still be regretted. For example, the ancient ocean dragon can restore people's youth. The target can only be ordinary professionals below the legendary level. When it comes to the legendary level, the unique legendary power makes the problem much more complicated. Don't worry about this problem. Eat cake. I will prepare 3 layers of acorn cake and a variety of delicacies. I guarantee that everyone will enjoy it. The colorful chicken stewed with white jade mushrooms is so delicious. Eat first." The white jade mushroom is the kind of mushroom that the sloth raises when he is asleep. It absorbs the power of his dreams when he is asleep, and has an effect similar to the dream of a yellow millet. It is still relatively weak now, and can only enhance the construction of the food illusion. When the sloth is stronger, maybe it can reach the level of a yellow millet dream. The key is that the power of dreams must be strong enough to make dreams like some possibility in the future. Attilan was thinking, if he combined the abilities of the ocean dragon and the life druid, would it be possible for him to develop a secret technique that can restore people's youth? It would be difficult for him to create this level of secret technique himself, but now there are Old Naughty Boy and White Deer, and their secret technique research and development capabilities are first class. If they are willing to participate, there may be a second secret technique in the Attilan secret records. The first one is the Reign of Grace that he originally planned to develop. Now there is a prototype, and the corresponding results will be produced soon. Just wait patiently for a while. The Purgatory Dragon has the power of destruction, and the corresponding ability of the Ocean Dragon is actually the power of creation. The power of creation is the ability to sublimate highly pure life energy. Since the ocean dragon is a giant dragon with life as its original power, it must have a hidden ability. The most unique effect of the power of creation is that the body and soul are polluted by the power of the dead. After being nourished by the power of creation, this person can also be resurrected. Creation, and regeneration. The power of the ocean dragon can give life more possibilities, which is why the bear people value Attilan so much and think that the ocean dragon is the most suitable to be a druid. If an adult ocean dragon needs it, it can easily create a vibrant territory full of plants and animals. Druids are most suitable to practice in such an environment. The effect of a lush forest of an ocean dragon is much stronger than that of an ancient tree of life. Of course, in terms of the central processing unit, the ancient tree of life with roots that can spread for dozens or hundreds of miles is definitely stronger. The power of creation is such a high-end ability that a young dragon, will definitely not be able to touch, but Bailu gave her a dragon god 9 changes to dig blood, which only requires a little quasi-god level energy as a seed. He can really dig out some of the effects of the power of creation, but more costs still need to be borne by the person who receives the power of creation, such as rejuvenation. If an old druid above level 15 is willing to give up this power, maybe he can really get a chance to start over. The power of creation is also effective for the soul, so there is no need to worry about the problem of the body becoming younger while the soul is still decaying. Of course, if you want to restore the soul to youth, that is another price. Balu walked to the side of Attilan, who was in deep thought. It only took 3 days to extend such a prop from the secret technique I gave you. It seems that my evaluation of you needs to be higher. This prop is actually nothing. Many secret techniques of the life school can achieve the same effect. Attilan developed this beauty instrument just to respond to a sentence he often heard before, to let fat go where it should go. This life control crystal has this effect. The crystal cannot increase or decrease the life energy possessed by the user, but can only transfer a certain degree of energy according to needs. Don't pretend. Actually, that crystal can weaken life energy. If it is just a simple transfer, its color should not be dark green, but emerald green. You have integrated a little power of the purgatory dragon, destruction and creation, into it. I didn't expect that you could actually use them together. Attilan chuckled and said proudly, I was also curious at first. Since they are all dragons created by the elemental dragon god, the power of the elemental dragon should be able to assist each other. After all, the environment everyone needs to face is very harsh. Of course, the main reason is that among the elemental dragons, there are dragons with the blood of the purgatory dragon and the ocean dragon that are perfectly integrated. Although it is just a legend, the dragon that is similar to the pixie who still impress the dragon. The greatest ability of this dragon is that it can only take in but not out. Destroy external objects and create energy into its own body. This is roughly the case, but the external dragon does not know how it works inside. But it does not prevent Attilan from trying according to the stories in the inherited memory. He is not a fool, and it is impossible for him to experiment in his own body, so he has this crystal. The existence that can be called the devouring world dragon is indeed enviable to dragons. Perfectly inheriting the blood of the purgatory dragon and the ocean dragon, and achieving sublimation, that is not 1 + 1, but 100 × 100 increase. If possible, Attilan also wants to have the power of the devouring world dragon. Now, he is not familiar with the power of destruction and the power of creation, so he can forget about fusion and sublimation. It is better to control the power of creation first. White deer, I listened to them and wanted to use the power of creation of the ocean dragon to create a secret art of rejuvenation. What do you think? White deer said coldly. No, there are many druids who are greedy and want to live longer in the natural council, and even in the entire druid community, but the secret arts they have researched have all failed. There are many who have successfully rejuvenated, but they are not themselves, and those children generally die after a few years. It is better to die, so that the emerald dream can also get a fairly good soul filling. Although Attilan wanted to say that his secret art was different from others, he was just an ordinary ocean dragon, and there was no persuasiveness in saying this. Could it be that his art of creation and rejuvenation was going to die before it was born? The old naughty boy walked over happily. I was watching him while he was practicing. The power of creation of the ocean dragon is indeed different from that of the old guys. The ocean and purgatory are said to be the two elemental dragons that the elemental dragon god likes the most. It has been given more possibilities. Maybe what we can't do, Attilan can do it. The injury of that person may only be cured by Attilan's power of creation and the secret technique, Bailu's eyes widened instantly. You mean that person? Yes, that person. Attilan was confused. Who? Bailu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I will participate in your creation and rejuvenation technique. Chapter 216 The Bearman Returns. Although he didn't understand who the white deer and the old naughty boy were talking about mysteriously, Attilan was sure that this person must be an important person and was seriously injured. If you ask Attilan how he knew, it was naturally because of the power of creation. The function of the power of creation is to heal and repair. All those who need the power of creation to treat our big problems. Attilan is not afraid of being used. They are all druids of the Natural Council. Even if his master was exiled to the border, he can't suffer with the bear people. If there is no resource provided by the Natural Council, Attilan can only wait to give birth to the power of creation in the dragon body. Wait until he is old enough, at least in his prime, to give birth to a small amount of power of creation. As for treating this druid who is probably a quasi-god, it is not an ancient dragon, but an ancient dragon. With Attilan's current small body, he can't cure the quasi-god even if he drains it. The council provides resources for Attilan's growth. He condenses the energy crystal of the power of creation and gives it to the council. Even if he cannot cure that person, at least his injury will not continue to worsen. Bailu nodded thoughtfully. I think it's feasible. Attilan's talent is not bad. As long as his loyalty is verified, it is not impossible for him to be listed as the son of God. Loyalty? Attilan showed a confident smile. Everyone knows that he is the most loyal. As long as he is given enough benefits, it is not impossible for him to go through fire and water for the Natural Council. I brought some magic potions and materials to assist in cultivation. If you can condense a trace of the power of creation before these resources I brought are exhausted, then I will report to the council and promote your plan to cultivate the power of creation. But you also know that even if those resources are given to you to transform into the power of creation, you have to hand over most of them. Are you really willing? I am willing. As long as you toss it, it will not be in vain. When pork passes through your hands, it will leave a handful of oil. If you want the power of creation, you must take out the resources needed to support a dragon body of at least challenge level 18. Now his dragon body is still close to challenge level 8. Even if he turns in 80% of the creative power after getting the resources, there will definitely be a lot of resources used to nourish his dragon body during the conversion process. Counting the remaining creative power, Attilan estimates that he can get 30% of the benefits. It really is true that whether he can get 30% depends on other people's mood. If this batch of resources is a spontaneous donation by the druids under the parliament, it will be more interesting. But looking at the secrecy of the old naughty boy and the white deer, the call for donations should not happen. That's it, I'll go eat the cake too. I just ate a small piece casually. It tastes really good. There are some big changes compared to before. How did you do it? This is not my credit. The cake is delicious thanks to the acorns cultivated by the old tree. If your method of nourishing the old tree to upgrade is successful earlier, the changes will be even greater. The white deer scratched his hair slightly unhappy. The ancient tree of life is indeed a little more difficult than I thought. If you only rely on high purity energy to nourish the tree body to advance, it is too unskilled. I don't want to do that. Don't worry, I won't leave if I can't think of a solution. Attilan rolled his eyes. What do you mean you won't leave if you don't solve the problem? I think you just want to find an excuse to stay and eat for free. Even if you are Bailu, I won't allow it. But what he said was, don't worry, Bailu, if you like to eat, stay and eat as much as you want. The forest is rich in products, and you can't eat it down. Through Bailu's efforts for a month, he also understood that this ancient tree of life was completely piled up with resources. The more resources, the more and farther the roots of the ancient tree of life spread underground. The higher the efficiency of gathering various energies and converting them into natural energy. Bailu's talent is naturally rare in several material realms combined, but her various methods have indeed made the old tree head practice faster. If the improvement effect of Attilan's water of life plus the thunder of life is about 0.00132, then the improvement of practicing according to the three methods proposed by Bailu is about 0.00084. The method is very complicated, and the old tree head can hardly play it. If he is proficient in applying the secret technique, the effect should be doubled. But with these few years of time to familiarize himself with the secret technique, the old tree head might as well nurture a few more acorns for Attilan to eat. According to Attilan's estimation, the promotion effect after his strength growth in the same time should be 0.003, which is better than 0.0016. Of course, Attilan's assistance can only increase the old tree head's cultivation, while Bailu's secret technique can not only increase his cultivation, but also increase his combat effectiveness. In the long run, Bailu's method is definitely more valuable. But with only 3 secret techniques, the old tree head felt that he was about to collapse. He was obviously a tree man with slow senses. I don't know why, practicing Bailu's secret technique made him feel more painful than being chopped with an axe. Except for the time when he was burned by the dragon's breath of the flaming dragon. When had he ever suffered such pain? Attilan could not imagine that the tree people's tolerance for pain was not as good as that of animals. It might be because animals are often injured and have a stronger tolerance for pain. Ordinary wild beasts may suffer minor injuries for various reasons within 10 days or half a month, while tree people will not be injured for decades or even hundreds of years. Attilan also understood why many tree people would panic when their bodies were set on fire, because they were injured too rarely. After the white deer left, the old naughty boy said with deep eyes, "I don't know whether it is good or bad for you to be related to that person. You can decide when this matter starts, but when it ends is not up to you." Attilan smiled. "You also said that I can get a lot of benefits from this matter, isn't that enough?" The old naughty boy's eyes were very complicated. "For her, I choose to help you. I always feel that I am losing my mind. Can your power of creation help me save her?" Attilan shrugged and said, "By the time I have the ability to save her, she has been dead for thousands of years. It is said that only the god of time can do this. Tell me, which of my abilities has anything to do with time? Instead of pinning your hopes on me, you might as well go to the astral world and try to find an ancient time dragon. Even if it is not a god, the ability of an ancient time dragon can cross the long river of time, save your sweetheart." Just because Attilan painted an illusory pie for the old boy decided to invest all his efforts in him. God has mercy on him. Attilan originally only intended to activate the old boy's will to survive. He really didn't mean to seduce the old boy to do anything wrong. He felt that the situation was gradually getting out of control. According to the current trend, he felt that the old boy had the possibility of degenerating into a big devil, and it was not small. The bear man is very careful. After returning, he will definitely find that the old boy's mental state is not right. Moreover, Attilan dare not hide such a big thing. Maybe it is related to the food transformed by the power of faith of the food god that he let the old boy eat. If the old boy becomes mentally ill, the only way is to let the vine girl treat him. The vine girl who is proficient in fairy magic is a good hand at treating mental problems. Unfortunately, Lulu has gone away. Otherwise, she can also stabilize the old boy's mood a little. It is estimated that Lulu has returned to the fairy wilderness. Although she has joined the Natural Council, Lulu still can't forget the kindness of the fairy queen. For the traitor who usurped the throne like Oberon, she still has the idea of setting things right. But Oberon is a legendary wizard, even a quasi-god, and Lulu is a druid without a legend. Except for death, it's death. The most likely way is to wake up the fairy queen and let her come forward in person. As long as Titania shows up, Oberon will obediently hand over the power without saying a word. Titania is still alive, otherwise the Feywild would have experienced a great change, informing the fairies of the Feywild that the fairy queen has fallen. The problem is that no one knows where Titania is sleeping. Lulu and Mushroomhead's plan to go back this time is to gather their companions and find out where the queen is sleeping. Everything will work out when the time comes. Don't worry, old boy. Who am I to let myself suffer? Once this thing is in motion, it will definitely leave traces. Everyone thought he was hopeless before, and staying would only consume the resources of the Natural Council, so he can live. If you know there is some way to cure him, do you think it is easier to kill him or destroy the way to cure him? Attilan's face suddenly changed, and he felt his calves trembling a little. Don't scare me. I've been timid since I was born, the old naughty boy said calmly. You should be able to feel that the white deer's evaluation of you has suddenly increased a lot. It is because of the fearless spirit you have shown. To become the son of God and the son of God, the most important thing is not to be afraid of death. In the Natural Council, no matter what position you are in, the first criterion is not to be afraid of death, otherwise you will stay in the back to cultivate trees and refine potions until you die. Everyone is not afraid of death, but they are afraid of not having opportunities. What about you? Attilan's face changed again and again. Even if he was a giant dragon and could eat the bottom line, he wanted to be deified and satisfy his ambitions without taking any risks. There is no such good thing in the world. Even if he is the son of a true god, he still has to take risks. Who knows whether the child born is the son of God or the evil of God? You still have the opportunity to refuse now. Attilan knew that he was talking about using up the resources of the white deer, but not refining enough creative power. In this way, his talent evaluation would be slightly lower. But his courage would not be denied. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God, my fate is in my own hands. In such a world, it is not so easy to get rid of the big net woven by the gods and completely control your own destiny. After all, the purpose of the natural parliament can actually be regarded as controlling one's own destiny, so that mortals in the material world can decide their own destiny, rather than becoming puppets of the gods. After a lively time, the wine girl and the flower girl found Attilan and asked him to help make a life control crystal to adjust their body shape. Although their figures are already very good, they can become more perfect. Which girl would not be happy? The most instant is Attilan's method. It is not considered plastic surgery, but more like secondary development. Of course, if you want to make girls more beautiful, you can't rely on controlling crystals. To enhance charm, Attilan's water of life has the effect of nourishing the skin and becoming whiter and smoother. It can contribute a lot to the skin care of Fusion by making masks. Of course, the most important thing is that Fusion's level is high enough, and she has kept her youthful face by herself. His water of life only plays a role in adding luster. Attilan had just returned to Moonshadow Lake, taking the resources given to him by the white deer to prepare for the tempering of the ocean dragon bloodline, when he heard a familiar voice. Little dragon, prepare some water of life for me. I have been tossing around in the dry yellow sand of the desert for so long. I need to take good care of my skin. Attilan's body stiffened. Master's wife? You are back, then master. Fusion couldn't help but complain. He went to find the old naughty boy. The deathclaw scratched such a big cut on his chest. He didn't take good care of his wounds, but went to find the old naughty boy as soon as he came back. Attilan's face suddenly became a little ugly, and Fusion also noticed something was wrong. What happened in the forest? Attilan briefly explained the situation, and Fusion frowned and said, you did a good job in using this method to rouse the old boy's will to survive, but if you want to use the white deer, you'll have to pray for good luck. What do you mean? Fusion smiled and explained with some gloating, although the white deer is the daughter of the elf ancestor, she is much younger than us. When she was a child, it was Geoja who was responsible for taking care of her. The relationship between them is not enough to describe it as siblings. What do you think? Being both a brother and a father, he probably knew the relationship between them. The white deer is the son of God. How could he be handed over to the master to take care of? The level of the bear man at that time was probably one of the best in the entire life school. It's because he's stupid that he doesn't have any bad intentions towards the white deer. It wasn't the Grandmaster who chose him, it was the white deer who chose him. Then am I doomed now? You can't be considered to be using the white deer. Robert didn't explain the relationship to you clearly. You simply regarded the white deer as a messenger sent by the higher-ups. It's normal to treat him in this way. Attilan's face looked a little ugly. He always felt that the white deer and the old naughty boy were playing tricks on him these days. Forget it. Anyway, even if the relationship between the bear man and the white deer was good, they might have become estranged after not seeing each other for hundreds of years. His method was not wrong. After all, it was the white deer who did not express her close relationship with the bear man. Maybe when she grew up, she would not recognize the previous nurturing feelings. Attilan condensed a bowl of water of life. The ivy girl had just accepted it when the bear man teleported over with a dark face. What did you say to Robert? His condition is not right. I noticed that the number of water elements coming in increased, so I knew he was interfering. With a blood stain, I knew he would not die, but his condition is a little too good, too good. Fusion frowned and asked, what's wrong? His body is almost completely healed. The hidden injuries left in the past are almost gone. It will take him 1 or 2 years to become a legendary druid. Maybe he will go with us to search for natural relics this time. Fusion looked at Attilan in surprise. Does the power of faith you mentioned have such a great effect? Attilan was puzzled. Isn't it just to help the old naughty boy extend his life a little bit? Is there another magical change that he doesn't know about? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Attilan, you want to find a wife at the age of 3? The bear man glared at Attilan unhappily and made a bowl of clear water. He then grabbed the bowl of soil mixed with weeds and stones and put them into the water to mix well. Originally, the old naughty boy's thoughts were like this bowl of clear water, but the addition of the power of faith was like adding this impurity. Look at what this bowl of water looks like, Attilan quickly argued, but we have purified the power of faith through rituals, and the power of faith creations we made. The old naughty boy and I both think that the energy is very pure. The old naughty boy ate it after confirming that there was no problem, and after eating it, he became much more energetic. Even if there is really a problem, it can be solved after breaking through the legend, right? This time the bear man couldn't help it at all. A brilliant lightning flashed in his right hand and formed a silver-white whip. He raised the whip and was about to hit Attilan. It was still the Fusion who stepped forward to stop him and comforted him. If Attilan hadn't done this, maybe the old naughty boy would have made up his mind to die. Even if you come back, can your stupid mouth persuade him to change his mind? Attilan is indeed better at solving this kind of problem. You only saw that Robert's spiritual will was polluted by the power of faith. Did you find that he has regained his previous high-spirited mental state? Since her sacrifice, Robert has lost a motivation to move forward. Robert's thinking was disturbed by the power of faith, which also led him to believe the solution proposed by Attilan. The bear man took a deep breath and said, I want to whip him, not only because he let Robert take the power of faith to create things and use the white deer to make profits, but most importantly, he doesn't trust me as a master. Attilan was very puzzled and said quickly, the person I trust most is the master. Without the master, there would be no me today. Then why don't you follow my arrangement? It is enough for me to let you show your talent in purifying filth. Instead of focusing on showing the purification thunder to the white deer, you fiddled with the power of creation. Is that the power you should touch now? Even for an adult ocean dragon, if it arrogantly refines the power of creation, the only outcome is energy riot or death. What makes you think your foundation is solid enough to touch the power of creation, which is considered a taboo among the ocean dragon group? Instead of letting you be drained by the power of creation, I might as well beat you, a bastard apprentice, to death first. Attilan looked at the angry bear man and waved his hands to explain, Master, I don't plan to master the complete power of creation now. I studied the abilities mastered by ocean dragons at different stages in the inherited memory, and found that as the life energy mastered by ocean dragons continues to be purified, eventually, the power of creation will be generated, but according to the talent gap between different individual ocean dragons, the purity and quantity of the power of creation vary greatly. Excluding innate reasons, the acquired differences are mostly due to the intensity of dragon body training and the mastery of life energy. Based on my current growth rate, I estimate that I will be able to master the initial form of the power of creation when I become an adult in 50 years. When an ocean dragon becomes an adult, the purity of its magic power will suddenly increase by a large margin. Thus, the ambergris crystal that can prolong life will be born. I just want to use the various secret techniques of cultivation to enhance the efficacy of the ambergris crystal. It cannot be considered a complete power of creation. The bear man snorted coldly and said, so your plan is to use this substandard product to fool the elders of the council? How can this be called fooling? I am just showing my investment value so that the elders can increase their investment in me. Give me another 100 years, and I guarantee that the entire continent will be the territory of our natural council. The thunder whip in the bear man's hand became brighter, and his tone was unusually cold. Arrogance has a price to pay. Let me measure how much strength my good apprentice has gained in the more than 1 month since I left. You can actually say such arrogant words as occupying the entire continent in 100 years, not to mention the bear man. Even the vine girl felt that Attilan was a little ignorant of the world and consciously stood aside. Seeing this scene, Attilan immediately wanted to flap his wings, take off, and run away. Then his tail was entangled by the thunder whip, and he was pulled down from the sky. Another whip hit Attilan's back, making his skin and flesh burst in an instant. Ouch, it hurts. Strictly speaking, this is the first time that Attilan has been punished by the bear man. Although he was tortured to death by the bear man before, it was nominally training. Only today did the bear man show that he was punishing Attilan for not knowing the height of the world. The bear man was also angry. In 2 or 3 years, he would set out to find natural sacred objects, but the heir he chose was so arrogant and conceited that he was not suitable to entrust his foundation. If Attilan was reliable, He could set out earlier with confidence. As a result, as soon as Attilan had a little strength, he began to expand and behaved like most dragons, foolish and demented. It was like when he just started elementary school, he started to think about how to rule the world when he became president in the future. How could the bear man not be disappointed with such performance? He felt that he needed to train Attilan for a while longer. In the next period of time, you will stay by my side and learn how to manage the energy veins of this forest, and learn what is the virtue of humility. It is because the dragon is powerful that you need to learn humility, and the bear man's eyes seemed to penetrate into Attilan's bones. Don't practice the secret technique taught by the white deer for now, it is not suitable for you. Although the orthodox life control transformation will be slower, it can develop the 8 bloodlines in your body more harmoniously. Attilan asked in surprise, Master, do you know that I have 8 different elemental dragon bloodlines in my body? The bear man had a cold face. I personally guided you to complete your first life transformation. At that time, I discovered that there was something wrong with your bloodline. Haven't you ever thought about this question? Why do your followers use you as a totem when they perform the totem war dance, but are able to track the 4 elements of earth, wind, water and fire? Why do you hold a ceremony to track the 4 elements into your body in large quantities? But it instead caused you to undergo your first bloodline transformation. Attilan was so surprised that his eyes widened like copper bells, and he dragged his bruised and battered body to the bear man. Master, you know everything, why don't you tell me? I told you, and then you became as inflated as you are now. Do you really think you can become an elemental dragon god just because you have 8 elemental bloodlines? I tell you the truth, there was once a dragon who possessed the bloodlines of the 4 elements of purgatory, ocean, mountain, and cloud. He advanced to the maximum level of elemental master and was preparing to become a god. By the way, he also got the dragon god orb that you had been thinking about, which corresponds to the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Guess what his ending was? Attilan's mouth twitched. Now that the ocean dragon soul appeared in the hands of the swamp dragon, this earth-shaking dragon king of earth, wind, water, and fire would surely end up dead. What do you think is your advantage over him? At that time, he was surrounded by 4 major elemental dragon tribes, not just a few cats and dogs now. It's hard for you to even find a pure-blooded ocean dragon wife, let alone a dragon army. Guess why he was able to get the 4 major orbs and gather so many elemental dragons? Why did the elemental dragons become like this and even have problems reproducing? Attilan lowered his head. He understood everything. This was a trap. The 2 old guys, Timaeus and Bahamut, wanted to cut off the roots of their elemental dragons. They had obviously degraded themselves to the sub-dragon group, so why did these 2 damn old guys still bite them? How much of a threat did the elemental dragon god pose to them at the beginning? They were all dead. Are they afraid that the elemental dragon god will revive from the elemental dragon group? So they want to strangle all the talented elemental dragons who are suspected to be the reincarnation of the elemental dragon god? If the elemental dragon god had really been reincarnated, how could he foolishly jump into the trap of the 2 old guys and hide directly in the elemental dragon god trial treasure house, and use the resources transformed from the death of the elemental dragons when they went to the trial to practice? Damn, Attilan suddenly felt that whether it was the platinum dragon god, the mother of evil dragons, or the elemental dragon god, there seemed to be traps waiting for him, a newbie, to jump in. Now, it seems that he can only go the druid path. At least the bear people will not cheat him. They will not take his life, nor will they use him as the food needed to restore their strength. Master, I understand. I will keep a low profile and rest in the future, and try to make those guys think that I only want to be a druid and have no idea about the dragon god. Disguise is Attilan's way of survival. He must honestly walk on the path of the druid, and don't think about the elemental dragon god, or even the food dragon god. He must be the druid's god of food, but the god of food is a dragon. I am an ocean dragon druid, not a druid ocean dragon. The bear man showed an expression of being teachable. Sure enough, the child was arrogant and disobedient, and a beating would do the trick. After coughing twice, the bear man took out a pair of scarlet bone claws from the dimension bag. This is the scarlet blood claws of the death claw. You can use it to make a weapon. This is bone, the most suitable weapon for druids, but it is full of necromancy. Didn't you say that you want to practice the power of creation? Then try to transform this weapon first. The power of creation can not only nourish living things, but also dead things. The dead become alive, and the living become dead. It depends on how you use it. Attilan felt that the bear man seemed to understand the power of creation better than him. Isn't it right? There should be no one in the whole forest who understands the power of creation better than him, otherwise the white deer would not be so easily deceived by him. If you have enough understanding of the power of creation, you should know that a 3-year-old dragon can't nurture the complete power of creation. At that time, the ocean dragon even told the elf such a secret inheritance knowledge. This kind of method that is kept in the bottom of the box may be cracked if the detailed information is leaked. Once cracked, the ocean dragons will be at risk of extinction. Although it is true that they are almost dead now. But the elemental dragon god should also be a time traveler from the flower planting family. The fish leaping over the dragon gate, all living things can become dragons. This is a way for him to understand clearly. Elemental dragons can really transform into not-so-pure elemental dragons by practicing specific secret techniques. After several generations of continuous purification, they can transform from dragons. That is why it is so difficult to destroy the elemental dragons. Of course, they can transform through the inheritance of high-quality blood to their offspring. For a fish to leap over the dragon gate, there must be a dragon gate. The elemental dragon god may have created the dragon gate, but the dragon gate should have been destroyed. But the dragon god orb is a small dragon gate, just like the swamp dragon got the ocean dragon's soul, and used the ocean dragon's soul to nourish his and his wife's blood. Of course, his wife also needs to be a water dragon. In theory, one or even several pure-blooded ocean dragons can be born. If there is a mother dragon among them, then Attilan should be able to find a pure-blooded ocean dragon wife. Master, do swamp dragons have children? What do you want to ask? No, didn't you say that the ocean dragons are about to be extinct, but the ocean dragon souls can expand the ocean dragon population? Swamp dragons have water blood, in theory, as long as the conditions are right, pure-blooded ocean dragon offspring can be born. I'm just concerned about the fate of the tribe. There are more ocean dragons, so I'm inconspicuous among them. Fusion laughed happily with her hands covering her mouth. I think you want to find a wife because of what your master said. You are only 3 years old, don't rush. When you come of age, your master and I will visit the swamp dragon in person. I will definitely find a suitable wife for you, Attilan said with a dark face. No, I don't want to find a wife. Compared with the swamp dragon's daughter, I am more envious of the ocean dragon soul in his hand. With the ocean dragon's soul, the problem of the old naughty boy's lifespan can be completely solved. Didn't you say that we can no longer use the power of faith in the god of gourmet? The bear man waved his hand and said, borrowing the ocean dragon's soul is impossible. At most, we can find a way to exchange some ambergris crystals from SYNOPSIS. He should have cultivated the power of creation, otherwise he would not have transformed into a life form close to the ocean dragon so quickly. Even if you practice the secret techniques of the school of life, it is difficult to transform from mixed blood to pure blood. I have finally suppressed it for you so that you can steadily transform into the elemental dragon king. In the end, you activated it again. Attilan smiled awkwardly. Who made the bear man just tell him that he should practice in that direction, and impart knowledge and secret techniques to him bit by bit? Just like clicking on skills, one skill point at a time, and he was not allowed to see the skill tree, and he was not told what he did, all was letting him guess. Master, there will be no harm in activating it, right? The bear man looked at him coldly. I wanted you to practice more simply before, but you want to pursue excitement, so you should follow through. The situation is complicated, but the effect will be the best if you practice it. In fact, among the 4 of us, the one with the strongest fighting power was Robert, old naughty boy. Fusion nodded and said, yes, he is proficient in many elements and the spells he uses are the most lethal. He has the most comprehensive abilities and can deal with various problems, but unfortunately, it is because of his best talent that he is targeted by the enemy. If you can't kill the old naughty boy, then kill his girlfriend, right? This method is really despicable. Okay, I'm going back to heal my wounds. You stay in the forest honestly, and don't go there, understood? Attilan nodded repeatedly. After the bear man left, the vine girl smiled and said, I remember that Seta seemed to have a daughter, and he invited us to his daughter's birthday party. Do you want me to introduce her to you? Attilan quickly explained, Master's wife, I really don't have any spring thoughts. Chapter 218 I like to practice in my dreams. No matter how Attilan explained, Fugend was convinced that he wanted to reserve a pure-blooded ocean dragon wife in advance, and she had already started to plan in her mind when to let Attilan meet the princess of the swamp dragon family. Don't be shy, you are still too young now. Although your body seems to have grown to the same size as an adult ocean dragon, there is still a slight difference in the operation of the magic power inside and the purity of the blood. Do you still remember that your master told you several times that you should slow down and settle for a while, and not to move forward so fast, otherwise you will suffer, especially when he was away? You activated the blood of the two elemental dragons of fire and ice. I'm afraid the backlash will come soon, huh? Attilan was dumbfounded. Fugend smiled and spread out the pink fairy light to heal the scars of Attilan being whipped by the bear man's thunder whip. The one who is best at element coordination and balance in the forest is the old naughty boy. If he hadn't lost his mind because of the power of faith, do you think he would agree to your activating multiple elemental bloodlines? Attilan believed in the old naughty boy's attainments in elements. Since the old naughty boy didn't say that multiple bloodlines could not be activated, then it was possible. But because of his actions, the old naughty boy has begun to lose his intelligence. Now he still has 30% of his original wisdom, and it is estimated that he will soon become a crazy naughty boy who only knows how to eat, drink, play, and practice druidism. So, I dug my own grave, almost. But don't worry. Big Stupid Bear and I will deal with the problem of the old naughty boy. When the old naughty boy regains consciousness, we can ask him to teach you how to balance multiple elements. The old naughty boy is confused because of the power of faith, but Bailu is not. Why didn't she remind me that multiple elements would have such a big backlash? She hasn't given me a solution yet. Fugend spread her hands and said, maybe she thought you knew, and although Bailu is already the son of God, her level is still a little worse than that of the experienced legendary druids. In your words, Bailu is just talking on paper. If you suffer a little now, you will suffer less in the future. It just so happens that your master also intends to measure your growth. It's okay to give you some more burdens. It's okay to have more fire and ice elements. Cooking delicious food requires water, fire and ice. It can also be regarded as preparing for your future in advance. You should cook more delicious food. It would be best if all the heroes in the world can taste the food you make and believe that the food you make is the most delicious in the world. I agree that you are the best gourmet in the world. The intelligent life of the chefs should not only be numerous, but also of high quality. It would be best if there were more than 10 or 20 legends who recognized your gourmet attainments from the bottom of their hearts. You must continue to walk the path of magic chef seriously, and at the same time, you must not delay your druid and dragon bloodline training. You need to think more about how to arrange your time. Put away the pair of bone claws on the ground first. Ask your master later how to purify them, convert the dead spirit magic power into life energy, and what kind of magic props to make. Attilan shrank his neck. The bear man was angry now, and he would definitely not provoke him at this time. When the bear man was almost calm, Attilan would take the bear man's favorite honey bread to apologize to him and act like a spoiled child. This matter should be over. The honey bread must not be ordinary. The recipe used by the leopard woman at the pastry food conference last time was very good: fairy flour dough, colorful eggs, and golden wheat flour. Adding a little butter made from the milk of the bighorn deer, Attilan planned to make a crispy honey bread to completely conquer the bear man's taste buds and let the bear man happily put an end to this matter. The vine girl turned around and disappeared with the gorgeous fairy light. Attilan looked at the scarlet blood claw at his feet, his eyes full of curiosity. The blood claw was originally dozens of meters long, and one finger was about the same size as his head, a little bigger than his head. Now the whole length is only 2 meters. Attilan was very curious about what secret technique the bear man used to shrink the bone claw so much, and put it on the grass without leaking any necromancy and toxins. He went forward to pick up the bone claw and shook it. The weight was also light, almost the same as the 2-meter-long bone claw. Shaking his head, Attilan put the bone claw into the dimensional bag given to him by Alun. He didn't expect that the lady's starlight magic was actually related to space. Using the spider silk provided by Arachne, the lady wove a dimensional bag for him. It's not easy. As a dragon, it's been 3 years since I got my own space storage item. Farming is indeed slower than plundering, which makes Attilan wonder when he will go to the Northern Kingdom to make a fortune. Although Fugend has said that Bailu is just talking on paper, Attilan still wants to ask Bailu about the practice method of element coordination. Only by referring to multiple opinions can the conclusion be comprehensive. The most important thing is that he wants to question Bailu. This pitfall. It turns out that she has always been a big shot in front of him. No wonder Attilan always feels that the practice method she has given him is not in line with the conventional routine. When he arrived at Balu's residence, Attilan only saw the original owner of the house, leopard woman. She was lighting a bonfire to roast a rabbit to eat. Seeing Attilan coming, she handed the rabbit to Attilan. Do you want to eat? No, I have something to do with Balu. She was called over by the master to talk, and it seems that she was scolded. The master is really powerful. He can even scold the son of nature at will. Looking at the leopard girl with an admiring face, Attilan secretly complained in his heart. This is the little girl he raised, so he can scold her however he wants. Then what? Then she came back to pack up her things, went to Kingland Town to pack some food, and said that she was going to patrol other druid forests on the continent and would come back after a while. Attilan's teeth were about to break. This Balu knew that he was going to settle accounts with her, so she ran away in advance. Forget it, one step back and the sky will be wider. He endured it for a while, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Since she is not here, let's talk about what happened between us. The leopard girl blinked in confusion. What do we have? Do you want to ask about the control crystal last time? It's very useful, but the control is still not fine enough. When can you refine the life energy in it? It feels not pure enough. There is always abnormal energy disturbing it when controlling it. Attilan was shocked. Impossible, I tried it myself, no problem at all. Leopard woman was impatient. She went straight into the house and took out the control crystal. I'll show you. Watching the dark green energy pouring out of the crystal, wrapping around leopard woman's arms and spreading to her whole body, it soon formed a light shield. It's here, do you feel it? Although leopard woman said so, Attilan still didn't sense anything, so he could only shake his head and increase the intensity and precision of his mental power exploration. I'll try again. What about now? Still nothing. Attilan's expression began to become a little solemn. After doing this 3 times, leopard woman directly threw down the crystal and sat cross-legged on the ground, grabbed the rabbit and started eating it. My magic power is almost used up, but you said you didn't sense anything. Are you kidding me? I really didn't sense anything. Leopard woman didn't believe it at all. Is there anything wrong with your perception? It can't be that your strength has improved too quickly. After all, how could an ordinary dragon grow so big at your age? You'd better go ask the master. Attilan waved his hand and said, don't worry, thanks to you for helping me discover the problem in my practice. Did you want to learn how to make honey bread last time? I happen to have time now, so you go prepare the ingredients. I'll teach you a newly developed crispy honey bread. I guarantee that you will eat one in one bite and never get tired of it. The leopard girl's eyes lit up immediately. Really? I'll go collect fairy nectar now. You don't have some ready-made? The leopard girl quickly waved her hands and said, what do you know? Fairy nectar must be collected and used immediately to achieve the best effect. The bread made from it will have a unique fragrance. Fairy nectar will become stale after being left for a long time, just like fresh flowers that have been picked. Don't worry, with the help of the fairies in the flower garden, we can collect enough nectar in less than an hour. Fairies? Are you talking about the fairies that my master's wife cultivated in the fairy garden? When did you become good friends with them? Even when I used the water of life to attract them, they didn't want to get close to me. The leopard girl swayed her body proudly. Of course, who am I? A big evil dragon like you will definitely not be liked by them. My greatest strength is that I am good at making friends. Besides, I didn't ask for their flower dew for nothing. I know that they like to roast a kind of red ants the most. In order to exchange for flower dew, I can go through a lot of hardships to catch enough ants. Those ants bite people very painfully. A bite will leave a red dot. It is difficult to heal even with healing magic. If I didn't want to make delicious bread to show off at the food conference, I wouldn't catch ants. Red ants? Attilan asked curiously. The ants you are talking about? Are they all crystal red, like crystal and jade? The leopard girl was immediately excited and danced with joy. Yes, you know this kind of ant. Of course I know it. It is actually a discarded product of the red fire ants cultivated by Shanna. There is no fire element in the body, and there is no strong toxin. Apart from being beautiful, it seems to be no different from ordinary ants. Do you know why those fairies like to eat those ants? The leopard girl shook her head. How about you come with me and ask? Attilan waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead and ask. I'm afraid they'll be too scared to speak when they see me. Every time I meet them, I have to try to restrain my breath as much as possible to avoid scaring them, but their reactions are getting bigger and bigger. The leopard woman curled her lips in disdain. It's obviously because the dragon power you exude is getting stronger and stronger, and you still have the nerve to say that you have restrained yourself. Looking at the figure of the leopard woman walking flexibly in the forest, Attilan calmly began to examine his own problems. Perhaps the reason why the bear man whipped him was not only because of his recent actions, but also for more important reasons. There was a problem with his practice, and the bear man had been waiting for him to find the problem himself, but he didn't notice it at all. Attilan found that his cognition of himself seemed to be biased. So what caused him to have problems? Thinking about it, it should be because he progressed too fast and was too anxious. He didn't fully grasp his current strength, which led to the problem of insufficient control and cognitive bias. It seems that he can't wait any longer. If he makes honey buns, he must apologize to the bear man as soon as possible and get a solution to the problem. Before Leopard Girl came back, Attilan also went to Kingland Town to get some other materials. He taught Leopard Girl in the name of teaching him because he couldn't get the fairy flower dew. This unique honey must be collected by those little fairies who are similar to bees. The nectar and their unique fairy energy are mixed together to form the fairy flower dew. If they were useless, Fusion would not bother to raise them. Soon Leopard Girl came back with a can of flower dew, jumping and jumping. As soon as she came back, she said eagerly, "Let's get started, don't be impatient. You must not be impatient when cooking. Otherwise, the finished product will either become charcoal or not cooked yet. Let me tell you the specific material ratio and the corresponding processing method first. The most important thing is the heat. Not only did you have problems with kneading the dough last time, but the temperature of baking bread was also wrong. You didn't fully stimulate the fragrance of the fairy flower dew." Attilan was actually a little worried that his current understanding of himself was distorted, and whether the taste of the bread he made would be different. We do it little by little, one small portion at a time. These materials are enough for us to try 7 or 8 times. I don't believe that you still can't learn it after 7 or 8 times. Do you have confidence in yourself? Yes. Under Attilan's guidance, Leopard Girl made rapid progress, but her talent in magical cooking was not outstanding. There was a huge difference between no failure and great success. After activating the blood of the fire dragon, Attilan found a benefit. It was easier to bake bread. His control over the temperature was significantly stronger. During the baking process, he felt that the magic of various materials was gradually combined perfectly. In the name of instructing Leopard Girl, Attilan asked Leopard Girl to sense it carefully and treat Leopard Girl as an external detector. Finally, the energy was perfectly blended for the last time. When she took out the bread, she looked at the gorgeous golden light and opened her mouth wide. Does this bread glow? It's just the magic aura that is released when the magic power is perfectly blended. The more pure and simple the color is, the better the magic dish is. Leave a few for you to taste, and I'll send the rest to Master and his wife. They just came back from the battle and need these delicacies to recuperate. The Leopard Girl nodded repeatedly. Indeed, send it to the Master quickly. Seeing Attilan, the meditating bear man didn't even open his eyes. What are you doing here? Send some food to Master as a consolation, and apologize to Master by the way. I found that I did something wrong. Where did I go wrong? Arrogant. I made a mistake but couldn't find it in time. Since you found it, how do you plan to remedy it? Attilan approached with a playful smile. Master, eat the honey bread first. It won't taste good when it gets cold. As soon as Attilan opened the lid, the bear man's nose couldn't help but move. After thinking again and again, the bear man couldn't resist his greed and stretched out his hand to taste it with a look of surprise. That's right, Master, I have to ask you for advice on my body's incoordination problem. Figure it out yourself. Attilan immediately put his big head forward and squeezed into the bear man's arms. Master, my dearest and most beloved Master, I can only rely on you. Besides, you have already eaten the apology gift I sent you. He the bear man couldn't do anything to him, so he could only say, sleep and solve your problem in your dream. The biggest advantage of the dragon is that it can solve some of the incoordination of the body through sleep. I have another booklet here, the Life School's research on dream practice. You can take a look. Attilan quickly took the booklet. Dream practice? I like this. Finally, 4,375 words. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 219 The Secret Hidden in Dragon Ball. Attilan was about to open the booklet to study the secret techniques of dream cultivation, when he suddenly realized that everything that happened today seemed to be too smooth. The booklet of dream cultivation should have been placed in the bear man's library. But the bear man carried it with him, Obviously he had already prepared a way to reconcile the incoordination between his dragon body and dragon soul, but he was just waiting to see when he could find the problem himself. The master is like this, he sees the problem but he won't tell you directly, but guides you to find the problem yourself and try to solve it. This process just proves the skills you have learned. If it still doesn't work, then it's time for the master to come in. If the master needs to help solve everything, why bother accepting disciples? If the master doesn't help with any problems, then what's the point of worshipping him? Through deep sleep, you can strengthen your spirit and soul. Your body grows too fast under the nourishment of natural energy. It is like a child pulling a big cart. It is natural that there will be incoordination and effort, with your speed of progress, if it were not for the stimulation of the three bloodlines that cause the energy flow inside the dragon body to be disturbed, you could barely maintain it. I will take you to the Emerald Dream to practice a few more times to strengthen your spirit and soul. The progress of the body and soul will not be too far apart. You insist on taking your own initiative, and then you will suffer. The bear man spoke leisurely, and kept picking up the small bread with his fingers and stuffing it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. The sweet and crispy bottom really made the bear man unable to stop. Although Attilan's overly strong ambition gave the bear man a headache, he had to admit that Attilan's cooking skills were indeed good. The delicious food he made quickly extinguished the fire in his heart. But, the secret technique of dream cultivation mastered by the School of Life combined with the dragon's ability to sleep should be able to effectively enhance your soul and gradually coordinate the dragon body and soul, but it will definitely take a long time. I hope you have enough patience to wait. Do you have it? Facing the bear man's distrustful eyes, Attilan nodded firmly and said, Master, please believe me. For the next 3 years, I will stay in the forest and practice seriously. I will never step out of the forest. The bear man nodded with satisfaction. He didn't believe in Attilan's promise. He believed that Attilan would not dare to disobey him. It's not time to take you to the Emerald Dream for training, but you triggered the problem ahead of time, so you have to go to the Emerald Dream. Do you remember the last time in the Emerald Dream, after you used thunder to purify those filthy monsters, you had a feeling of having a clear mind and thinking quickly after waking up for a while? Attilan nodded excitedly and said, I never figured out where that feeling came from. Later, I changed several environments and several ways of sleeping, but I couldn't get that feeling back. Could it be related to the Emerald Dream? The bear man nodded and said, archdruids and legendary druids use the unique environment of the Emerald Dream to hone their souls. After being contaminated by demonic power, they can get rewards and increase their souls by purifying the environment of the Emerald Dream. Generally speaking, the rewards for building the material world and the Emerald Dream are similar to those of druids in the past. If you let the Emerald Dream grow, the Emerald Dream will give you corresponding power in return. Sowing seeds in spring and harvesting food in autumn. There is no difference between purifying filth and clearing weeds in farmland, but weeds in the Emerald Dream will bite people. It bit a lot of people to death. Do you have confidence? Attilan patted his chest confidently. Of course, although I was a little embarrassed last time, I still eliminated a lot of filth. As long as the number of times is enough, the rewards will definitely not be small. The bear man shook his head and looked at Attilan with interest. This time is different. Last time your body was teleported in together, and this time the goal is to polish your soul, so you must use the dream as a transit and only let your soul in. In the Emerald Dream, your soul will transform into a spirit-like form, so that you can grow enough, but correspondingly after leaving the dragon body, your strength will be weakened by more than half. Being killed in the Emerald Dream in a spirit-like form is not considered true death. Although it will seriously damage your vitality, you will recover after 3 to 5 years with the herbs I made. Attilan took a breath, swallowed and said, it's still no problem, but master, can we start from a more stable safe zone? It's just the soul that goes in, and I may need some time to get familiar with it. The bear man waved his hand. It's nothing. Purifying monsters will improve your soul greatly, but there are also safe ways to improve your soul power. Just like you plant trees outside the forest, you can also plant trees in the Emerald Dream to gain power. Even hiding in a safe zone and meditating can also improve your soul, but the time you can stay in the Emerald Dream is limited, and the rest of the time you have to sleep. Attilan thought for a moment and then backed off. Then I'd better start with planting trees. Meditation is too inefficient, and it's still too dangerous to purify the soul. As he spoke, Attilan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since it's a spirit-like soul, can I bring a real spirit in to assist me? The bear man raised his eyebrows. If it's the herring spirit that the fishman accidentally cultivated, forget it. His strength is a little bit weak. Let's raise him for another 100 or 200 years. Will the white bull listen to you? The front line of the Emerald Dream against monsters is very dangerous. Real spirits are more easily contaminated by demonic power than us. Are you sure you want to bring the Earth-type white bull in? His movement speed is not fast. Unless you get a new spirit, Attilan laughed. There is one, and it's a thunder-type electric eel spirit. He often devours my life thunder and purification thunder. The lightning he releases has a bit of flavor. Although it was born not long ago, it should be considered a good assistant. The bear man frowned immediately. Attilan felt that he could take it to the battlefield not long after it was born, which means that this spirit has a good talent. Attilan can't let him waste it. Bring it here and let me see it. When the bear man said this, Attilan inexplicably felt a sense of crisis, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Forget it, I'll go and see it myself. You can just read the book here. The secret art of cultivating the soul in dreams has a lot of content and is difficult to learn. Don't waste your time, huh? The bear man teleported away without asking Attilan where the electric eel spirit was. Attilan was left standing there in a daze. The wind blew and the booklet he held with the magician's hand opened with a bang. The long booklet flew out 1 or 2 meters away. Attilan was stunned when he saw it. The booklet was indeed not big, but it was very long and the paper was very thin. No wonder it flew so far when the wind blew. The words on it were also small. Attilan suddenly felt a headache. Read it, no matter how many words there were, he had to learn them. If he didn't solve the problem of the soul, he would not be able to continue to make great strides. Moreover, if the disharmony between his body and soul continued to worsen, it would affect his combat ability. Even his ability to live. The food he cooked tasted good now, but it might change at any time. Attilan was a little worried about the 3 elemental bloodlines in his body. If there was a conflict, it was hard to say whether he would be paralyzed by the shock. After reading it carefully, Attilan found that it looked like a booklet, but in fact it had nearly 30,000 words, which detailed 3 secret techniques for cultivating the soul. Using the strong blood of the body to nourish the growth of the soul, how to use dreams to strengthen the soul, and finally entering and exiting the Emerald Dream through dreams. At first, Attilan was surprised why entering and exiting dreams could become a secret technique to strengthen the soul. After reading the secret technique, he found that if the fluctuations generated when entering and exiting the Emerald Dream were used well, it could have the effect of purifying the soul. The problem was that the special energy fluctuations flashed by, and if the soul's perception ability was not sharp enough, it would not be able to grasp this power. The Emerald Dream is not a place where you can open the door casually. Within a certain period of time, the number of times a druid can enter is limited, of course, for novices who have just entered. The purpose is to protect them from being assimilated by the Emerald Dream. This secret technique of entering and exiting the Emerald Dream can only work in the early stage. Powerful druids are directly immersed in the Emerald Dream, and there are too many opportunities to find inside. I have been wandering around the gate, which is completely a waste of time. Of course, of the 3 secret arts mentioned above, Attilan can only try to practice the first one, which is to use the life energy of the body to transform and nourish the soul, which may cause physical deficiency to other people. But for Attilan, whose body is too strong at the moment, it is the best way to balance the body and soul. The secret art comes with a herbal formula to strengthen blood. Because this secret art is prepared for ordinary races such as humans and elves, if they practice it like Attilan, what they practice is not a soul, but a ghost. The feeling of the soul being strengthened is wonderful, but if you are not careful, you will over-extract blood and ki, so it is used in the Emerald Dream, and the spirit-like body is not afraid of blood and ki being extracted. Because the body is not composed of traditional life blood and ki. But the Emerald Dream is a half-real and half-dream world, the effect of practicing this blood-to-soul secret art there is still quite good. I don't know why, Attilan always feels that this blood-to-soul secret art is not like the righteous secret art, a bit like the secret art of necromancers or vampires. That primitive, bloody taste has not been completely eliminated. Well, when Attilan read it for the second time, he found out that he was wrong. What he just read was actually the first edition. The School of Life has been optimized for the second time. It can use the excess overflowing vitality to transform into soul power in sleep. It is gentle and harmless to the body, but the price is that it is slower than a turtle. Attilan thought it would be better not to practice rashly. The bear man just said that his task was to read, But he didn't tell him to practice now. He should not go against the wind. It is better to be a submissive apprentice in front of the bear man recently. Moreover, he felt that there seemed to be a lot of hidden content in the secret scroll. He clearly remembered that he didn't see these contents in the second edition when he read it for the first time. But it popped up when he read it for the second time. Could it be that his soul is so out of harmony? Attilan read it for the third time and found that there was a third edition. It combined the advantages of the previous two editions, fast speed, less physical damage, but the consumption of resources is quite large. Treasures of the quality of the life acorn must be eaten as food to supply the growth of the soul. There is no way. The growth of the soul is difficult. For the same increase in strength, it only takes one resource to grow the body, but it may take 10 resources to grow the soul. In terms of combat effect, the power of the soul may not even be as good as the power damage of the body and elements. But this is a low-end game. In high-end games like the Bear Man and the Death Claw, the power of the soul needs to be highly valued. The power of the soul may not be impressive at the beginning, but when it accumulates to a certain level, the power it bursts out is considerable. Obviously, the power of the swamp dragon is stronger, but he ended up being a meat shield and auxiliary. It is because he has reached a certain level, but he did not adjust the direction of his practice and still revolved around basic physical strength. Of course, the instinctive soul strength of the dragon is very high. It is not as good as the bear man in attack, but it is used for defense. The effect is even 2 or 3 times that of the bear man. When Attilan read it for the 4th time, he felt that this booklet was not simple. The content on it was really changing. This booklet must be a magic prop. At this time, the bear man came over with the electric eel spirit wrapped around his arm. It's a waste of talent to let you cultivate this electric eel spirit. I will take care of him from now on, Master. You? What do you mean by you? What do you mean by me? Do you think I can't take good care of him? Attilan wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, if you continue like this, I will ask my master's wife to seek justice for me. I didn't say that this electric eel is not yours. I just kept him by my side to take care of him. He still belongs to your spirit. I am the master. How can I steal my apprentice's things? What do you think, Attilan? Looking at the bear man who seemed to be smiling, Attilan hurriedly said, Master, in terms of your attainments in thunder, I believe that in this world, you are second to none. I think it is very appropriate for the electric eel spirit to be taken care of by the master. Attilan also knew that the bear man had always cultivated some spirits in the forest, so that he could try to cultivate spirits, but he could never produce any valuable spirits. Now this electric eel, spirit, and thunder system are simply generated according to the template that the bear man likes. How can the bear man not like it when he sees it? His arm was carrying a weak silver electric current, and the electric eel swam around the bear man's body as the current moved, making the bear man couldn't help but smile knowingly. Not bad, not bad. This electric eel spirit should be raised in the thunder pool of Amethyst Mountain. How can it grow well if you raise it in the lake? Attilan's mouth twitched. Even if the electric eel is a thunder spirit, with a high purity thunder slurry in the thunder pool, are you sure that the electric eel will not be electrocuted to death? How is it, Master? There are a lot of contents on it, and it changes every time, and the handwriting is different. Is it recorded by different people? Yes, this booklet is connected with dreams. It is an important prop of the school of life. What you see on it is what you can see and what you are allowed to see. Some contents that you are not qualified to see can be seen if you have a way to break the blockade of this prop, but your soul is obviously not at this level yet. Practice the basics well. After you use dreams to enhance the strength of your soul, you can naturally see the rest of the content. Attilan keenly noticed something was wrong. Master, I saw a secret technique that uses blood to strengthen the soul. Is that the basic content? The bear man's face changed slightly. Have you seen the secret technique of blood to soul? Yes, Attilan nodded quickly. The bear man quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to press on Attilan's arm. He immediately felt a strange wave spreading from the bear man to him. Until it touched the Dragon Ball, the originally calm Dragon Ball suddenly began to rotate, releasing a weak wave to counter the bear man's wave. Your Dragon Ball doesn't seem to be as simple as I imagined. No wonder the Death Claw's attack on the soul was easily resisted by the Swamp Dragon with the Ocean Dragon Soul. Dragon Ball is called Dragon Soul. So this is the reason. It's interesting. The arrangement of the elemental dragon god is really not simple. Attilan was confused and felt that the bear man had said something very important just now. Attilan, you should pay more attention to the practice of Dragon Ball in the future. That is your chance to come again. No matter what, you can't let your Dragon Ball be broken. The bear man smiled and patted Attilan. Forget it, your Dragon Ball is still too far from the ocean dragon soul. Wait until your life stage breaks through the legendary stage before considering refining the dragon soul. Attilan remembered clearly that the cultivation method of the Dragon Ball in the inherited memory was not complete, and the Dragon Ball was only a pure energy crystal after the 9th transformation. Although it has various magical effects, it cannot be regarded as a real ocean dragon soul. Now he suddenly understood that the reason why the last part was missing in the inherited memory was because after the 9th transformation of the Dragon Ball, one would naturally understand what to do next. Moreover, that part of the cultivation knowledge is likely to be a secret that cannot be revealed at all, and it has a very subtle relationship with the elemental dragon god. Combined with the fact that the elemental dragon king was calculated and killed, Attilan seemed to understand something. Master, the elemental dragon god will not have something hidden in his Dragon Ball. Collecting 8 Dragon Balls will make the elemental dragon god resurrect, right? The bear man shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. Anyway, this is not the problem you need to worry about. I only know that if you practice the dragon soul well, you will have another chance. Why does the elemental dragon god have 8 Dragon Balls, but there is no news of the elemental dragon god being resurrected in a certain world? Maybe the dragon soul in the Dragon Ball was destroyed or may have left. Anyway, I didn't find any problem with the ocean dragon soul in the hands of the swamp dragon. The swamp dragon is still a swamp dragon, Attilan was thinking. If the Dragon Ball gives the elemental dragon a chance to come again, then is there a possibility that the elemental dragon that seems to be almost dead is likely to be hidden in a corner of the elemental world? Reserve strength and prepare to make a comeback? The bear man touched his chin and thought about it. If the power of the Dragon Ball is the same as I think, then you don't need to practice in the usual way. We may try a special way of practice. The bear man took out a booklet in Attilan's hand, closed it, and then reopened it and put it in front of Attilan. This is a method used by druids whose bodies are destroyed but who do not intend to attach themselves to wild beasts, to enter the emerald dream and transform themselves into nature spirits. The stronger the druid, the more memories they retain during the transformation. Some bold druids also have spirit-like bodies while they are still alive. When heading to the emerald dream, they try to transform themselves into spirit-like bodies to practice. Some successfully transform back, while some completely transform into nature spirits and cannot transform back. In order to prevent them from macing around, the quasi-gods developed spirit-like bodies and engraved the rules on the emerald dream, allowing druids to transform spontaneously when they enter in soul form. No, it should be a shell on the soul, which plays the role of protecting the druid's soul and preventing the druid from trying dangerous secrets. Attilan immediately asked anxiously, then why should I change myself? I am afraid that I can't change back, Master, the bear man said lightly, because you already have a shell to protect your soul. The emerald dream should not be able to give you another shell. Even if you put it on, do you think you can practice in the emerald dream with 2 shells, to exercise the soul's weight-bearing capacity? Attilan said in surprise. So, the Dragon Ball is the shell used by the dragon to protect the soul. The bear man nodded and continued, if I am not wrong, the Dragon Ball should also allow you elemental dragons to transform into spirit dragons after death. By accumulating strength step by step, you may be able to transform into elemental dragons again. Really, Attilan didn't believe that the resurrection coins were so easy to get. But he was still a long way from the ocean dragon soul. Maybe the real ocean dragon soul had an effect that was even more magical than the bear man imagined, and it would automatically teleport to the safe area of the corresponding elemental world after death. Dragon Ball is the new dragon egg. Don't think about it, let's go to the emerald dream directly. Action is worse than thought. The bear man got up and went to the oak hall to take out a jar, put some herbal powder in it, lit it, and began to meditate with Attilan in the rising white smoke. Soon, Attilan felt a wave of sleepiness coming up, and he fell asleep unconsciously. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had come to the food area of Bread Forest and Honey River. Where is this? My dream? Do I like bread and honey so much? Turning his head, he saw the bear man with a black face. This is my dream. I will take you out of your body in the form of a soul and enter the emerald dream. Don't resist, just like being sucked hard on the top of his head by a stick. Attilan felt like a pop, and he flew up lightly without moving his wings. After a spin, he carefully sensed it. He sensed a wave vaguely, but before he could absorb it, the surrounding environment turned into the emerald green emerald dream. Attilan moved and felt something was wrong. He felt dizzy. Suddenly he felt like he was being grabbed by something. Just as I thought, you turned into a Dragon Ball. Ah, Dragon Ball. Attilan suddenly felt his head explode. He jumped out of the limited perspective and saw a white bear standing upright, holding a green bead in its hand. Chapter 220 Spirit Dragon. Attilan had a premonition when he was talking to the bear man just now that his soul had turned into a Dragon Ball in the Emerald Dream, but when it really turned into a Dragon Ball, Attilan was still a little confused. That's right, now he is just a round bead, without hands and feet. How can he touch his head? And no matter how hard he shouted, it seemed that no sound came out. You still speak like you have a body, so naturally you can't make any sound. You are now a soul body. Whether you speak or see, you must learn to do it from the perspective of the soul. The bear man's palm emitted an emerald green light. Your Dragon Ball and the spirit-like body given to druids by the Emerald Dream are two different mystical arts after all, and you are not serious enough in practicing the Dragon Ball. The quality of the Dragon Ball is not high. When you arrive in the Emerald Dream, the spirit body you condensed is naturally not perfect. Now follow my energy to guide your soul. Let your soul break away from the protection of the Dragon Ball and connect with the natural power of the Emerald Dream to form a dragon body like a spirit. I think you can practice faster this way. The Elemental Dragon God has done a good job in promoting the Dragon Ball among the Elemental Dragons, giving the Elemental Dragons more choices than the Color Dragons and Metal Dragons. It may be because there are too many choices, it makes the Elemental Dragons unable to master one thing to the end. Attilan was immediately shocked. Spirit dragons, that is not a type of dragon that only exists in another star field. We should not have any spirit dragons here. Master, you still know this. The bear man flicked the Dragon Ball in his hand. It's true that I don't have the opportunity to travel around, but that doesn't stop some people from appreciating the beauty of my forest and coming to me with the spirit dragons. Attilan asked, is it that black and white bear man? I heard that he comes from the world where the spirit dragons live. The bear man nodded and continued to transmit pure soul power in his hands. Yes, he did bring a spirit dragon with him. The dragon can grow big or small by nature, and he usually keeps the lead dragon in his wine flask. I also got the chance to admire that unique dragon, unlike your metallic dragons and colorful dragons, which remain the same and only grow in size. The lead dragon carried by the monk will undergo a life transformation in the corresponding period. Therefore, the population of this kind of spirit dragon is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than that of metallic dragons and colorful dragons. But there is also a disadvantage, which is that every transformation is risky. You have the Dragon Ball, so you can transform into a spirit dragon in the specific environment of the Emerald Dream. The connection between the spirit dragon and the mountains and rivers is closer than that of the elemental dragons. With the ability of the spirit dragon, you will definitely revitalize the Emerald Dream. At the same time, the benefits of the spirit dragon body can feed back to your soul and Dragon Ball. It is obviously a druid's holy land, but it feels like it was specially designed for you, an ocean dragon. It just so happens that Liling is also a water dragon. Although it is not as good as an ocean dragon, in an environment like the Emerald Dream, Liling can come and go more freely. I just don't know how much power your thunder can have left in the Emerald Dream. If there is no power left, it means that Attilan's skills have not been trained to the bone. Otherwise the soul will have some power under the influence of the purifying thunder. With a factor, Attilan can still use those acquired means even if he leaves the dragon body. Otherwise only those means that are closely connected to the soul and the dragon body can be brought in. How many means are left when Attilan's soul arrives in the Emerald Dream, just to test whether he is serious in his practice? If your proficiency in the secret technique is high enough, you don't need to practice it again when you arrive in the Emerald Dream. If your proficiency is not enough, practicing it twice will help you to improve the power of the secret technique to a higher level. You don't even have a body that can move freely now. You'd better condense a usable dragon body before going out, otherwise, your Dragon Ball will be broken. Attilan was more cautious. The bear man did pass on a lot of information about Liling through his soul, but he didn't think he could condense the body of Liling in his dream this time. If a dragon race born from heaven and earth can easily change into an existence with the same body structure, then the Liling race is probably about to be extinct. Comparing the dragon bodies of the ocean dragon and the Liling, Attilan found that the ocean dragon was indeed much stronger than the Lilan. At the same level, the Lilan would definitely die if the ocean dragon and the Lilan fought. In the later period, after the Lilan transformed into a powerful dragon race such as the Dragon King, it might be able to suppress the ocean dragon, but the current Lilan could not even beat some magical beasts. For example, if the Eagle King tried to create a wind and thunder giant eagle, some of the more handsome individuals could catch the Lilan from the water and eat it as spicy snacks. If the ocean dragon is a dragon, then the Lilan is more like a snake, and it needs to wait for an opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. Master, can't I try to evolve my ocean dragon body? Must I have the Lilan? Didn't you warn me that I can't chew more than I can chew? The bear man just looked at him coldly. Then didn't you activate both the fire and ice bloodlines? Attilan said tentatively. Strictly speaking, I only activated the bloodline of the purgatory dragon. The frost dragon bloodline just turned on the switch and didn't guide much power in. The bear man looked at the dragon ball with a smile, and threw the dragon ball into the sky. Then should I praise you for being organized and taking things step by step? Now the dragon ball is Attilan, especially since the bear man has taught him to learn to observe everything around him from the perspective of the soul. His perception ability has become more acute. Being thrown at the target, the world was spinning and the head was dizzy. Master, don't throw it away, don't throw it away, I know I'm wrong, the bear man snorted coldly. The Lee dragon is weak, but it suits your personality better. The ocean dragon is too strong, which makes you swell up. If you change to a weaker body, you can better recognize the reality. Spirit is not good at fighting, but its perception and control of the vitality of heaven and earth and the surrounding environment are much stronger than that of the ocean dragon. If my apprentice is a lead dragon, maybe he can understand my good intentions and won't go against me. Attilan was silent. He was a little crazy. It's not that he wants to go against the bear man. It's obvious that the bear man knows everything but says nothing. He is just an ignorant child. What does he know? The years he has lived before and after the crossing are just a fraction of the years that the bear man has lived. The old saying that the bear man has eaten more salt than Attilan has eaten rice is just right here. Forget it, since the bear man said that the Lilan is more suitable for him, he will practice it, and it won't waste his time anyway. To a certain extent, the bear man is also using his experience to guide Attilan's growth. It was much easier to practice the body of the Lilan than Attilan imagined. It only took a month for him to become a long snake-like dragon with no dragon horns and only 2 dragon claws. The dragon ball is on the top of his head, only a small part of it is exposed to form a semicircular treasure cover, but this is not the original dragon ball, but just the evolved spirit body. The real dragon ball is naturally shrunk and hidden in the dragon head of Attilan's spirit dragon body, just below the treasure cover. Although the top of the head is a round treasure cover, it can also be regarded as the dragon horn of the spirit body. After all, he is not a real Lilan, and the evolved dragon body naturally has some differences. Shaking the blue dragon body, Attilan came to the bear man with a smile. Master, I have practiced it. The bear man retracted the lightning all over his body and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's a few days faster than I thought. As expected, the dragon body of Lilan's spirit is very suitable for you. There's even a feeling that it is more suitable for you than the body of the ocean dragon. Really, Attilan also had such a feeling. He felt that his soul would be more free after becoming a Lilan. Unlike the body of the ocean dragon, it can only grow bigger, but it is not easy to shrink. What the bear man said is also right. Big has its advantages, and small has its advantages. The body of Lilan is usually a small snake less than 1 meter long. But it can grow big or small. It can grow small to only 10 centimeters and grow large to nearly 3 meters. It's just that small can change steadily and sustainably, while large consumes energy, and Attilan can't hold on for long. The energy of this Lilan body is weak, and Attilan's soul can control it freely. Attilan realized how powerful the body of the ocean dragon was. Now he can still have a bit of human flavor. After a long time, he is estimated to be assimilated by the body into a noble and arrogant dragon. The nature of the body will naturally affect the soul. Even if it was a great druid, after being stuffed into the body of a mouse for a long time, he would also be affected by the habits of the mouse, gradually thinking that he was really a mouse, forgetting that he was actually a human. This is the case with mice, not to mention the majestic blood power of the dragon. The fact that Attilan could hold on for so long is enough to prove that the soul strength of the traverser is not low. Of course, Attilan's soul must be in the form of an ocean dragon now. After all, he is not the body of a dragon, but a real dragon bred from a dragon egg. After transforming into Lilin, Attilan felt like he had found himself again. But 3 years later, Attilan couldn't remember what his former self's dream was. It was just the education he received from the flower-growing family for many years and the instincts of the descendants of Yan and Wang. He wanted to open up all the suitable land, build water conservancy projects, educate farmers, and establish a unified country so that the people here can live in a peaceful and harmonious paradise. Watching Attilan constantly growing bigger and smaller, the bear man couldn't help but release an electric current, which made Attilan tremble, and finally stopped to listen to the bear man continue to talk. Don't show off your little skills. Lilin can control water and fire, which is just right for you to practice now, so that the ability to control water and fire will become an instinct engraved in your soul. Isn't Lilin a water dragon? The bear man nodded and said, yes, but it doesn't prevent Lilin from controlling fire. The bear monk uses Lilin to improve the quality of the wine in the wine pot, and also lets Lilin help warm the wine when drinking, fully stimulate the energy in the wine so that the drinker can fully absorb the effect of the wine. Also, have you forgotten what the monk's wine is called? Attilan's eyes widened immediately. Frost fire wine, that's right. The problem in your body can be solved by Lilin. Frost, fire, and wine just correspond to the 3 elements in your body. Lilin can make good wine, and I believe you can also deal with the problem of your dragon body outside. The premise is that you must be familiar with Lilin's power in the Emerald Dream, and engrave the elements of ice, water and fire into your soul. How to balance these 3 powers? It's up to you. Scratching his chin with his little claws, Attilan's dragon body coiled in the air moved, trying to spray water, spit, fire, and frost wind, but none of them worked. If Lilin is really so easy to transform into you, isn't this kind of dragon a little too worthless? Keep practicing, focusing on the water element. Ice and fire are just additional powers of Lilin. The same is true for the outside world. The last sentence, the bear man's tone was very stern, as if warning Attilan not to think about putting the cart before the horse and practicing some fancy methods that would not be of much benefit to his long-term growth. Attilan was thinking, if he had mastered the skills of the lead dragon in the Emerald Dream, and after he got out, he could also control the 3 elements of the body of the ocean dragon. Would he be able to brew real frost fire wine with the wine girl? The imitation frost fire wine they brewed before was already unforgettable, but the real frost fire wine made Attilan drool. No, even for a sip of wine, he had to practice more seriously. Dragons cannot practice for the sake of practice. If these skills cannot continuously improve the quality of their lives, what is the point of practicing? After forming the body of the lead dragon, Attilan looked at the environment of the Emerald Dream again. The grass and trees that were originally shrouded in mist gradually became clear. The mist was the natural energy specialized by spiritual energy. It was a bit like a combination of fairy energy and natural energy. Once this kind of fog is big, even a druid is likely to get lost in it. Either you have enough understanding of this fog, or you can control the surrounding grass and trees. Or you can use your powerful strength to disperse and absorb this energy. Otherwise, when the fog comes, it is best to stay where you are and not move. However, Attilan felt like a fish in water in the fog. He could even control the fog to confuse others. This is the uniqueness of the spirit, which is indeed more wonderful than ordinary creatures. It seems that the white fog around Fujin's fairy flower garden and the white fog she used to shield others from perception are somewhat similar to this fog, but with a stronger personal style of Fujin. After turning around twice, Attilan calmed down and began to connect with the surrounding water elements. The treasure cover above his head emitted a faint blue light, and a mist slowly wrapped around Lilin's body. Lilin is a little dragon. If he can leap through the dragon gate in the Emerald Dream and transform into a dragon, then after he goes out, he should be able to coordinate the Purgatory bloodline and Frost bloodline of the Ocean Dragon. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Holding my breath and concentrating, Attilan is going to start practicing seriously. Chapter 221 Evil Spirits and Ferocious Beasts. Just when Attilan was about to make great plans, the bear man suddenly appeared in front of him and gave him a task. Since you are already familiar with your current spirit body, you should not continue to stay in the safe zone to absorb natural energy for practice. There is a price to pay for every gain. You have gained a lot of benefits during this period, but your contribution to the Emerald Dream is almost used up. I think you have also felt that the surrounding environment has a feeling of squeezing you out. Attilan nodded and said, I thought I stayed in the Emerald Dream for too long, and my soul could not bear the erosion, so I spontaneously wanted to leave the Emerald Dream. It turns out that the Emerald Dream doesn't like me, a parasite. This is a rule spontaneously derived from the Emerald Dream. If you stay in a polluted area where evil spirits are rampant, you can stay there as long as you want. Eradicating evil spirits can extend the time you can practice in the energy-filled safe zone, or cultivate plants and animals in the desolate land of the Emerald Dream to increase the birth of natural energy. Anyway, no matter how much you contribute and how long you stay, every tree you plant in the Emerald Dream can extend the time you stay here, Attilan asked curiously. Then the druids without contribution points will have to work in the danger zone as soon as they come in. Isn't it easy to lose their lives? The energy generated by the plants and animals you cultivate in the material world will be absorbed by the Emerald Dream through natural circulation. Some legendary druids have cultivated plants and animals in the material world and the Emerald Dream, and the amount of energy generated is beyond imagination. Even if they stay in the Emerald Dream all the time and absorb the pure natural energy of the new Holy Land to practice, they will not be able to use up all the contribution points until they die. Instead, after they die, they will turn into a stream of pure energy to nourish the Holy Land, allowing the Emerald Dream to be qualitatively improved. Wait a minute, Attilan felt that something seemed to be wrong. Master, when we were alive, we needed contribution points to absorb the energy of the Emerald Dream. As a result, after we died, all the pure energy in our bodies was fed back to the Emerald Dream. Isn't that a big loss? The contribution point rule is for the Emerald Dream to grow stronger. As for the feedback after death, you feel that you have lost, then why don't you not die? If you don't die, it will be fine. Suddenly, I feel that what the bear man said makes sense. As long as he becomes a quasi-god, he will be immortal. Besides, this is his goal. If he doesn't become a quasi-god, he will definitely not wait until the day he dies of old age. He can't afford to be embarrassed by making a piece of tofu and hitting himself to death. He also fantasized about awakening the 8 elemental bloodlines and becoming an elemental dragon god, but he didn't even succeed in the quasi-god step. It's simply a joke. I'm afraid he will become a negative example for the Natural Council to teach future generations not to be too ambitious. Quasi-gods can perfect the rules of this half-real and half-dream world by staying in the Emerald Dream, so they don't need to make any contributions. This is in line with your character of liking to take advantage, right? This sentence made Attilan's eyes light up. Master, so, the quasi-gods of the Natural Council are all practicing in the new Holy Land of the Emerald Dream. The bear man shook his head and said, most of them are in the first material world controlled by the Natural Council. There is also a Holy Land there. When the Moonlight Glade was there, that Holy Land was naturally inferior to the Moonlight Glade that absorbed pure energy from more than 10 material worlds, but the Moonlight Glade was destroyed, and there were only a few material worlds left. Naturally, the first Holy Land, which has also been built for thousands of years, can provide energy of quality that meets the needs of quasi-gods to practice. In order to ensure that you will not be hungry when practicing in the new Holy Land in the future, you must work hard to build the Emerald Dream now, for your present self and for your future self. Attilan asked knowingly, isn't there still the first Holy Land? The space of the first Holy Land is limited. Do you think that with your background, you have the opportunity to practice in the first Holy Land? Speaking of Attilan, the bear man pointed at himself. Attilan nodded silently. The bear man was exiled to the border by the old guys in the first Holy Land. Those old guys naturally would not let the bear man return to the first Holy Land to practice. Even if the bear man is ready, the most likely thing is to give him a sign to let him understand the difficulties of the council and arrange him to practice in the new Holy Land. For the time being, the organization has kept every contribution he has made to the organization in mind. When conditions are good in the future, the organization will definitely not forget him as a meritorious person. I hope the bear man will not be dismissed by a few unrealistic words. I understand, Master. Which place do you think I should go to? If you go east for about 30 kilometers, you will encounter a dry grassland. Your task is to pull a tributary from the river running north and south that you encounter on the way, and keep crossing the grassland until you encounter another forest. Attilan nodded. With the ability of Lilin, it is suitable for opening up water veins. Attilan also knows a little about the big river running north and south that the bear man mentioned. The abundant river water easily stretches for dozens of kilometers. So how many kilometers do I have to extend from the grassland before I encounter the next forest? The bear man shook his head and said, I don't know. It depends on whether the druid in the material world opposite has cultivated the forest belonging to their world well. Attilan's eyes widened immediately. So the forest under our feet represents our world. To be precise, it is the part of our world that is under the influence of the Emerald Dream. We druids have an important task, which is to connect the different worlds under the influence of the Emerald Dream. After the natural cycle is formed, the Emerald Dream will grow faster, and it will be more convenient for us to travel between the two worlds. The most important thing is to be able to resist the interference of the outside world on our world. For example, it will not be so easy for the legendary necromancer Deathclaw, whose challenge level is close to 40, to enter our world in the future. Is Deathclaw not dead? I saw you took all his claws back, and I thought you had sealed him. It can only be considered half sealed. In the end, he died. Yes, Deathclaw is a lich. The point is not whether he is dead or not, but that he cannot die before being sealed, otherwise the backup plan he left in the life box will be activated spontaneously. Don't worry about Deathclaw. Although I don't know how long your river is going to extend, it's not a task you can complete in one go. You just need to transport water vapor in the early stage to make the dry grassland grow new buds. We were actually connected to that world before, but it was not close enough. After the turmoil in the Emerald Dream, the connection between the two worlds was cut off. It is estimated that the bear man saw that he had experience in building the wasteland, so he also gave this task to him. It only took him 3 years to basically restore the wasteland to green. He plans to conquer the wasteland of the Emerald Dream in 3 years. By the way, the situation in this wasteland is different from the one outside. There may be a lot of evil spirits and ferocious beasts lurking in it, and it is not only polluted by demonic power. In the process of expansion, the Emerald Dream will definitely absorb some energies that are not suitable for its development. Under the influence of the rules of the Emerald Dream, these energies will also evolve into various strange and ferocious beasts. Just like the Emerald Dream doesn't like them, they also don't like us druids with a natural aura. You don't have to destroy them. After smelling your scent, they will jump out and attack you. You are a soul body now. You are suitable for practice but not for fighting. It is best to stay on the edge of the forest. Making a grassland along the border of the forest will be enough for you to practice now. Don't go deep into the wasteland recklessly. I may not be able to rescue you in time. My practice of soul is not very deep. It will be more appropriate to let Jaina bring you next time. The fairy school's research on the soul is definitely better than the life school. The life school studies dreams and souls from the perspective of the flesh. It is definitely not as good as the fairy school and the withering school, which studied directly from the perspective of soul, spiritual will, etc. At the same time, it is also because the bear man knows that his understanding is not as good as Fujian Van Zuren, and his practice focuses more on the physical aspect. How could the practice of the life field not involve the soul? It's just that the bear man knows that his talent is shallow. It was not until now that he has accumulated enough foundation that he began to involve this field. Attilan looked at the blue lightning with a slight lightening on the bear man's body. He didn't think that the bear man's attainments in the soul were weak at all. He was just not as comprehensive and versatile as Fujian Van Zuren. But in guiding the soul practice and fighting in the form of soul, he is even better than Zuren and Fujian. He has engraved the thunder on his soul to form lightning, and you can see how deep the bear man's attainments are. That kind of fine lightning must not be formed naturally. It must be the bear man's own handwriting. Attilan thinks it's better for him to learn from the bear man. Why don't you change teachers easily? Because the teacher who watches you grow up little by little knows what your original situation is and what direction you should develop in the long run. Just like Attilan's life, the bear man had already designed a complete and feasible route for him, with strong combat effectiveness and long-term goals. Even if Attilan deviated from the track halfway, the bear man could pull him back. I feel most at ease practicing with my master. Master, you know me. I will definitely not do anything that risks losing my life. Don't worry, I won't go beyond 1 kilometer of the forest. Bidding farewell to the bear man who tempered his soul with thunder, Attilan stepped towards the big river in the east. To pull a small river, you can't just find a random location to start the work. It is necessary to take advantage of the surrounding terrain and water flow. This is the most labor-saving and the water flow is the largest. After soaking in the water and investigating for a while, Attilan was lucky enough to find a small river flowing eastward. Then he was not polite and continued to swim eastward along the small river. Unexpectedly, the small river actually went out of the forest and flowed far to the east where the wasteland was unknown. This immediately made Attilan feel that this was not a naturally formed small river. Most likely, it was a druid who was practicing to connect the two worlds. Since the predecessors planted trees, he, the descendant, should not hesitate to enjoy the shade. Attilan immediately turned back to a location about 1 kilometer away from the forest, and opened a hole to the south where the terrain was relatively low, allowing the water to flow slowly to the dry land of the wasteland. Even with this river, Attilan found that there was not much grass growing on both sides of the river. It seems that the wasteland of the Emerald Dream is completely different from the wasteland of the material world. This place is like a piece of paper that was originally painted but wiped clean. There are traces of vegetation, but there is no vitality at all. The dead land needs to be revived again. Therefore, it is not enough to have water. Otherwise, with such a large river, do you know that Attilan will divert water to create a river? The key is to turn the water element into the source of life. This is his signature skill as an ocean dragon. Even in the soul state, he has now become a Lee dragon. The ability to create water of life has long been deeply rooted in Attilan's soul. Attilan uses water flow to circle a piece of wasteland land based on the amount of energy he needs to absorb now. The energy generated by the grass growing on this land can meet his contribution point needs. Of course, to cultivate a grassland of 10 square kilometers, Attilan felt that it would take him quite some time. Sure enough, when he started to cultivate the first grass, the feeling of being rejected by the Emerald Dream faded a lot. After he worked for an hour, he basically didn't feel rejected anymore. But as soon as he stopped and prepared to take a break, the feeling came back. Damn, you didn't chase me away when I was working for you, and it came back as soon as I stopped. Is your Emerald Dream so smart? After 3 days of continuous busy work, Attilan finally added a touch of green to the dead wasteland. Although it was nothing compared to the vast wasteland, Attilan's soul was fully exercised in the process of cultivating life. In the past, he only had some experience of planting trees as a kind of practice. Now that he started to plant grass with his soul, his experience was much deeper. He could clearly feel that the connection between the water of life and his soul became closer. The most obvious manifestation was that the color of his dragon body became darker. He now looked like a little green dragon. No, it was more like a green dragon. As a result, on the 4th day, after absorbing energy in the safe zone, Attilan came back to continue planting grass, but found that his grassland was destroyed. Who did it? Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? If you have the guts, stand up and see if this dragon master doesn't tear you into pieces. Suddenly, Attilan heard a low roar from behind him. He subconsciously raised the altitude of his flight. Sure enough, a dark figure passed through the place where he was just now. Attilan looked down and found that it was a monster that looked like a wolf, but had 2 big horns and 8 legs. The breath exuded from its body was the power of death. His green grass was full of vitality. No wonder it was targeted by the death wolf. But why would a death wolf appear in such a place? Shouldn't this be a semi-safe zone? Attilan's vitality was more obvious. As soon as he appeared, the death wolf's target changed from green grass to him, and a stream of dark energy rushed towards Attilan. Now there is a problem. Although he can spit lightning, the death wolf in front of him is obviously not something that can be killed by that little lightning. Running is not that easy, unless he can get into the river, but the death wolf will not give him this opportunity. This damn thing can actually stay in the air for a short time. Behind the dark energy flow is the wolf fang that suddenly attacked Attilan. Attilan dodged in embarrassment and began to think about how to escape. If he was outside, he could kill this dead dog in minutes, but this is the Emerald Dream and he can only rely on his soul to fight. He suddenly had an idea and found a way. Taking a deep breath, Attilan shouted, "Master, help!" Chapter 222, A Dream. Attilan didn't have the strength to fight the death wolf head-on. He could only spit out a series of colorful bubbles to hide his body in them. The gorgeous bubbles under the sunlight emitted a dazzling light that confused the wolf. For a moment, the death wolf was not sure where Attilan was. He could only wave his claws to burst the bubbles and try to find Attilan who was hiding and eat him. Attilan had no choice but to keep spitting bubbles and absorb the tiny water vapor from the river under his feet to form white mist to hide himself as much as possible. With the white mist, Attilan finally felt a little safe. Don't say that this Lilin's small body is really not good at head-on combat, but the bubbles and white mist he spits out have the effect of disturbing people's minds and making it impossible for the enemy to distinguish between reality and illusion. Finally, Lilin's voice is really loud. Attilan hasn't used the amplification spell yet. It feels that the cry for help just now can be heard within a radius of 10 miles. Now that he finally got a chance to breathe, Attilan quickly used the amplification spell and shouted again. Help! Someone help me! The sound waves from the full-strength shout were like a gust of wind, making the death wolf look painful. Attilan was immediately delighted. So you are afraid of sound? He immediately used the amplification spell again and shouted at the death wolf. Help! The death wolf immediately tucked its tail between its legs, turned around and ran away. Attilan wanted to chase it, but he didn't expect that the dog thing would actually give him a surprise. As soon as Attilan chased out of the white mist that hid its body, the death wolf turned around and spit out a stream of black. Attilan swung his tail in embarrassment, but was still rubbed by the black stream. He howled in pain, and turned around and shrank back into the white mist. Fuck. You are really good at playing. He really couldn't beat the death wolf in a head-on fight now, but everything was only temporary. When his soul grew stronger, he could get rid of his current body of a Attilan and return to his original ocean dragon. At that time, he could kill 3 or 5 small Karami like the death wolf with one claw. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and a dragon's revenge is never too late even after 10 years. Just as Attilan wanted to shrink into the stream to absorb the water element and dispel the death energy attached to his wound, he suddenly saw a green leaf tornado flying in the direction where the death wolf escaped. The death wolf that injured him was cut into pieces by the sharp leaves. From the natural breath emitted by the green leaf storm, Attilan judged that the person who made the move should be a powerful druid, and there was a great possibility. This person was the one who diverted water from the river to irrigate the wasteland. Attilan did not forget that the water he irrigated the grassland was diverted from the river channel opened by this druid. Then this fellow was likely not to come to save him because he heard his cry for help, but because he found that the water flow in the river channel he dug had decreased. Return to the upstream to see what caused the water flow to decrease, and kill the death wolf. If the other party touched it, Attilan felt that he would suffer. He decisively passed through the waterway and swam towards the forest at the fastest speed. As a result, the opponent's movements were much faster than Attilan. He had just entered the small river opened by the opponent, and the originally calm river water suddenly became turbulent. Finally, the water flow formed a big hand and grabbed him directly. Attilan was also an expert in controlling water. He didn't expect that he couldn't break free from the shackles of this big hand of water flow, but he would not give up so easily. Until the opponent appeared in front of him, Attilan was trying to mobilize his magic power and tried to disintegrate this big hand of water flow that was getting tighter and tighter. There was no way. If he didn't resist, all his magic power would be sealed. The seemingly simple big hand of water flow was actually a composite magic with a certain sealing effect. When the big hand completely grabbed him, he became a fish on the chopping board. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he saw the person, Attilan heard the other party cursing. I was wondering why the amount of water flowing to the east has decreased so much in the past few days. It turns out that it's because of you, the water thief. Do you know how much effort I put into diverting the water to such a far place, compared to you worthless weeds? Do you know that the spiritual ancient tree I want to irrigate is the key to turning this wasteland back into a grassland or even a forest? Attilan blinked. He felt that the voice seemed familiar. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, the first thing he saw was a pair of emerald green, forked horns with a few small flowers on them. With such obvious features, how could Attilan not recognize them? White deer, even if you know me, I can't let you go so easily. White deer also saw Attilan being caught in the air by the water hand, frowned and asked, Who are you? Have we met before? You don't look like the original spirit in our emerald dream. Are you a spy sent by some family? Facing the scrutinizing eyes of White deer, Attilan quickly explained, Me. Attilan. White deer smiled contemptuously, not believing Attilan's lies at all. Before telling lies to deceive people, can you clarify who you are pretending to be? I don't deny that you are indeed a kind of dragon, but Attilan is an ocean dragon, a pure-blooded elemental dragon. You, a spirit dragon, pretending to be Attilan. Are you taking me for a fool? White deer's eyes flashed with blue light, and the strength of the water hand instantly doubled. The thin layer of water dragon scale shield on Attilan's body surface, used to protect himself, was directly crushed. The sudden huge force made Attilan's chest feel stuffy and wanted to vomit blood. Don't use too much force, your eyeballs are almost squeezed out. I am really Attilan. Have you forgotten the day we ate honey pork elbows? You ate more than 30 pork elbows by yourself, and you even said that you were only half full. Bailu looked at him seriously. This only proves that you have been monitoring me, but it does not prove that you are Attilan. Then how do you want me to prove it? Practice the secret technique of pit dragons that you designed for me, and show it to you, the designer who found the problem but did not try to solve it, but chose to run away after being scolded by my master. As soon as this sentence came out, Attilan was immediately put down. Bailu stepped forward and caught Attilan with a leaf, infusing him with life energy to heal his wounds. It's really you. Why didn't you say it earlier? Attilan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Bailu coldly. I said from the beginning that I was Attilan, but you just didn't believe me. No, how can I believe you are Attilan with your appearance? Not only is your appearance completely different, but even the aura you exude is only a little bit similar. I thought the enemy had created a little aura to disguise himself as you. I thought the disguise was not like you, but it turned out to be you. Why didn't you steal my water? I don't have enough contribution points. I plan to make a grassland in the wasteland to accumulate contribution points and continue to practice in the Emerald Dream. As for you, aren't you going to inspect the druids and other forests? Why did you come to the Emerald Dream to practice? Bailu kicked his head in annoyance. Practice? This is a task given to me by the higher-ups, to establish a connection between material world number 952 and material world number 527, and to create a fast troop transport channel, to prepare for the complete occupation of material world number 952. Your assessment work is just a convenience. Bailu scratched his hair in annoyance, and patted Attilan with a wooden stick in his hand. It's annoying to accept such a long duration, difficult and low reward mission, and you're making things worse for me. Attilan absorbed the life energy transmitted by the white deer and soon recovered his vitality. I have a question. I was hiding well in the water. How could you cast a spell so accurately from a long distance and catch me in one fell swoop? The white deer rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, you got into the river I created to escape. I must have sensed it clearly. I put a lot of effort into this river. Otherwise, why do you think this river can flow so far in such a harsh environment? I don't have time to explain to you. I have to quickly plug the gap, and then go back to continue saving the half-dead ancient tree. I finally managed to keep it alive. If the tree dies, I will never let you go. Looking at the vicious white deer, Attilan asked weakly, how about I go with you to have a look? Maybe I can find a way to save him. The white deer smiled contemptuously and waved the wooden stick in his hand. Forget it. I may not be able to save the tree. I just want to use it to absorb the surrounding natural vitality before it dies. Once it dies, I can use the energy of this tree to transform the surrounding land, directly create a savanna with an area of more than 100 square kilometers. Attilan smiled. How do you know I can't do it if you don't try? The tree can create such a large area of savanna even when it's dead, so if it's alive, wouldn't it create greater value? What do you think of giving it a try? The white deer nodded and said, okay, come with me to have a look. Attilan could only watch the white deer repair the gap with pain and give up the grassland he had just cultivated. One dragon and one deer, the white deer led the way in front, and Attilan flew behind to catch up. After running for 5 minutes, the white deer looked back and saw that Attilan was gone. After Attilan came up, Bailu complained immediately, why can't you fly faster than I can run? I just wanted to ask you, why did your soul form this completely unrelated spirit dragon life form when you arrived at the Emerald Dream? Attilan said unhappily. You said it's completely unrelated. I must not be familiar with this dragon body, so I can't fly fast enough. As for why this is the case, it's to solve the problem of the conflict between ice, water and fire elements. Bailu shrank his neck. Don't worry, I will definitely find a solution to your problem. I can't solve it now, just because I don't have enough knowledge. Wait for me for a while, I will definitely think of a perfect solution. Bailu's talent is the best, but it doesn't mean that she can create a feasible secret technique in just a few days. She didn't expect that Attilan would successfully activate the elemental bloodline in his body in the first draft. According to her conception, Attilan should have failed to activate it. She analyzed the reasons and optimized the secret technique plan. It was finally activated after several attempts. As a result, it succeeded in one try. How could she optimize it without any experience of failure? It's not her fault. She didn't realize that these bloodlines were once visible, but were hidden by the bear man with clever tricks after the transformation of life. The inexperienced Bailu, the confused old naughty boy, and Attilan, who knew nothing, all caused this thorny problem. Forget it, Master has prepared a solution for me. If I let you try again, I'm afraid it will really become an incurable terminal illness." Bailu looked carefully at Attilan's linen body. "Is this the solution?" "Yes, this is a spirit dragon with water as its foundation that can control ice, water and fire. When my soul can freely control these three elements, the problem of the dragon body will naturally be solved." Bailu shrugged. "That's good. Let's do this. When the ancient tree dies, I will give you half of the contribution points of the savannah, so that you can practice in the Emerald Dream for a while. In the future, you only need to be responsible for delivering water to this small river opened up by the big river. I will give you 20% of the contribution points. You are more professional than me in controlling water." Attilan's mouth twitched. The white deer said this to himself, who had just been caught by her big hand with the water flow. Isn't it a slap in his face? The white deer was giving him credit and finding an excuse temporarily. There should be no intention of mocking him. "You swim slowly along the waterway. I have to rush over immediately." "Okay." When Attilan arrived, the white deer seemed to have finished her treatment and was lying on the raised roots of the ancient tree boredly, eating biscuits in her mouth. Judging from the style of the biscuits, they should have been taken from his kitchen. "The little you took away, is it enough for you to eat until now?" "I took this when I went back last night. I asked them to prepare it for me. I will go back to eat something in between treating the ancient tree. I can also drink some wine with Leopard Girl and Wine Girl," Attilan asked in confusion. "Then why were you so anxious just now?" "Of course I have to be serious during work hours. I must relax after get off work, otherwise you can't get my advice. So you really took the time to evaluate me. You are in the forest during the day and go to the Emerald Dream to treat this tree at night." The white deer nodded and handed the biscuit to Attilan. "Almost. Do you want to eat?" Attilan waved his hand to refuse, walked around the tree, and carefully analyzed the power components of the tree. This is a locust tree. And it's not an ordinary locust tree. It emits a very strange energy fluctuation. Staying around it for a long time will make people feel tired and want to sleep." The white deer nodded repeatedly. Yes, but how can you know it so clearly when you come here for the first time?" "Of course it's because of the special ability of my body. If I'm not wrong in my analysis, this tree can make your dreams come true based on your thoughts, right?" The white deer continued to nod. "Almost. It's a beautiful dream, but the ending can be good or bad." Attilan's eyes widened immediately. "This is just a dream." Chapter 223 I activate the magic card, Fusion. The white deer said with some emotion, "I never thought that I would dream in the Emerald Dream one day. Fortunately, this ancient tree has no malice and does not randomly emit its dream uprightness to absorb the vitality of the creatures it captures. Otherwise, I think many druids with equal power will find it difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality, and quickly and completely sink into the beautiful dream woven by the ancient tree." Attilan turned his head and looked at the white deer in surprise and asked, "You are the goddess of the natural council. What level of this locust tree can make you immersed in the beautiful dream it has constructed?" Attilan looked at the desolate environment around him again. The cracked earth scorched by the scorching sun, and a breeze would blow up a gust of yellow sand. "And in this environment, I don't think there's any life for him to absorb, right?" The white deer paused for a moment. "Have you forgotten that you were just injured by the death wolf?" Attilan showed a rather disgusted expression. As a giant dragon in charge of vitality, he knew too well the composition of the death wolf. "You can eat those weird things, aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache?" Bailu rolled his eyes at him and knocked the roots of the locust tree with his wooden stick. "Don't just stand there and watch. Can you condense the water of life here? Give some to the ancient tree and see if you can stimulate its vitality." Attilan flicked his tail in the air, and a few drops of water of life condensed from his leaf-like tail fin and fell on the roots of the locust tree as he swung his tail. They were quickly absorbed by the locust tree silently. The sea dragon does have the ability to prolong life, but I am not in the dragon body form of the sea dragon now, and I am not old enough to condense the longevity ambergris of the required purity. Third, this tree is obviously not working. If the natural council really needed it, how could they let it grow here alone and no one came to save it until it was about to die? Bailu scratched his hair in embarrassment. In fact, this ancient tree was an unplanned product. According to records, the space channel connecting World 952 and World 527 was maintained stable by an oak tree. Why did this locust tree grow so big after the space channel collapsed? The entire forest was destroyed, and the growth environment became extremely harsh. It is very worthy of research. so I don't want him to die too soon. If we can awaken the subjective consciousness and spirituality of the locust tree and let him tell me the situation himself, maybe we can quickly repair the space channel. Even if I can't awaken his consciousness, I hope to at least replenish his vitality and leave a few seeds of this locust tree. Although locust wood is not the dominant tree species used by the Natural Council to construct the natural vein circulation system of the forest, but under difficult conditions, I think I can still be a little more flexible, although my methods can replenish the basic energy needs of the locust tree and let him barely survive, but it can't make up for his fundamental lack of vitality. And can't make the old tree bloom and produce the seeds I need. Baloo shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. The blood I inherited is more like my mother's. I'm good at fighting. I can't do this kind of treatment and life extension with the wooden horns on my head. Attilan said with a little surprise, the wooden horns on your head have bloomed, and the breath of life I emit is much purer than mine. You tell me, can't you make up for the lack of vitality of the locust tree? The white deer touched the small white flower on his head with a little distress. My life energy is indeed pure, but I can only use it on myself. I want to imitate you and use this pair of wooden horns that can produce pure life energy to make some holy water of life to replenish the vitality of the locust tree, but the result of my efforts is that the wooden horns bloomed this flower. Attilan was silent for a moment, but still tried his best to give comforting words. Maybe, after the flowering period, it will bear fruit, and the fruit will have a healing effect. The white deer pursed his lips and shook his head. Don't even think about it. My father's horns are much bigger than mine, with more branches, and they bloom a lot of flowers every year, but in all these years, I have never heard that his horns can bear fruit. Attilan waved his hands quickly. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean you can't do it. You are the white deer goddess who combines all the advantages of the two deer quasi-gods of nature. You must be stronger than them in all aspects. Your bloodline is beyond your imagination. Stop talking nonsense. This little bit of water of life is not enough. Give me more, no more. Really no more. The white deer didn't believe Attilan's nonsense. Really? I don't believe it. Attilan spread his hands helplessly. I am just a weak and helpless spirit dragon in the Emerald Dream. I don't have the unparalleled bloodline of the white deer goddess, so I can't help you. How about you hold on a little longer? After I completely master the body of the Lee Dragon and use the unique natural spirit energy of the Emerald Dream to strengthen my soul, I will help you nourish the vitality of the locust tree. Now you say you want to kill me, but I can't get the water of life to nourish the locust tree, the white deer said coldly, so you don't want to help. Attilan lay down on the ground. You might as well kill me. Such a big locust tree, I can't keep it alive even if you squeeze it dry. Looking at the rogue Attilan, the white deer waved the wooden stick and hit Attilan's head. Seeing the wooden stick whistling through the air, Attilan immediately flew up from the ground. White deer, are you serious? No matter how flexibly Attilan moved, the white deer could always accurately hit his head with a wooden stick. Stop. Can't I help you? It would have been better if you did this earlier. I won't really kill you. Attilan covered his head sadly, curled up beside the roots of the locust tree, and asked in great confusion, why can you always hit my head accurately? Have you forgotten that my mother is the god of war? This wooden stick is not only my staff, but also my close combat weapon. Baloo raised her head proudly. When she practiced stick techniques before, she didn't know how many times she was hit on the arm, buttocks, thighs, and head by the white deer goddess with branches she broke off casually. Now she finally has a chance to use the stick techniques she learned from the white deer goddess. Baloo is like drinking iced sour plum soup in the hot summer. It's so refreshing. Attilan wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he provoke Baloo for no reason? Especially since he is not in a good state now, and Baloo is in a strong period. Isn't this asking for trouble? Baloo waved his hand and a green light healed Attilan's head. I didn't want to hit you, but you insisted on letting me hit you. You can't just keep hitting your head. The white deer rolled his eyes at him again. This round gem on your head makes me want to hit it. Hurry up and work. You don't need your own energy. I will provide you with river water and my own energy to transform the water of life. Is this okay? Seeing that Attilan was still hesitating and didn't want to move, the white deer held the wooden stick tightly and paused, then took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, I will definitely find a way to help you solve your bloodline problem. I think you also want to cultivate the other bloodlines to the same level as the ocean dragon. The resources required for the corresponding attributes will not be few. Do you think that Big Brother is a druid who can come up with so many rare resources? In the end, You still have to find my father. Do you think you can still get the resources you want if I say a few words casually? You help me today, and I will help you tomorrow." Attilan blinked. After hearing what the white deer said, how could he still not understand how much the white deer valued this locust tree? "No, is this locust tree so important?" Bailu nodded seriously. "Yes." Attilan also immediately put away his nonchalant look. "Since you attach so much importance to it, why didn't you say it earlier?" Bailu rubbed his face. "I seem to have said from the beginning that this ancient tree is very important." Bailu suddenly widened his eyes. "Good fellow, so you are waiting for me here, and you must get back what you just did even if you are beaten, so you didn't intend to refuse from the beginning." Attilan touched his nose with a little embarrassment and said, "That's true, but I didn't expect your stick skills to be so good. Originally, I was just helping you out as a friend, but just now you mentioned letting the locust tree produce seeds. I suddenly have a new idea." Bailu frowned. She knew that Attilan always had a lot of tricks, but she didn't think Attilan could use the locust tree to achieve his goal. "What do you want to do? What good will the tree seeds do for you?" Attilan shook his head confidently. "It's not that I want to do anything. This locust tree is a special tree in the Emerald Dream. Think about it, can it just make up for what the old tree lacks and make it go to the next level?" Bailu touched his chin and thought about it. It seemed to be true. What the old tree lacked was that unique spirituality. The energy accumulated by the old tree was not small, but if there was no high-level catalyst to sublimate his energy, he would need thousands of years to wait for the day when quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. And the old tree might not be able to grasp the changes on that day. But the spiritual seed of the locust tree is different. With the spiritual seed, the upper limit of the old tree was raised, and the possibility of the birth of the spirit that the bear man was thinking about would also increase. Before the fusion of the spiritual seed, the natural energy running in the old tree could only be described as mediocre. Although it has not been fused yet, can Bailu not know how strange the power of the locust tree is? The birth of this tree is a miracle in itself. Bailu was guided by the power of the locust tree and fell asleep on the roots of the tree. He almost fell into a beautiful dream and couldn't get out. It is conceivable how strange the power of the locust tree is. The white deer looked at the locust tree seriously. The breeze blew through the treetops, and the dark green leaves made a rustling sound. "Although I haven't broken through the legendary level yet, this locust tree can let me dream, which is enough to show that the level of its energy is more powerful than the legendary level. Even the ancient trees of life have not broken through the legendary level. This locust tree may be more strange than we thought." Attilan took a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt that there was a huge secret hidden behind the locust tree. Or, let's ask the master to come and take charge. With him watching by the side, even if there is really something behind the locust tree, the two of us will not fall into the trap. What do you think? The white deer waved the wooden stick at Attilan's head twice. "I think you're just timid. Although you were quite cautious before, you didn't seem to be so timid, did you? Is there something wrong with you again?" Attilan looked at his 1-meter-long Lilan body, sighed and explained, "I was affected by this Lilan body. As a weak dragon, Lilan is not as confident as us elemental dragons. When encountering problems, we usually take evasive measures. Although I am not a real Lilan, it is obvious that this body has absorbed a lot of dream power from the Emerald Dream during the transformation process. The biggest feature of dream power is to turn thoughts into reality. The more real you think, the more real the things that are transformed are." The information about Lilan that Attilan learned came from the bear man. The bear man was a master who personally analyzed a Lilan with the power of nature, so the information he obtained was naturally comprehensive and detailed. After Attilan had been incarnated as a Lilan for a long time, he subconsciously felt that he was not the seemingly real Lilan, and gradually regarded the Lilan body that he had tempered during this period as the real Lilan body. If he hadn't turned the fake into the real, Attilan wouldn't have been able to use so many of Lilan's innate spells. The Death Wolf was indeed not powerful enough, but it wasn't just a cloud of white mist that could obscure his perception. Attilan spit out a white mist with a psychedelic effect. Although it was not as good as the Mirage Dragon, Lilan's white mist was equally not to be underestimated. "It's not entirely because I'm timid to ask the master to come. You and I don't know each other, but how can you assume that the master doesn't know him either? Have you told him?" Bailu smiled awkwardly. "No, right, you should still tell the master. No need, I'm already here." A cloud in the sky suddenly had air folds, revealing the figure of the bear man. The bear man didn't know how he did it, but he actually stepped on a cloud and flew in the sky. Attilan opened his mouth in surprise. Flying on the clouds? Master, you can do this. The bear man landed beside Bailu, stepped forward and pressed his hand on the trunk of the locust tree. It's definitely not possible outside, but this is the Emerald Dream. I can use the power of thunder to do things that I can't do outside. The green light circled inside the locust tree. This locust tree is very unusual. After the destruction of the Moonlight Glade, many locust trees also grew out. They should be the same species as him. I agree with Attilan's idea. Cultivate him to produce seeds, and then merge the seeds with the old tree head. I will do it myself. I must make him produce seeds today. He will die in 3 days at most. White deer, you should have told me earlier. Who knew that the white deer put his hands on his waist? You actually went to the Moonlight Glade. Why didn't you tell me? We'll talk about this later. Now it's important to nourish the locust tree. Attilan, with you as the core to replenish the vitality and cultivate the locust tree seeds, the energy carrying pressure may be relatively large. Is that okay? Looking at the serious bear man, Attilan didn't dare to act weird in front of him. I promise to complete the task. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Water and Fire Refining the Golden Pill. There is a reason why the bear man chose thunder as his dominant attribute. His main feature is to act decisively. He did not give Attilan time to react. He directly began to guide the surrounding natural energy to Attilan's body. Attilan's eyes widened. Master, are you so anxious? Don't be distracted. Concentrate on transforming natural energy into water of life. The body of Lilan will give the water of life a unique soul-nourishing effect. Experience the transformation process carefully. Only when you are familiar enough with this soul-dominated body, the dreamy water of life you transform can fully nourish the spirituality of the locust tree. What the old tree needs is a spiritual life seed. Attilan took a deep breath, swung his tail, and tried to transform the majestic energy in his body into basic water of life. At the same time, he used the energy infused by the bear man to stimulate the body of Lilan. Experience Lilan's innate power of controlling water and dream power, and try to integrate Lilan's spiritual energy into the water of life to condense the dreamy water of life that the bear man wants. I'm trying hard, but master, can you slow down the speed of energy infusion? The bear man looked at him calmly, but increased the power of energy output. This is not only a treatment for the locust tree, but also a practice for you. You can get 3 benefits by doing this. Otherwise, why do you think I would do it myself? 3 benefits. Attilan thought about it, and it should mean that the life of the locust tree was extended. He was familiar with the body of the dragon and strengthened the essence of the soul, and the old tree head was supplemented with spirituality to enhance its talent. The white deer guided the water of life made by Attilan into the trunk of the locust tree. After finishing the work, he turned around and found that the second ball of water of life was still only a small ball. Attilan, you concentrate on making water of life for me. If you have any questions, can't you talk about it after awakening the locust tree? Got it, big sister. The white deer is a more suitable thigh, and Attilan decided to hug it. Even if you call me big sister, I can't tolerate your shortcomings of being slow and half-hearted. Attilan stopped talking and concentrated on experiencing the body of the Lilan, or to dig deeper into the power contained in his own soul. Making water of life is the process of guiding the power deep in the soul. Groups of water of life were condensed one after another, and even the small river that Bailu had finally led to the locust tree gradually dried up, and the riverbed also changed from the original moist brown to dry and cracked yellow. But with the bear people, the water of the big river was steadily drawn over, and the dry range of the river was getting farther and farther away from the locust tree. Attilan's potential was being stimulated little by little. In addition to guiding the water element, Attilan felt that he seemed to have grasped a little trick to ignite the fire of life, and added a little life energy transformed from the fire element to the newly made water of life. Let this group of green water of life add some light red spots. The white deer took the water of life down, hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother, this ball of water of life created by Attilan is a little different. Do you think the fire-attributed energy entering the locust tree will cause damage? The bear man looked at the locust tree calmly. You and Attilan have already infused a lot of life energy into it, but do you think its spirituality has changed a lot? Is there any sign of activation again? The white deer looked a little disappointed. No, is it possible that the plan I chose is wrong? This locust tree seems to still have vitality, but in fact it is completely hopeless? Although it is trying to save itself, it has completely sunk and cannot be awakened again. The bear man looked at Attilan, who closed his eyes but looked tired. The reason why I put so much pressure on Attilan is that it is difficult to activate the few spiritual powers of the locust tree by conventional means. There is not enough time. The locust tree will die in 3 days. This is the law of life, we can't break it. We can only give the locust tree a brilliant ending and the seeds of life within 3 days. The white deer frowned and asked in great confusion, but what does this have to do with Attilan and the element of fire? Water does represent life, and fire usually brings destruction to life, but fire is not completely destruction. Fire can also give life more brilliance, even if it's just for a moment. The white deer seemed to understand what the bear man was going to do. He opened his mouth several times, but still didn't ask. The bear man steadily delivered energy to Attilan and said calmly, if you don't want to fail, do your best, so that even if you fail, you won't have any regrets. The white deer took a deep breath, paused the wooden stick, and touched her emerald green antlers. She also wanted to do her best. In this way, the infusion operation lasted for 3 days, and even the bear man couldn't help showing a trace of fatigue on his face. In fact, among the 3 people, the bear who was responsible for guiding and purifying the energy and then transmitting it to Attilan was the most tired, but his willpower was strong enough, and he didn't show any fatigue until the end. Unlike Attilan, he was about to become a dead dog, no, a dead dragon. The dragon body, which was originally intertwined with emerald green and azure, grew from 1 meter to 1.5 meters, but the color of the dragon scales changed to light red. This was not because Attilan had been guiding the fire element in the past few days. It was because the energy guided by the bear man was too much. Even if Attilan tried hard to transform it, a lot of energy still overflowed, forming a de facto tempered dragon body. These surging energies were like a raging fire, constantly roasting and forging his dragon body, causing the dragon body to continue to heat up under the burning of energy, and finally turned into the current light red. In the past 3 days, Bailu's work was not too tiring. He just guided the energy to be evenly distributed in the body of the locust tree to assist the locust tree in absorbing it. But the last step that Bailu was about to take required high vigilance, otherwise Bailu would be injured. Ignition ceremony. Through a unique method, this energy is guided to burn, thus stimulating the spirituality of the locust tree. If the locust tree cannot wake up in time, it will be corroded and killed by the boiling energy. Bailu held his breath and raised the wooden stick in his hand, emitting a mysterious dark green light. The amazing soul breath revealed in it made Attilan, who had just finished condensing the water of life and was lying on the ground half dead, open his eyes and look over. The ignition ceremony is not to really light a fire to burn the locust tree, but watching the cracks in the bark of the locust tree shine with dazzling green light because of the boiling energy in the body. Attilan still sighed for him. When condensing the water of life, the bear man madly infused energy into his body. The energy purified by the bear man actually produced a similar burning reaction to Attilan. Just like people will be poisoned by water if they drink too much water, the ocean dragon cannot carry water elements into the body indefinitely, and there is also the risk of being corroded and killed by water elements. Not to mention, the bear man felt that he was absorbing the free fire element particles in the surrounding air, and he was very considerate and directly emptied all the surrounding fire element particles, purified them and infused them into Attilan's body. The fire element played a great role in his being burned so red by energy. However, when he was burned by the fire element, he attracted the water element, and when he was eroded by the water element, he attracted the fire element, and so on. He seemed to understand a little bit why he had successfully brewed a simplified version of the frost and fire wine by simply rotating the 2 liquors of the frost and fire wine. His whole body was light red, but there was one place that still maintained its original color, which was the round gem on his head. It was the manifestation of the Dragon Ball outside. He only understood today why the practice of Dragon Balls is called condensation. In addition to the core water element, the fire element is equally important. He didn't use the fire element to burn before, and he could still keep the Dragon Ball at a normal progress because he used lightning to quench it, and the effect of this lightning was no worse than that of the fire element. However, the synergy of water and fire is no joke. If you want to refine the Dragon Ball perfectly, you should still use the orthodox method to refine it with the 2 elements of water and fire. Attilan doesn't know what kind of energy other elemental dragons should use to refine their Dragon Balls after condensing them. Anyway, his Dragon Balls are best refined with the two elements of water and fire. Attilan is very puzzled. Since the elemental dragon god has left a method of condensing Dragon Balls in the inheritance memory of the elemental dragons, it is even deeply related to the future of the elemental dragons. Why not leave a complete method of practicing Dragon Balls, but let the elemental dragons explore it themselves? It is impossible that the elemental dragon god has something hidden in the world groups of the flower-growing family's worldview, such as the means of his reincarnation and reopening. When the elemental dragons with wisdom go there to learn the practice method of Dragon Balls, they need to help him achieve rebirth, right? But without the practice method, not to mention the specific effect of the Dragon Ball, it is estimated that only the traversers of the flower-growing family can pay attention to the practice of Dragon Balls. The elemental dragons who grew up in this environment of Western fantasy values are impossible to pay attention to Dragon Balls. Only the time travelers from the flower-growing family would realize how important the Dragon Ball is to a dragon. The Dragon Ball can almost be said to be the lifeblood of some dragons. Without the Dragon Ball, all their abilities would be useless. Attilan was not worried about this happening to him, because even if he wanted to cultivate to this level, he had no way. The foundation of the elemental dragon is the magic flowing in the blood. Unless Attilan is crazy and melts all the source of power into the Dragon Ball. He doesn't want to, and I won't. However, Attilan is still willing to melt a little of the source into the Dragon Ball to give himself a second chance, although this will consume a lot of resources and slow down the speed of cultivation. But Attilan has now realized that practicing too fast is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. He didn't expect that doing more will lead to more mistakes, and not doing anything right can also be applied to the practice of dragons. For ordinary dragons, time passes by while they lie down, and their strength gradually becomes stronger. He just wants to be fast, and wants to have the power that other dragons can only have in 30 years and 3 years. As a result, he took too big a step and pulled his balls. The most reliable and side-free price for the growth of the soul is to stay alive. As time goes by, the dragon's soul will naturally grow to the corresponding strength. Attilan's problem is that the growth speed of his body and soul is different. If he doesn't keep pace, he will sooner or later become an idiot dragon controlled by the dragon body. For details, you can refer to monsters such as trolls and cyclops, whose bodies are very strong but do not have matching brains and souls. Condensing the Dragon Ball is to increase the growth speed of his soul and make the growth of the body and soul keep pace again. If this method also fails, Attilan can only suppress the growth speed of the body through semi-sealed sleep, allowing the soul to travel and grow in the Emerald Dream. After the strength of the dragon body and soul matches, they can coordinate and run in. Now it's different. He has found a way to practice the Dragon Ball. It used to take 3 years, but now it only takes 2.5 years. He can make the strength of his soul match his dragon body, and there is no need to suppress the growth of the dragon body. The most amazing thing is that if practicing the Dragon Ball causes the soul to grow faster than the dragon body, the extra soul power can be integrated into the Dragon Ball, gradually accumulating his second life. Attilan, is really too smart. Master, I have figured out a way to practice the Dragon Ball to strengthen the soul. Hearing Attilan's words, the bear man waved his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back and practice now. Attilan was stunned and waved his hand to explain. No. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait for the results of the locust tree before going back. Don't waste this little time. Unexpectedly, the bear man said coldly, I personally presided over the awakening of the locust tree because I can get 3 benefits from this time. What I hate most is wasting time. Don't think that the life of a dragon is long enough. You can squander it at will. Even if it is a quasi-god with infinite life, I have to tell you that if you are slow, you will be slow all the way. Life is infinite. Others have been working hard to improve their strength, and you stop to rest from time to time. Why do you think you can still catch up? Are you the only genius in the world? Attilan nodded quickly. Master taught me. I will go back and work hard. Master, throw me into the river, and I will swim back by myself. It's just right that I can use the river water to relieve the heat on my body on the way. The bear man grabbed Attilan and threw him into the river accurately, seemingly throwing him casually. Soaking in the river, Attilan was refreshed. His method of using water and fire elements to refine the Dragon Ball seemed to have some flavor of water and fire refining the golden elixir. Attilan had seen a little bit before, but he didn't really understand the mixing of Ken and Lee, and the combination of dragon and tiger. What he understood most was that once a golden elixir was swallowed into the stomach, my life was in my own hands. Returning to the big tree where the bear man took him to practice as quickly as possible, Attilan found that the environment here had changed a little. There was actually a hot spring pool here. And according to his perception, there was a hot underground fire vein under the hot spring pool, and the magma was boiling underground, and next to the hot spring pool, there was actually a pool of icy cold spring. Hot spring? Cold spring? Was this specially prepared for him? But why did the bear man know this? Wait a minute, Attilan touched his chin. Could it be that the bear man's so-called natural sect martial monk master was not self-proclaimed, and he really knew some knowledge of the 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams? Attilan shook his head. No matter what, practice is the most important thing now. The existing water and fire energy field was just right for him to refine the Dragon Ball. If he didn't take action, he was afraid that the feeling he had just had would disappear. Sure enough, it was proved once again that the bear man was right. Chapter 225 How Powerful the Army Is. Since the bear man had set up a training ground for him, and this ground also revealed a very professional atmosphere, Attilan naturally had to sit down and practice seriously. Unless the Emerald Dream took the initiative to kick him off the line, he would not leave. Attilan sat directly on the slightly thin partition stone between the hot spring and the cold spring, and Attilan jumped up from the stone again. On the left was the gurgling hot spring, and the heat was transmitted to the stone, scalding Attilan's left buttocks. On the right was the deep black cold pond without any ripples, which made Attilan shudder. This feeling of ice and fire, Attilan seemed to have seen his future. He hadn't even started practicing yet, but the overflowing star energy made him feel uncomfortable. Once the energy of the 2 earth veins was drawn into his body, Attilan knew that he would be in ecstasy and wanted to cry without tears. Gritting his teeth, Attilan sat on the stone again, took a deep breath and began to draw the pure energy from the earth veins. Don't say, the bear man's work is reassuring. This energy is really pure. Just as this energy entered his body through the stone under his buttocks, Attilan began to feel pain. His left side was so hot that it turned red, and his right side was so cold that it was covered with a layer of frost. But he still had to guide these 2 conflicting water and fire energies to rotate in his body. Sure enough, the energy vortex had just taken shape, and Attilan was shaking with pain. Attilan surrounded the Dragon Ball in his body and formed a red and blue intertwined energy vortex above his head to temper the Dragon Ball. He began his painful but rapidly improving Dragon Ball training. Even with his face distorted in pain, Attilan still had the energy to joke. You are worthy of being my master. With such a high-intensity energy conflict, I was almost washed to death, but the stone under my feet is still fine. When he couldn't hold on any longer, his eyes went black and he plunged directly into the cold pond. When he woke up again, he saw the bear man sitting cross-legged under an oak tree not far away, playing with a few emerald green seeds in his hand. The bear man also saw Attilan, who was lying on his belly like a dead fish, flipping over flexibly and swinging his tail to fly to his side from the water. How do you feel? The effect of this energy field to refine the Dragon Ball is great. It's nearly 50%, but it's a bit too painful. It's the first time I fainted from the pain during training. Baloo was a little depressed and pulled out the dogtail grass in his hand. Fortunately, you plunged into the cold pond, otherwise we would have eaten boiled fish when we came back. Attilan approached Baloo and raised his eyebrows. Why do you feel like a shrew now? Who provoked you? Baloo pulled up another dogtail grass from the ground. No one provoked me, I was stupid. I only knew that stimulating the last spirituality of the ancient tree could condense the seeds that inherited his talent and power, but I forgot that condensing seeds also requires energy. Just the seeds in your hand basically drained all the energy of the locust tree before they were bred. How much energy is left to feed back to the earth? I worked hard for several months, and it's all gone in a snap. Looking at Baloo who was about to cry, Attilan softened his heart for a moment. Let's put it this way. I just finished refining the Dragon Ball and expanded its energy storage capacity. I converted the river water to transport it to the wasteland and turned it into rain clouds to sprinkle it all over. With the help of some water of life, it should be able to restore some vitality to the surface of the wasteland, but if no one maintains this vitality in time, I think it will dissipate in less than half a day. You also know that I need to practice, so I can only ask you, big sister. Baloo stared at Attilan for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, anyway, my task is to build a space channel to connect the two worlds. Even if I don't earn contribution points, it's okay. You left me a lot anyway. Attilan's rain to restore the vitality of the soil layer in the wasteland, so that plant seeds can take root and sprout in the soil, is equivalent to him starting a new project, and Bila becomes his employee. Moreover, Attilan's boss is a hands-off boss, doing less and getting more. There is no way. If Attilan wants to continue to use the pure energy of the little yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to refine the Dragon Ball, he must make contributions. The Emerald Dream is indeed a holy place for cultivation. No wonder most of the druids of the Natural Council who are above level 15 like to immerse themselves in the Emerald Dream for a long time to cultivate. Not only is the environment here better than outside, but the efficiency of cultivation is also higher than outside. The old guy who is about to die can still maintain the physique of his youth and live for 2 more years in the Emerald Dream. The Emerald Dream can become the biggest trump card of the Natural Council to resist the interference of the gods. The energy contained inside is naturally the purest natural force. Of course, Attilan is a relatively peripheral energy node. Pure, but it is definitely much worse than the energy in the core area. After communicating with world number 527, part of the power of the Emerald Dream should be fed back to the forest. Maybe I can create a similar energy cultivation field for you in the forest. When you coordinate the power balance of the dragon body and soul, this energy field will come in handy. The power of the Emerald Dream is good, but it still takes some time to transform after returning to reality. Although the Emerald Dream is not completely an illusory world, it still has the word dream in it. The power brought back from the Emerald Dream needs some time to settle before it can be applied in the material world. In this way, Attilan began his life of cultivation. When he had enough contribution points, he would concentrate on refining the Dragon Ball in the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to nourish his soul. When his body was about to collapse and needed a rest, he would stop to take a breath. By the way, he would use the Dragon Ball to absorb water elements and send the rain of grace that the white deer needed to nourish the wasteland. One day, Attilan had just stood up from the energy field and was about to collect water elements when he saw the figure of the white deer sitting under a tree eating an apple. Why aren't you planting grass in the wasteland today? Are you in the mood to eat apples here, today when I went to Kingland Town to eat? Your old Murloc who is in charge of managing Kingland Town asked me to bring you a message saying that the dwarves in the north have fought with the frost giants again. The dwarves have sent a messenger and need you to send troops to support them. The elves in the south also seem to have encountered problems. They are preparing to hold a 3-party meeting. It seems that it is more appropriate to coordinate resources in this way. Ask you whether to go in person or send one of your men? But he thinks it is better for you to go in person. After all, the people sent by the other side are the Dwarf King and the Ranger General. Your identities are equal. It is not appropriate to send the Minotaur Lista or the Murloc Fisher. The problems they encounter seem to be more difficult. You need to make the decision in person, so he hopes you can show up and meet with your governors and mayors. After all, he hasn't seen you for 2.5 years. They are all a little panicked. If they didn't know that the dragon would fall asleep, they would probably think you were dead. Attilan widened his eyes and asked in surprise, how much? You said 2.5 years have passed outside? But Attilan thought carefully about how long he had been in the Emerald Dream, but he couldn't figure out the exact time. He spent a lot of time lying in the ice and fire energy field to absorb energy and practice. His concept of time was very weak. The time of sunrise and sunset in the Emerald Dream was also different from that outside. It was difficult for Attilan to judge how many days he had been there. It's almost 2.5 years, but my Dragon Ball has not been tempered yet. The effect of this energy field is getting worse and worse, which makes my efficiency in tempering the Dragon Ball continue to decline. Even if it's another 2.5 years, I'm afraid it won't be possible to make the strength of the dragon body and soul equal. Attilan sighed and the white deer patted the semicircular gem on his head. Forget it. The strength of your dragon body is now close to the standard of biological level 8, but your soul is not as high as the standard of biological level 6. How can it be so easy to make you equal? Attilan was dumbfounded. No, I've already fallen asleep. Why is the growth rate of the dragon body still so fast? Baloo shrugged and said, maybe it's because the forest and moon shadow lake created by Big Brother himself are very suitable for you, an ocean dragon. You can easily absorb all kinds of vitality needed for growth in the moon shadow lake, even if it's just passive absorption. Attilan felt a headache. So even though I've already reached the Emerald Dream, which is suitable for soul growth. My soul is still not strong enough. Bailu glanced at the surrounding environment and said with some emotion, although Big Brother has tried very hard, number 952 is still much worse than the old area. Not to mention the old area, even the Emerald Dream corresponding to world number 527, which has just been completely regained by the Natural Council, is not as pure as yours. It's not that your ice and fire energy field is not good, it's that this area is not good. The strength of the energy field is only so high. If you want to improve it further, you can only incorporate more areas of the land and ocean of world number 952 into the energy cycle of the Natural Council as much as possible, and establish a connection with the Emerald Dream. The Emerald Dream can actually affect a very small range in your world. In fact, only the energy node in the Bearman Forest can achieve a stable connection to the Emerald Dream. The other forest nodes are still too poorly built. If you want to communicate with the Emerald Dream, you need to stably transmit energy to the Emerald Dream. They can't even do a good job of the self-circulation of the forest's energy ecology, Attilan said with some surprise. You really went to investigate. I thought that was just your excuse. The white deer rolled his eyes at him. To connect the two worlds, not only does world 527 need to contribute, but your world 952 also needs to establish a stable and powerful energy system in the Emerald Dream. Your area is not strong enough, so the space-time channel cannot be built successfully. Attilan shook his head. Is it so difficult? The white deer suddenly felt a little discouraged. This was her first time to carry out a key mission. Did she have to put the mission on hold for a while and let the forest grow again? At this time, the bear man came out of the forest eating an apple. You have indeed practiced in the Emerald Dream for a long time, and it's almost time to go back. Attilan immediately approached and asked, but master, my soul strength is still not compatible with the dragon body. The bear man hit him on the head. You were so smart before, why are you stupid now, huh? Attilan blinked in confusion. He didn't understand what the bear man meant. We are just ordinary lives, even if you are a giant dragon. Except for gods and a few lives that focus more on the spiritual and soul realms. Tell me, whose soul can reach the same level of strength as the body? If you really train your soul to be as strong as a dragon body, then I have to congratulate you. You have run from one end of the problem to the other. Is there any difference between a heavy head and a heavy tail? Attilan nodded repeatedly. I understand. Master means that I should experience the current fit between the dragon body and the soul after I go back, and then judge which side should be focused on improving next based on the difference between the two. The bear man nodded with satisfaction. With just a slight wave of his hand, Attilan felt a sudden storm that swept him up. With a dizziness that was obviously much lighter than when he came, Attilan heard the bear man's last words. After you go back, practice honestly and don't think about causing trouble. A huge dragon head suddenly rose in the Moonshadow Lake, stirring up the lake of spring water. As Attilan opened his eyes, a surge of momentum startled the surrounding beasts and fled in the direction away from Attilan, shouting in fear. Attilan smiled, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Is everyone so enthusiastic? After carefully looking at the surrounding environment, Attilan felt a little embarrassed. He tried hard to restrain the breathtaking dragon power, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He clapped his hands and shouted, it's bad. I have been busy strengthening my soul for the past 2.5 years and didn't pay attention to how to control it. Now I can't take it back after I let it go. Forget it, let's go back and eat something first. As soon as he flew to the gate of Kingland Town, he saw the old fishman with tears in his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been waiting here. Dragon Lord. You are finally back. What happened? The old fishman wiped his tears. It's okay. I'm just too excited. This is the first time that the Dragon Lord hasn't shown up for such a long time. The people below are restless. Lista, Fisher and I have dealt with several restless guys, including fishmen, minotaurs, centaurs, lizardmen, and even snakemen. I didn't expect that there are less than 2,000 snakemen, and some people are thinking of taking advantage of the Dragon Lord's absence to lead the team out and become the king. Attilan was stunned. How many? There are 2,000 snakemen. The old fishman smiled and opened his mouth with few teeth left. If the Dragon Lord doesn't come back, once I die, Lista and Fisher will not be able to control the people below. Attilan frowned. Where is the old blind man? The old fishman curled his lips. That old guy said he was loyal to the Dragon Lord, but in fact he was most concerned about his tribe. On the surface, his tribe had been disbanded, But in fact he was constantly trying to win over those people. Every few months, he would bring people who were willing to obey his orders and imitate the Dragon Lord to hold a bonfire party. If he wasn't so cunning, he would never use the kingdom's food. Instead, he hunted wild animals as ingredients for the bonfire party. I would have arrested him on the grounds of stealing the Dragon Lord's wealth. Attilan smiled casually. The old blind man doesn't like to hold bonfire parties, so gather all the people and hold one outside the bighorn town tonight. Let them eat their fill and let them know who gave them food. Who allowed them to live safely on this land? Attilan grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. I believe that most of the centaurs are smart and know who they are able to eat and clothe warmly. Who is the reason they are not harmed by war? The old fishman bowed and shouted loudly, of course it's because of the Dragon Lord. Attilan didn't take the old blind man's actions seriously at all. The centaurs were not stupid and knew that they could eat well because the druids had taken action to regulate the land of the Kingdom of Atlantis. Otherwise, the yield of the farmland opened up on this land would not be so high. Without the Dragon Lord, how could the druids help them? In fact, in the past 2.5 years, without Attilan's activities, the druids have helped less and less. The centaurs who originally had some ideas have also recognized the reality. They don't want to play with the old blind man anymore. It's just that the Dragon Lord, now there are farmlands outside the bighorn town, and a lot of wheat is planted. There are a lot of centaurs, and they may not be able to move around there. It's better to put them near the Yellow Sand Pass. Attilan's mouth curled. Don't tell me that I have more than 10,000 troops now. The old fishman nodded and praised. The Dragon Lord is wise. He has more than 11,000 troops, including 7,000 archers and 1,000 warriors. So many? Where did the troops come from? It's impossible that they were born during my sleep. Some were born, and the other was that the old blind man took people to the grassland in the north to recruit. He avoided the territory of the Northern Kingdom and walked through the mountains along the Dwarf Kingdom. So far, are they willing to come back with the old blind man? Centaurs are originally a nomadic race, and he set up food supply points along the way, claiming that they will not starve. Even if they follow him to take a look, they can at least have full meals for a few months. For food, he actually recruited 1,000 or 2,000 of those poor centaurs in the north. As a result, after eating the Dragon Lord's meal, these centaurs chose to serve the Dragon Lord. On the contrary, they ignored the old blind man who recruited them. The old fishman almost couldn't help laughing in front of Attilan. How are the fishmen? The old fishman had a headache when he thought of the fishmen. There are nearly 20,000 fishmen. In fact, I don't know the exact number. It's about that many. After a period of time, dozens or hundreds of small fishmen are born, and they die for various reasons. Not only the small ones, but the big ones also die due to hunting and other reasons. It's very troublesome to count them. Regardless of the exact number, the number of nearly 20,000 has already made Attilan almost laugh. I didn't expect that he didn't care about things for so long, and the development of the kingdom has not had any problems. Well, according to the old fishman, there have been several rebellions in the kingdom. How are the minotaurs? There are about 8,000 minotaurs, about 5,000 lizardmen, and 2,000 snakemen left because of that rebellion. 2,000. Did it only 2,000 snakemen launch a rebellion? How come there are still 2,000 left after the chaos? What's going on with the snakemen? That guy's rebellion didn't cause many snake deaths, and he rebelled with dozens of snakemen, trying to steal hundreds of snake eggs in the snakemen's hatchery and escape. Although we killed them, the snake eggs were basically destroyed. Otherwise the number of snakemen would not be much less than that of lizardmen. After all these things, Attilan discovered that he should now have 50,000 people. With this number, he wanted to launch a war of annihilation against the Northern Kingdom. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.